Excuse me while I drink a sody pop. Alright. Hello, Draco Kraken. Wow, fancy seeing you here. I didn't talk to you 2 hours ago. What's up? I thought that was one of my own Discord alerts, but it's late for most of my friends. Hello, Azure GM. That's fair. We're the late ones. We're always the late ones. I will tell you, I'm feeling it right now, in the sense of the tiredness. It's starting to hit me, because I've been doing, like, social shit for days now, and I'm gonna continue to do social shit until I crash tomorrow. You got me for the whole day, that's true. It was a good time. I had a fun time. Okay. Well, I don't know where Aiden is. He has not said anything yet today, and we shall see if he pops in. But that's okay. Boo will be here late, because he's working till after, you know, a little after, so he'll be around in like an hour and a half or so. This time around. Yeah. Excuse me. I am excited for this week because I'm interested to see these videos a little bit. As you could see the title of the show today. I've never thought about gold being a bad currency for TTRPGs. Neither have I really thought about loving OSR more than D&D. I don't think I could really... Oh, that's not the right notepad. There we go. I don't think I could really say that I love D&D, necessarily, but maybe it's fun, you know? And OSR is pretty alright. It's fun as well. It just depends on the situation, you know? But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Alright. Ow. Excuse me, as I crack all of my bones in my body. Okay. Well, I have this queued up to give to Aiden when he comes in for the chat. And, I guess we'll get started. Okay? So, hello everyone, and welcome back to TableTalk, Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Gradon95. And happy to say, Azure GM is in the chat right now, and next week we will have Azure GM on as a guest, to talk about TTRPG stuff. Well, I'll keep the actual thing that we're going to be talking about a secret until we get there. But yeah, so we get another new face to well, yeah, to talking about stuff, I guess. Not really, because you have your own channel and stuff, obviously. But it's going to be nice to have another new face to add to the panel. Of course. So, I'm excited.
How's this?
Whoa! There we go. after 5 years on this platform, thought I'd start reaching out to other creators. Yeah. Hey, we've also been on here for 5 years, in this form, so there you go. Do we reach out all the time? No. We've reached out like twice. And then, you are the third creator who's reached out to us. No, fourth, excuse me. Fourth. But yeah. So, it'll be cool. It'll be cool and fun, I hope. I'm sure. Anyway, let me do this and get this up. Where is it? Wait, why is that not coming up? Is it because I did this? Yes. So, as I did for Peter, as your GM will be coming on next week. So, everything is messed up. Anyway, as your GM is going to come on next week. So, be excited. We are going to talk about some stuff, and it'll be fun. I've looked into a little bit of your stuff. It's interesting. But yes, it's exciting. I'm interested to hear your opinions on certain things. We'll get to them. We'll get in a group chat after the show and everything. So, yeah. So, save the date next week. There we go. But yeah, there's certainly lots of alternatives. Dragonlance, for example, I assume for, like, other games. That makes sense. Hello, Gio Chavez. D&D, indeed. I can say that gold is historically inaccurate as a primary currency, and actually it wasn't even a currency, it was a commodity. Yes, it is definitely... I mean, nowadays, we utilize it as the currency in our games because we have given it such a value, you know? But it's always been valuable, but it's not been... in the sense of we've always given it value, but it's not been an actual currency for a good while. Like, you had your gold dollar coins and all that, but that wasn't because the gold itself was worth $1 or something, right? It was because they made the gold dollar coins. Okay, cool. Aiden will be here in a bit. Cool. Anyway. But yeah, it was more of a luxury, right? Rather than it being a currency. So we'll see, I suppose, what the argument is against it. Because, honestly, the problem for me, at least, with D&D's usage of gold as a currency, for D&D 5e at least, a little bit of 3.5, like, it seems to be a little bit harder to spend the shit tons of gold that you can get and amass in raw 5. I don't know how 5.5 is with gold. I should have asked when we had Peter on, because that's something that just never occurred to me, if there's even a difference. But I doubt that they changed it so fundamentally that it really encouraged the spending of gold more in more organic ways, I guess. Because, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like you don't necessarily need to spend your money all the time in 5e. It seems like you can go pretty far without doing it, unless your DM is like, hey, yeah, we're not gonna, we need to spend money for a lot more things, right? And they actually implement that stuff. We've talked about before, implementing different ways to give benefits to players via, if they continue to utilize good accommodations, giving them a little bit of a bonus, eating good food that costs a bit more, giving a bit of a bonus. You know, magic items are always a little bit of a sticking point every now and then, because, like, magic items kind of break 5. I don't know about 5.5, but we'll see when they come out, I guess, when they change them. Though, at the moment, they're still the same as 5s, so, Hello, Timothy. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what else we could have in place other than like a barter system. You know, like that would be fine. I mean, it would be one of those arbitrary things where each settlement slash civilization might barter for things more than others, and thus you have less of a that kind of hard currency. But um, you could always do something that isn't gold as well, right? Like it's something that seems like it makes logical sense to us considering we've been using currency in its current form across the world for a while, and it's intuitive in a way. Though the actual value of gold seems to be it fluctuates incredibly hard throughout each edition, as well as just in general, really, depending on who is running things. So I don't know. It does have its issues, right? So we'll see. But yeah, so this first video, we'll start it before Aiden gets here. But this first video is Gold is Terrible as an RPG Currency by Desks and Dorks. This came out a few weeks ago. And I saved it so that we weren't just covering it right on the first week. Because I always feel weird about doing that in a few, like, in terms of coming in a few days after a video comes out. It just feels weird to me. Like, giving it at least 2 weeks, you know? I want to, just because it just doesn't, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, and when we cover things that are, like, days old, like, a few days old, it always just makes me feel like, about it, you know? Hey, Pizza Funk. Get rid of gold? Are they trying to put Leroy out of a job? Well, no, they're just trying to suggest a different currency, so I suppose we'll see what we've got as the alternative here.
Gold. No matter what way you slice it, fantasy role-playing games use gold as its default currency, and while it's as common in Tolkien as it is in things like Game of Thrones or Morkborg, there's only actually one problem, and that is that gold is kind of...
Yeah, I agree. You gotta give the video a chance to find its own audience first. And that's why, like, the other thing is, like, I link to those videos every time we do it, because I want people to be able to go and find them, because we're not giving you the experience of just watching the video. We're giving you the analysis and stuff, right? So, it's a different thing, but, like, I still, like, if you want to watch it without us, or try to use it as a way to maybe see that we thought of things, or we took things in the wrong way or something, like, it's there for you to go and see, right? So I always just want to give that as the option, because it's like, you know, I want the videos to at least stand on their own. It's not proving easy to find any sources about the history on this, so I guess I'd better not make too many claims, but I have picked up from osmosis that silver was a lot more commonly used, and obviously copper. Okay. Thank you, Shen.
Kind of a lame fantasy currency. Hello everybody, welcome back to Desks and Dorks. I am Kyle, I am the Dork. This is a redux, or redo, of a previous video. So, a while ago, we did a video all on the problems of gold. Unfortunately, a copyright claim happened with the music that we used in the background of that video, despite the fact that the music came from a copyright-free site. So, unfortunately, the audio for the entire video got scrapped.
Damn.
Now, I had enough fans actually reach out and say, hey, we really want to revisit this video, so I am redoing it now. The original video has been privated. If you're like, wow, I've seen this video before, you're right, you have, or at least a version of it. However, I get to redo this one with an expanded script and some expanded points, which are really good, and I get to fix a lot of the comments and issues that were in the original video, or at least problems that I had with the original video. I feel like our content has gotten a lot better, and I actually get to revisit a video that I loved doing with a brand new lens, and that makes me really, really, really happy.
That's awesome. That's actually super good. I'm glad that this was used. Like, it sucks really bad that that happened with the original video, but I'm glad that the opportunity has come up that you can just remake the video in a way that it also just promotes this new, like, or I guess more informed perspective that you have, right? Because legitimately, there are so many videos out there that I expect need a redo or a redux, however you want to say it, that are out there from years and years ago that are still up on the channels, and unless they do them, that's just kind of the sticking point that they have, and we've covered many of them, and they're not great. Though, again, they do just get to, they could redo it at any time, and I get, having your old body of work there's nothing wrong with that, and having that other opinion that you might not hold anymore, there's nothing wrong with that still being there. But I assume that, when your opinion changes, or when you have new things that you want to discuss on the topic, that you would want to remake that video or redo it, right? So it's really cool that's actually an opportunity that Desks and Dorks gets to do. Again, Desks and Dorks. From what, I mean, at least from this beginning portion, I'm excited to listen to this. So I hope that we get some really good points as to why gold, there's a problem with it in RPGs. Like, because it's just one of those things where it's like, at least at the moment, I don't know, it seems fine.
So, a couple things. If you like what we do, like, share, comment, subscribe. If you really want to support us, links in the description below for all the awesome stuff that you can get, all of our games. Let's talk about the problem with gold, because what's the deal with airline gold?
Not great with the, putting a thing right at the very beginning, but I get the grift, so it's not a grift. They get the hustle, so it's fine.
Now, if you've been playing RPGs at all, at any length of time, you probably have used gold in your campaigns. Gold pieces, gold bars, gold bullion, gold-plated pistols, and one of you picks Odd Job and then winds up murdering you with a stupid hat. All right, enough with the 007 references. But yes, I am of the opinion that gold is actually a really terrible currency. It's terrible for a number of different reasons, both in terms of game.
If you hear, if you hear the little bangs in the background, my cats have decided that they want to just throw their ball. I've gotten them little, balls with like bells and stuff in them, and they like to throw them against the walls and the doors now, as well as just go and scratch them when they can't get in. So, they're just gonna be doing that. My apologies.
Gameplay and in terms of building a world that is believable for your players, and I want to talk a little bit about some of it now.
Okay.
This video is actually going to be split into two parts. One of them is going to be the issues that I have with it from a gameplay perspective, and the issues that I have with it from a believability perspective as well. I'm going to address a lot of the points in this video that I didn't get to do in the original video, which makes me really happy. So, without further ado, let's talk about my gameplay problems with it. So, there are a couple different things that I despise about gold. One is that it feels generic. It's really simple. In a world of fantasy that, you could have literally anything. Magic potions, I don't know, a walrus that shoots lasers out of its eyes, several goblins in a trench coat that serve you because that was the part of.
Okay, so, yes, genericness doesn't, it's not that's not an objective reason. That's just I prefer to have something that's unique, which I'm like, okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't see it as, generic doesn't mean bad. It just means that it's something that is a standard that you can set that makes everybody understand what you're doing with it, Because, video games, TTRPGs, just every single usage of gold immediately has translated, at least nowadays, to it is a valuable substance. It's usually a very valuable substance, right? And so it automatically gets you thinking, hey, this is worth a lot, right? And whether or not that's a good thing, I guess, because it's gold, I don't know. But regardless, that is just what we have as our perception of it. So it just automatically conveys that very easily. So I don't know, generic doesn't mean anything to me, really. Is an all money generic? I guess so, yeah, because nowadays it's all the same so that we can all understand what it is. Like, the same as in, like, usually similar constructions.
Part of the deal. It just feels like in a fantasy world where there's almost any possibility or any probability, gold is the generic default. It's also the case of analysis paralysis,
Okay.
I think. If you have played D&D, especially for any length of time, you know that sometimes you run into whole sessions where all the party does is go shopping. This means that despite those things, it's really hard for the players to actually decide what they want to do. I have legit GM'd like 2 to 3 hour sessions where the players were poring over every book trying to figure out what types of items they want. Now, again, they could have done that at home.
Okay, those coins with holes in them are kind of cool. That's true. I do like those. So here's the thing. Analysis paralysis is not necessarily because gold. It's because object. And because of value of object, right? It's not... It would be the same exact thing if I said that was $100. Like, the immovable rod is $100. The potion of greater healing is $100. Both are useful. Will that generate analysis paralysis immediately? No, not necessarily, but it could, right? If you value things to be similar values, but one could be more useful in one situation and one could be more useful in another situation, you are building a case of, oh, I could use this, or I could use this, but what if I want to do this? But what if I want to, you're going back and forth with it because you don't know which one will be more useful. It's not because there's gold involved, right? Or am I crazy? Am I misinterpreting this point? Gold has nothing to do with it as far as I know. It's just the currency in general and the value of whatever the object is. Or service or anything, really.
But they didn't, because you've GM'd for any length of time. You know, if there's one thing players usually don't like to do, it's homework. And so it often leads to this, again, case of analysis paralysis. And it's hard to find ways to spend it on meaningful things. So, for example, I'll use my knowledge of 3.5. In the original 3.5 manual, a +1 modification on your sword was anywhere from like 1,200 to 3,000 gold, depending on who you were getting to enchant it and where you got the stuff from. That is a substantial amount of gold for a not so meaningful upgrade to a weapon. It can feel like, as a player, you have done a lot of work to get a not so meaningful upgrade.
Interesting. That one I'm not as familiar with because we did just do 3.5, but I need to... Oh, good thing I can access my other computer right now. Wait, hey. I need to see if that's true. From what I remember, it's because of different materials. That's what made the costs different, but I could be wrong there. 3.5 books. And I want to say I usually look at... Well, actually, it would be... Actually, no. Hold on. This would be easier for me to get via a web search, because I have D&D tools, and I love that site. 3.5. D&D tools, by the way, has, like, every single thing ever on it. But if I just do D&D tools 3.5, item upgrade, that might get me there. No, that's not it. Oh, DMG page 288. Oh, well, thank you to the... What is this? The Stack Exchange. The RPG Stack Exchange. Alright, hold on. We need to do research. This is what we do. DMG. Whoa. Oh, you can see it. Hey! I didn't even realize that was up. Hang on. Let me make it so it's easier to see. Not that. No. It's this one. Alright. Here's my 3.5 thing. So 288, huh? Okay. I don't think that's actually 288. No, it's 287. Whoop. Creating staffs, creating scrolls, creating wondrous items. Oh, okay, yeah, this is to make a regular item into a magic item. Okay. Which is this. Yeah, okay. So estimating magic item gold pieces value, bonus squared times 1,000 GP. Let's just make double sure here. In here. Mithril will give you 1491 for shields at the end there. We're on 284 of your 3.5 DMG. I just want, yeah, this is for masterwork stuff because you needed to do masterwork before you made them into wondrous, if I remember correctly. Or am I wrong there? Because you also invested experience points and stuff into this from raw. From what I remember, yeah. Special materials. More expensive. Yeah, you need a masterwork weapon for a lot of things, usually, in order to make it so that you have the ability to make a magic weapon. Except for rings and such, you can do that. Well, this is specifically for that. But regardless, I mean, it's from what it's got here, it has everything as a, oh yeah, weapon bonus. There you go, enhancement bonus squared times 2,000 GP to make it a +1 longsword, so 2,000 GP. It was all there as a direct table that you could reference. Now, is it a little bit high in cost? Yes, but at least from my perspective, you got gold real fucking fast a lot of the time. And in order to make it so that you could do anything with this kind of stuff, you would have to pay a lot of gold. It was to really, at least to me, it seems like it's fine when you want to get, you know, a really good upgrade, quote unquote, in the sense of this will just be a flat benefit that I never have to worry about. Though, of course, in 3.5, you also had hardness and the ability to actually break an object. So there was a chance that you could break one of your magical things, potentially, if somebody really wanted to try. So that's 285. But I guess meaningful is a hard... So if we're talking about... So, if we're talking about actual benefit versus the cost-benefit analysis, if you will, then is it more affordable to do this than to go and buy another different weapon, right? Maybe. I don't know. If you're giving out treasure at the rate the system was designed for, characters get real rich real fast. Well, there you go. That helps. Yeah, because I guess it's designed for the system itself to utilize for 3.5. For 5e, it's a little different. For 5e, they have the... actually, I'll see if I can pull it up. They have the tables that were very vague. Yeah, here we go. Where is the magic items? 135 in the 5e player's handbook. So I'm not saying that, there we go. I'm not saying that it's not, so this is, sorry. 135 in your 5e player's handbook, you have this table right here. You have your common goes from that to that, your uncommon is that to that, rare is that to that. Like, it jumps super hard from 501 to 5,000. And then very rare, it's to 50,000. A legendary, it's 50,001 up, right? Which legendary, you're not selling those things, obviously, right? But, it's just a weird, vague kind of thing that you then have to place. So... yeah, I don't know. It seems to be, at least to me, for 5e, it's a lot more of a problem, at least for magic items. Though for everything else, they kind of got rid of +1s and +2s and all that. So, it's less of a problem with that. Though you just don't have anything to spend your money on, is the problem. Like, raw. With the 3.5, you at least had something to work towards with your money, right? At least it seemed to me. But I will say, like I was trying to say, I'm not saying that there aren't things that aren't worth your money, right? There are things that are more worthwhile and less, obviously. It's just dependent on, I guess, how much you value that +1 or +2, you know? Over and undervalue are definitely real and a great way to fill out a baseball team. True. Now I want to run a campaign where the players hire undervalued adventurers. Yeah, that'd be great. But it is up to the person what things are useful to spend money on. Also true. I don't know. It's really hard to, like, from a purely objective level, yes, absolutely some things are worth way more than others. Right, because of damage output, because of utility usage, because of charges or anything like that. Absolutely. If that's the only metric that we had, it would be a lot easier. But really, at the end of the day, I don't know. A lot of TTRPGs, at least, it's not necessarily about the min-maxing. It's also about what your character wants, you know? So there is part of an argument to say, well, meaningful to my character is not necessarily what does the most damage or what is the most useful. Right? It's true that you always have a ton of money in 3.5 and also never nearly enough. Yes. As we, in the campaign that we just finished, figured out, we went through our hundreds of thousands of gold very fast. And we needed more all the time. So, it is just the way that system is, at least. From what I have experienced and for what it looks like and how it's designed.
Now we get to talk about some of my believability and relatability things that I don't like to use gold for. So
okay, so I guess we're done with the facts. I don't know. I mean, these not facts. Don't get me wrong. Sorry. Facts is not what I mean in the sense of these are factual things that these are not going to be factual things that he's saying, but rather, I guess, more. I don't know. I don't know what those other ones were. Are these just personal? Are these just personal things? That's fine if this is the way that you feel, but it doesn't make for gold being terrible, like, at all.
As a player, you have done a lot of work to get a not so meaningful upgrade. Now we get to talk about some of my believability and relatability things that I don't like to use gold for. So in most cultures, if we are looking at the cultures that the fantasy role-playing game genre is based on, do not like to use gold because it has religious and cultural significance. This is actually particularly true. I included a
Hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you today?
I am getting tired. How are you?
Pretty decent, not gonna lie.
Good.
Yeah. I had the chance to sleep in today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, I have turned into an old man. You've heard it here first.
I wish I could do that. I can't. My body doesn't allow me to sleep in anymore unless I take something.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Are you becoming acquainted with the fine art of the Saturday 2 p.m. nap?
Oh, I wish, but I also don't nap. But I used to see, this is the thing. I used up all of my old man napping skills because that was me in high school and a little bit in college. But nowadays I just don't nap.
You used up all of your nap reserve banks.
Yeah.
You were too greedy with them.
I was, but they were so nice at the time.
They were nice, or I bet they were nice.
Yeah. But yeah.
I will be in shortly.
Okay. Here is this.
If I could. Oh, thank you.
So we're talking about this video, which is gold is terrible as an RPG currency. Which I don't agree with.
A picture of a sarcophagus, an Egyptian sarcophagus.
I don't agree with at the moment. So far we've just gone through the beginning, these three things, which first is subjective, second is not because of gold, and third is potentially true. But it also, I mean, sometimes the characters are, you know, they don't necessarily go for things that are useful as what is meaningful. And that's just kind of, that's where we're at.
Okay. Okay. I've always used gold in all of my campaigns.
Yeah.
I feel most players have.
Yeah.
My desire to like continuously iterate upon the things I love and make them better.
Yep.
Makes me agree with the spirit of gold is terrible as an RPG currency.
Okay.
Because I'll go, yeah, there must be something better out there. However, like gold has always been a perfectly functional unit of currency in my campaigns. I remain to be convinced.
Yeah. The first thing that I kind of said was it, because of how we've all been raised and everything to do with our society at this point, gold being put as, you know, one of the most valuable things as a currency instantly gets that point across.
Yeah.
Because of what it is, right? It's just the way that it is. So I don't know. It's just at this point in time, it's been used so much that it just becomes a non-issue in just this costs like 100 gold, and that makes you go, oh, that's a lot. And then when you say like silver or copper, it's like, oh, that's less than gold. You know, it's just inherently transferable, really.
Yeah, that object would cost a whole 100 gold, but I'll give it to you for a low 1,001 silver.
Exactly. But yeah, so I don't know. That's like, it's my main point of how gold is fine. Really, but again, it's fine. Oh yeah, platinum as well. Don't get me wrong, platinum is also useful, right?
Peanut gallery incoming. Yeah, that's probably accurate.
That was far before you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why just gold? Why not other types of coins? Right. Well, so are we asking like, are you asking why is gold not good and silver is fine, or are you just saying in general why just gold? Are we using just gold? Because we aren't, right? But honestly, it is a fair question of if this is how gold is viewed, why is silver not viewed the same way?
But so I give a little bit of allowance to silver in particular
Sure.
because of the whole like purifying aspect of silver and like, oh, it can like kill werewolves. I'm fine
Okay.
with like, given that silver has use not only in terms of like you can make you can melt coins down, make armaments out of them, use them to like fight ghosts or werewolves or undead or what have you. um I give, oh yeah, not only can you melt it down to make armaments, but you can also use it like for antibacterial purposes.
Sure.
Silver actually like shreds through bacteria.
Yep.
The surface of silver is not very good for cell linings.
Yep.
It's pretty cool, but yeah, I give silver like a pass that I give to none of the other currencies that we use,
So
like gold, copper, or platinum.
so that would make me think that silver should be more valuable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So
I fully agree.
so that's my I guess that's my thing is like if gold is terrible, why is silver not bad in the sense of it needing to be more valuable? You know?
I mean, so the thing is, currency like gold inherently has no worth. It only
I know.
has value because we place value upon
Yeah,
it,
that's yeah.
which means that you can use other currencies which might have more use. For instance, you could take a page out of the Roman book, and use salt as a currency.
Yeah, true.
That's why like a soldier worth his salt is because soldiers were paid in salt.
Yeah.
Um. So like,
Well, that's why
part
it's why the bartering system was a thing, you know? Like
yeah,
something is worth something else when you trade it.
part of the reason why I like am fine and just kind of hand wave gold coins and allow them in my game is because it's a unit of worth that like everyone else agrees upon,
Yeah,
every other player
exactly.
agrees upon. Like I think gold is kind of apart from its usage as a conductor, a pretty shitty metal.
Yeah. Oh, no, I agree. I like I'm just posing this as a thing for like what are we supposed to do? I guess, you know?
Yeah.
Because like as Shin says, the reason gold's more valuable than silver is because it's a lot more rare. Well, it doesn't seem to be that rare for, you know, TTRPGs, right? It doesn't seem like it's any more rare. I don't know. Like, I don't know the rarity of gold a lot of the time, right?
So, you have like the entire mortal, well, not all mortals, but like all humans or elves or whatever kingdom, like they are looking for gold too. Gold will be entering the hold on, I'm not a money person. What is the term? Um fuck.
Economy?
Circulation.
Circulation. Yeah.
Like gold will be entering circulation, and like perhaps, oh, gold coins from X country are worth more than gold coins from Y country, and you can have like a whole ass hollow the wise merchant or whatever.
Yeah.
What was the name of that anime?
I don't know.
And yeah. Spice and Wolf, that was it.
Sure.
um Gold will be more rare than silver just because gold is located directly beneath silver on the periodic table.
Sure.
And lighter elements are more common. I don't know. Like every country is mining for it.
Sure.
Like there will be as much gold in circulation as necessary.
Sure.
For your campaign.
Yeah.
I'm more of a fan of like, oh, this diadem costs 10,000 gold pieces, instead of just forking over 10,000 gold pieces out of a bag of holding. Probably like 9,500 of those quote unquote gold pieces are actually like gems.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, I have something in the oven finishing.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, but platinum is way more rare as well. So that one I can understand being like, because it's also, I don't know, it has the association with a godly figure as well. Usually in D&D at least, with Bahamut, right? Platinum Dragon. In Lord of the Rings Online, a gold ingot can often be bought for 1 gold coin somehow. Wow. Being about money, yeah. The reason gold's more valuable, right? More easily formed into adornments. That's also true. Salt would be fun again. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? If you just had it be a barter system for your campaign in general, you could do that. It's just hard to keep, I guess, a standard, right?
I am back.
Welcome back.
Also, by the way,
yeah.
Apologies for being a bit scatterbrained earlier. I found out that gold would be the topic of this video when I joined the call.
No, you're good.
As such, I'm like trying to consolidate all of my thoughts on gold as a currency, as well as trying to like form like arguments.
Yeah. I got you. You're good. Don't worry about it. I honestly thought the video was going to be about the logistics of minting a rare metal and using it as a nation's currency rather than just feelings. Yeah, I mean, so far, right? Pretty sure it's still a lot more rare in world and TTRPGs. It's just that the players will see more gold because they just have a fantastic amount of wealth on their hands. That is true. Don't get me wrong. It's just these questions. I just have these questions just in the sense of like, I don't care as much because, again, gold is fine to me being used. I understand the value of it, and we all understand why it's valuable, right? But I'm also trying to think of, like, I guess every TTRPG is, like, every single world also has the same influence as ours in that sense, right? Which you could play with pretty easily and say that some cultures despise gold. They don't like how it is. They don't like what it looks like. You know, they don't use it as their highest form of currency because it's useless, right? You could play with that. It would be neat. Just kind of throw things on their head a little bit. Just for, you know, a few areas maybe, you know? Money is hard, not if it's paper. True. Spice and Wolf rules. There you go. Spice is a pretty good currency. Yeah, I mean, the spice trade was a thing, so it really pays to make food taste good. You better believe. Holy shit. Anyway, so we're up to now things about believability was how he put it.
Can feel like, as a player, you have done a lot of work to get a not so meaningful upgrade. Now we get to talk about some of my believability and relatability things that I don't like to use gold for. So in most cultures, if we are looking at the cultures...
Has he submitted an alternative?
Not yet.
Okay.
He's got 12 minutes. We'll see.
Yeah.
That the fantasy role-playing game genre is based on, do not like to use gold because it has religious and cultural significance.
Yeah, but that's what it's based on. That's not what it is. The game itself is not like taking the inherent culture that it is based upon and utilizing it. You can very much see that, because the ones that do not use gold. You know, so already okay.
Also, you can maintain cultures having a religious aspect to an object and still use that object as currency.
True.
If a coin is engraved with a holy image, people are more likely to venerate that coin by just sheer virtue of the fact that it's gold and has that holy image, that it has Zeus's face on
Exactly.
it. You're probably going to like honor that currency. Like, why? I don't understand his point.
Yeah, we'll see. It's got more to develop, probably. Well,
Yeah,
I hope.
okay.
In my world, Cheetos is the best currency. There you go. Hell yeah. I don't like Cheetos myself.
This is actually particularly true. I included a picture of a sarcophagus, an Egyptian sarcophagus, very deliberately here, because again, one of the things about gold, especially for the Egyptians, it was sacred. It wasn't used for everything. Was used for some amount of currency, but those that had gold currency were usually very well off. And if you were using a vast quantity of gold, usually it was for something like funerary rites or for the passing of power. Think of something like in a coronation ceremony of those lines. This means that because gold is a rare and precious metal, to most cultures, it carries a rare and precious cultural or religious connotation, which I think is far more interesting than using it as actual basic currency. Now, the other issue...
Okay, so please,
I have thoughts
go
too.
on.
So it sounds to me like you as a world builder must determine for yourself how rare is gold.
Yeah.
Is it rare enough that it's only used for like religious reasons,
Right.
or is it common enough to use as a currency?
Exactly.
Hopefully you would have already been doing that when making your world.
But again, don't get me wrong, the cultural significance of gold in Egypt is fascinating, and I like it. But it's irrelevant. Unless you are literally creating a culture that is based off of Egyptian culture, it is irrelevant to how the game is utilizing gold.
Yeah, this game does not take place in Egypt.
Right. It doesn't take place in medieval Europe either. So you can make it however you want to. If it makes your believability go down because of that, that is unfortunately a you problem. I can't do anything about that, and we can't just say that gold is terrible because you feel that way. You know? Using currency pretty interchangeably with trade good at this point there. Oh, for the spices and stuff? Yeah. In my world, every country does currency vastly differently to a fault, where trading is really difficult. My favorite example is one country loves plain white bread so much, it's worth more than crab and lobster. Yeah, there you go. That's totally fine. That's the thing. That works. That's fine. You know? And then you have in your world, you have the actual like guilds that are used to try to make it so that it's easy to transition that between countries. Like, it makes sense that would be something that needed to be done because they value things so differently between the countries. Okay, but it probably got its religious significance because it was already valuable. He's kind of going at this backwards now. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the cyclical nature of religiosity and wealth.
Yeah.
Is the ease of control of gold. Now, if you look at the way that most modern civilizations or historical civilizations use minted currency, it all comes back to ease of control.
Sure.
Now, gold, because it was able to be controlled for such a long period of time, made it a good default currency here in our real world. And what I mean by that is gold mines are not exactly very common. So if you were a government or a power, all you had to do was seize one of the existing gold mines and maintain control of that. That actually was a good way to sort of eliminate inflation, because again, it's not like other people could mint additional gold coins if you controlled the majority of the gold deposits or had alliances or trade agreements with people who did control gold deposits.
So why don't you just have that be the case in your world?
So the ease of control
Sorry, go on.
I don't know why you're pausing for me to say
No,
something.
I wasn't pausing. I wasn't pausing for you. Sorry.
That's what I'm wondering too.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's just I'm sorry. You posed something. You posed how it was utilized, and then you said, and then you're in a way that's negative, and I'm like,
Yeah.
So just do that.
Yeah.
If that's what you need to do.
So here's why gold is a bad currency for use in your TTRPGs. Lists all the strengths of gold as a currency.
gold coins if you controlled the majority of the gold deposits or had alliances or trade agreements with people who did control gold deposits. So the ease of control actually makes sense for why we would use gold. However, gold is still a rare precious metal. And again, part of that ease of control goes back to gold's scarcity. Now again, this is a fantasy role-playing setting. You can make a fantasy world where gold is everywhere. But I do think that because if gold is a precious metal, I don't think if I'm making a fantasy setting, I want to make it as prevalent as humanly possible.
Well, so that's why there's a currency above it, which is platinum. And platinum's way the fuck harder to get.
Like, is he making a case like, we don't see gold used today? Like, how to put this? If gold is actively used as a currency by a country, people are going to see gold, and thus it will be rarer to a layperson. If America still used gold coins, chances are we would probably have a few of them in our possession right now.
Yeah.
As such, I don't see why people would conflate like, oh, I have so many gold coins on hand. I don't understand why gold is so rare. Like, you have gold on hand because you probably have $20 in your wallet right now.
Yeah, exactly. It like, this is the transformation of gold into dollar is just what happened with how it is portrayed in D&D specifically. Like, that is your dollar. You did it. Platinum is higher than that usually because it's 10 to 1, right? And it's so prevalent because it is basically the most, like, yeah, it's not $1 to a peasant because a peasant gets like 5 copper every day and still lives, at least according to the economics of D&D, which that's a whole other issue that we can point to, at least, of pricing and stuff raw. But it being utilized in a way that makes it so that works is different than it being utilized in a way that that raw is suggesting it should work.
Yeah, like, if you want to take the stance of gold is terrible as an RPG currency, you could point to how broken the market is in 5e raw. I wouldn't even disagree with you. I'd just stand by and let it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the only point so far that I've agreed with is that, and you use 3.5 as an example, where sometimes when you get an upgrade, sometimes when you would get an upgrade, it costs an exorbitant amount, but it didn't seem like it was as useful because it was so much for so little. Which I was like, yeah, that's true. But also, I've played in a game where we had so much fucking money, but we needed so much fucking more for anything and everything. And we had to really work to get that stuff after our initial cash inflow. But like, from, again, Shin pointed it out before, in in Raw 3.5, players are supposed to get really wealthy really fucking fast. So, like, everything being a hell of a lot is, it makes sense because they should have a hell of a lot.
I suppose, with like an obvious aside for the whole weight aspect that we're moving into, because I do agree with weight being a problem with gold. It feels like a lot of arguments against gold that I hear are like, oh, once you have like 15 million gold pieces like in your pocket at all times, like currency loses its value. And it's like, yeah, dude, that would happen to any currency. Have you seen the super rich?
Yeah.
Do you think Elon Musk knows that a banana costs less than $18?
Exactly.
I don't think so.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Primitive cultures made valuable things from gold because it could be beaten/pressed into shape with very little heat, unlike silver or bronze. True. Guilds in my world are planning to add iron coins to the currency chain, making it 5 in total. There you go. Yeah, why not? Iron's below copper in that case. That makes sense. There's an abundance of it, for sure. Keep in mind, if you go back to the 19th century, a dollar is a big deal. True. Want equals motivation. Yes. Also true. Also true.
And last but certainly not least, this is the biggest actual thing that I want to talk about here as a problem for why I dislike gold, because it's something that never gets brought up in role-playing games. Gold weighs a ton. Like, gold is an actual metal. It is heavy, and a bunch of gold coins, loose gold coins, rattling around in your backpack is going to turn you into, like, I don't know if you've ever watched a Mack truck almost slide off the road because its trailer is too heavy.
So this is an argument for encumbrance, just in general, because I agree that encumbrance makes things more realistic. But in that way, then you would have, and you would put in money exchanges. So people who would trade money for higher currencies and then take a percentage of the profits so they can maintain that business. It would be a cool addition. It'd be nice to do. It's not only gold's problem. It's just in general currency, I would say, for coin currency.
Yeah, if you had to walk around with your life savings on your back, you would probably be a little encumbered.
I think also banks should be put into D&D more. we should see more banks. Or something of the like. But that's what you do with the gold. You put it into a sword so that you can keep using it. So your 100 gold piece sword is like, that's your life savings just in a sword. It's crazy. And on that point, having a massive amount of gold for yourself doesn't make it lose its value. That only happens after you flood the market with it. True. Do enough players care about weight? It's a contentious issue. People hate encumbrance, people like encumbrance. It's a thing. I don't mind it myself. It's fine as a calculation thing, but they took it out and it made it more simple, and they put in the optional rule in 5. I don't know if 5.5 keeps that optional rule, but it's something that's there that you could use, and if I wanted to, I would do it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much to me.
That's basically what's going to happen, legitimately. Imagine for a second that your character is mid-sword fight with a vampire, and there's about 80 pounds of gold coins actually weighing down the backpack.
And so you take your backpack off and swing it at the vampire's head and crush his brain. It'd be great.
Or throw all the coins and scatter them, and now he has to count them.
Yes! Oh, thank you.
It's an insane thing to think about, having somebody actually carry all of that currency around, especially when the currency is literal metal moving around all of the time. Now, part of the reason that we have credit cards at all was during the late Middle Ages. The Abbasid Caliphate and the Templars actually brought it back from the Crusades. But we actually created
Thank you.
Mhm.
I do want to push back a tiny bit on the whole like weight and practicality arguments against gold, though.
Yeah.
Um, by the time that you have enough gold in your party, that weight is being an issue for like everyone in your party. You can probably afford one like
Art.
no, not cart.
Oh.
The bottomless bags.
Oh, yeah,
Like
yeah.
yeah, you can probably buy at least one, and then your issues with weight of specifically gold coins are now like gone.
Yeah, it's true. Bags of holding are
Thank you, bags of
you're
holding.
good. Bags of holding do kind of break any encumbrance issue, which is why I understand why it's kind of gone because it was something that everybody went to get. So, um, gold went down a lot when Mansa Musa came to town. I don't know that. The gold box game pools of radiance or radiance actually did coinage encumbrance. It was brutal for movement. That's cool. It's also another point. Converting your currency into assets is what you should do, not just carry a bunch of loose gold around. Yep. Exactly. You invest that shit.
To modern credit card systems, because again, people figured out very quickly that it's not practical to carry around that much actual metal. And they weren't just using gold coins either. They were using silver, copper, and cheaper metals. You actually have an incredible example of this here in the United States, where we had someone in the early colonial government that's reported in the colonial records drowned to death because their pockets were weighted down with too many silver coins. They literally could not get themselves out of a river, and because of that, were literally drowned due to the amount of currency they were carrying. Weight and practicality is a huge, huge issue with gold coins, and every time I see character sheets that have like 2,000, 3,000 gold coins on their person, I think it's entirely impractical. And again, fantasy setting, we can suspend our disbelief. But it does go one step further to illustrating why I think gold is not a great currency when we're talking about role-playing games.
Yeah, again, it's literally not just gold in that case. You said silver and copper coins as well. Those exist in D&D, so they would be adding to the issue. Like, that's just in general currency and not having a weight limit, really. This video came out a few weeks ago, so 5e is definitely known at this point. So, honestly, I don't see why this isn't just a bigger argument for encumbrance being put back in for that realism's sake. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah.
And last but certainly not least, I get to talk a little bit about economics. So this is a picture, by the way, and I use this picture very deliberately. This is a picture of Mansa Musa from the Atlas of Catalan.
Oh.
Mansa Musa was historically the richest person alive.
That's literally what Timothy was talking about. Hey, there you go. It's in the video. Good job, Timothy. Wowee.
Mansa Musa would routinely make a pilgrimage from Mali, the kingdom which he ruled, to Mecca because he was a devout Muslim. Now, one of the things that he would actually do, because Mansa Musa, despite being an incredibly powerful king, was apparently very generous, and he liked to sort of like yeet gold at people. And by yeet gold, I mean give enough gold to turn, I kid you not, paupers into kings overnight. The problem with that is that the amount of gold that Mansa Musa would bring into cities actually destabilized the economies of those places. And in fact, there are accounts of ancient cities telling Mansa Musa to either not bring gold or not bother to come back because it would take years for people to get their economies back on track after Mansa Musa would show up and be like, "We ballin'," and it's great. Now,
good use of it. But
Today I learned.
yeah, no, I actually I didn't know about this. That's cool. Good job, Timothy, for knowing that in your brain already. Jeez. But like, So here's where we can go into a grander argument of the economy of D&D, right? Like that's where we can kind of go into it, and I hope he says something about how the entire economy is kind of fucked, because it seems like, at least for 5e specifically, 3.5 is also kind of fucked, but in like a weirder way, because everything is like exorbitant, but it's also like you can still get gold a lot, and it's just a lot of craziness there. But like it doesn't feel like a peasant can't get to gold very easily regardless. So I don't know. It's something that we can maybe see a broader argument, and I'm hoping for it. Here we go.
Again, fantasy settings, we could play around with it as much as you'd like. Again, there's a suspension of disbelief. But again, as somebody who is attracted to the realistic side of fantasy, or at least to the historically based side of fantasy,
Sure.
It's really hard for me to like or enjoy gold coins as a currency because there is such a huge precedent for that level of gold coins to destabilize an economy. Imagine, for example, you are living in a 13th century hut. You are a peasant in a lowly village, and a party of like 4 warlocks, God love the infernal sugar daddies, decide that they want to show up with 3,000 gold apiece. Again, you have probably never seen a gold piece in your life, and overnight, these people are essentially buying small drinks at your tavern with more than a year's worth of your wage. What does that do to the local economy? We actually have to think about that and consider it. It's one of the things that I think is very interesting and I think is very compelling. It's also one of the most compelling reasons why gold is not a great fantasy currency.
Okay. So yes and no, right? Again, we've already talked about how the economy for D&D is kind of to blame for that, really. Gold itself, at least from the level of play that all of us kind of experience when we do play, is a dollar bill. Like, it's not that much. If they were to...
If you use it as a dollar?
No, but what I'm saying is it does seem like a dollar. Like, raw, right? Because everything and, like, a lot of things are, like, a gold. Or, like, 10 gold. And that's the easiest thing in the world to come by, you know? And then... But the on the other side, you then see peasants, and they have their minimum wage, or their maximum wage is, like, 5 copper. And that just doesn't really translate very well with the fact that we have everything that's so affordable in gold, because it seems to be given so easily. Raw rules, or raw, just in general.
Wouldn't that be an issue of the DM and not the currency, though?
Yeah, well, so this is the thing. If the DM is using raw, is that necessarily their fault, or is that the fault of the system?
I would say it's a fault of the system.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think 5e sucks, and it's implement. Gold is a fine currency.
Yes.
There's probably a better one out there. I would say gems, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
But like Wizards of the Coast did kind of flub it a little bit once they introduced gold and attached numbers to items.
Yeah. It's gotten worse, I think. I think 3.5 was with it. I don't know about other editions because I can't remember. That's the thing. But at least it seems like it jumped up to being just way too abundant in scale, I guess. Well, I guess that's also true for 3.5. It's way too abundant, but also shouldn't be for most people, really. What are peasants? You know? What, like, how does that happen, I guess, is my question. How do they not get to the point of making the same amount? Yeah, they aren't going out and doing the adventures and stuff, but, like, I don't know. Selling all their stuff, I feel like they would make at least a gold, really. I mean, the way that everything is charged. Although everything isn't charged well, so I don't... Like, a meal at a tavern is like 2 silver. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
If a peasant works for 4 days, they can afford one meal.
exactly. So like, I don't know how that works. But yeah.
I like the rule of like if a lay person works for a day,
Hmm.
they can expect to earn a total of 1 silver per day.
Sure.
If a merchant or other rich person works for a day, they can expect to earn a gold per day.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's what I use to base other things. Like that's what I base all my prices off.
Makes sense. You gotta look deeper into the economy. Stuff adventurers buy is extremely expensive, but everyday items for common people don't really cost that much. And there's also a certain amount of self-sufficiency required of peasants. True, I guess, for the peasant thing, but I don't know. A meal at a tavern costing 2 silver seems exorbitant to me when the taverns are like if you have, I guess.
Well,
So
that's not every tavern though.
that's what I was gonna say, because we have the problem is that we don't have a scale really, as far as I remember. I might be wrong about that in the 5e book, because oh no, I'm wrong about that. Actually, I am 100% wrong about that. Never mind. I'm pretty sure I remember there being a scale. Hold on. Now I need to look at Player's Handbook. Because I could actually, I'm seeming to recall, at least in my memory, there was like poor, common, uh, something exquisite or something like that. There was something.
Oh, yeah, lifestyles.
Yeah, lifestyles. Yeah. So I actually think I'm entirely wrong about this. 146 is that, but before that, or is it after that? Those are the tools. They have trade goods. Oh yeah, here we go. Lifestyles and expenses on 157 of the PHB. There we go. That helps. Okay. Wretched is nothing because you're poor. Squalid is 1 silver piece.
Damn.
Poor is 2 silver pieces. Comfortable or modest is 1 gold. Comfortable is 2 gold. Wealthy is 4 gold. Aristocratic is 10 gold minimum. Oh wow, that went up way more than I thought. Okay. I thought it was way lower than that. I must be thinking of 3.5, maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know. Upkeep. I happen to be looking it up right now. For 3.5 or for 5? Because I'm going from 5 at the moment. Because it seems like 5, they made it so that I mean, back in my day, peasants didn't live like kings with a silver piece. That's insane. But yeah, that's why I see modest is 1 gold. So I'm like, oh, well, that's really easy to get to. 3.5, it's always 3.5 with me. Okay. But yeah, okay. But yeah, I agree with the self-sufficiency thing as well, for peasants at least. And other people, obviously, if they're successful, they can be a little self-sufficient. But yeah, I don't know. It's never seemed entirely right to me, I guess. Would 2 silvers be an average? Surely it's a range with taverns. Well, yeah, so with that kind of thing. Oh, here we go. Food and drink. It's literally the next page. Hold on. Yeah, we've got squalid, poor, modest, comfortable, wealthy, aristocratic. Okay, my apologies. I was thinking wrong, because this is here. Okay, we're good. Because, like, meals, squalid is 3 silver pieces per day. Okay, yeah. So it works at least a little bit there.
So 3 silver pieces per day means that a squalid meal costs 1 silver piece.
Yes.
Interesting. I will have to reevaluate my earnings of like, oh, an average person earns 1 silver per day.
Yeah. So
Yeah, wow.
that changes
5e
a lot.
yeah, 5e really is tanking gold as a commodity.
Yeah. 130 of the 3.5 DMG extravagant in 3.5 is 200 gold per month. Per month. Okay. And then for here we have aristocratic is 10 minimum, and that would be 300 per month if we want to go aristocratic. Okay. All right, it's similar. But yeah, interesting. So I guess that's why my brain says $1 kind of for a gold. Seems way easier to get.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, yeah.
So now we need to talk about the different things that you can do other than use gold in your campaigns. Now, traditionally, of course, gold is a form of currency, but most of the time it's also a form of quest reward. Now, you know that I don't talk about Dungeons & Dragons a lot on the channel, or at the very least, I don't make it the main focus of our videos.
Oh.
It's because I don't always love that it's just become the default role-playing game, but I'm going to use all of my alternate solutions through the lens of Dungeons & Dragons, because in my opinion, it's the game that actually is most guilty of using gold as its default currency. So, one of the things that you can use as a currency to reward players with are special abilities. Consider a cleric, for example, whether a good or a bad cleric. One of the things that they could learn, should they decide to do a job for an archbishop or a diocese or a parish or just a particularly, powerful individual of the clergy, is they could learn how to do a holy or an unholy wreath. This will allow them to expend a spell slot, wrap the spell around their body like a holy aura or an unholy aura, and then use it as a free action later on, only against somebody that they are adjacent to. For example, when they are able to cast multiple spells in a given turn, wade into melee combat and get a heal off on themselves or somebody adjacent to them as a free action, the possibilities are mostly endless, and that's what I particularly enjoy about this strategy. Another thing that you could do...
Yes, I'm fine with you having alternate quest rewards. It doesn't make gold worse or better.
Yeah, I would encourage. I would encourage our listeners at home to maybe take a page out of Freeren's book, the anime Freeren. There's multiple times when there are governments and they're like, "Hey, Freeren, help us out with this, and we will give you a magical grimoire."
Yeah.
So you can say, hey, dangle a spell in front of your players and be like, who wants to learn this spell? Do you want to do this quest? I don't necessarily know about a holy or unholy wreath with bonus actions or free actions or whatever.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like a first pass at a new spell.
Yeah.
So not going to encourage or discourage that, but I'm saying, hey, maybe
like a scroll,
just out whole ass spells or scrolls.
I think we have enough already in the game that we don't necessarily need to make a new spell for this. Hello,
Boo.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Good to hear from you again. In the voice, obviously.
In person, yeah.
Yes.
Also, I see that we're talking about currencies.
Yes.
Have we brought up crypto and NFTs?
We were saving that for you.
That's right.
Good. Very good. I would expect nothing less.
Of course. Yeah, so far, this is just, we're in gold as bad currency, apparently, for RPGs, which it's not. And we haven't heard anything to dissuade us, really.
With weapons as characters, or you can use...
There we go. We haven't heard anything to dissuade us just yet, and right now we're into the section that seems to be, these are alternatives to do instead of gold for rewards, which I'm always for different things. Like, we've talked about it before, but like reputation, you know, favors, allies, just anything can be a reward. It doesn't necessarily just have to be monetary value, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's just that getting paid in exposure doesn't tend to, let you buy other stuff. That's
true.
usually the problem.
It's true, but usually the terms are set beforehand, you know?
Yeah.
At least in D&D and stuff, usually, because it's just like, you don't want to just throw out well, actually, you just did this for nothing.
Yeah.
Because that don't feel good.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on gold, I guess, in general?
Well, I would like some, but not really. The only other currency that I've really dealt with in fantasy settings was in Dragonlance, where they used instead of copper, silver, and gold. I want to say they used bronze, iron, and steel.
Oh.
Yeah. And it equated to the same thing.
Yeah.
Really, I feel like my only issue issue with gold being a currency is the fact that it's kind of hard to... How do I put this? Let's say your characters go into a mine or something like that. That's part of the adventure. And it was an old gold mine, and they find, some raw gold. The value of that gold is now essentially just the value of how many coins you can get out of it, as opposed to just the actual gold being valuable. And so that kind of feels weird, at least from our perspective, where gold is valuable in any form it takes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in the real world. If you have like a gold statuette, that's worth a lot of fucking money. But if you have a gold statuette in D&D, it's essentially just how many gold coins can we get when we melt this down?
Yeah. That's an interesting thought. I actually didn't think of that.
Yeah. And so that's why I kind of like steel a little bit more, because that way it is a relatively, at least in the real world, it's very useful, but in D&D and Fantasyland, it can be less useful until it is turned into a coin, because then it doesn't have a lot of value on its own as just steel.
Right.
But once you have the nation or the empire who mints that, then it has the backing of that nation, so then it becomes valuable.
I guess
that's really my only thought.
I guess it's just like, in order to do that same kind of thing, you would need to have like a controlling body that governs how gold is valued, right? And then it would be minted by them to then create it to be that value, which
throw back to my earlier point of Spice and Wolf.
Yes.
The different gold coins have different values,
exactly,
depending upon where they originate from.
Which is an interesting concept, but it's a horrible thing for bookkeeping sometimes. Yes.
Oh yeah,
right. Like, I'm absolutely about it, but also, goddamn, I don't want to run that.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Exactly. That's the thing of a whole ass fucking subplot of Spice and Wolf, just like constantly maintaining that as a DM sounds like the biggest fucking headache.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is part of the reason why gold rests in that area of like a necessary evil. Like it's a necessary suspension of disbelief.
Yeah, and like I said, it just translates value to you inherently because of how our culture has developed ourselves.
Yeah.
So
pretty much.
It's just easy to do, and it's easy for everybody to understand.
Yeah. Now, if you are running a campaign where you're specifically doing like mercantile stuff, then you totally could.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You got to buy into it, right?
It.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. That's why I like games like Port Royale, where you have to trade different goods, and they're worth different things in different places, so you can get more money and all that stuff. Things that are inherently built up to have that be a part of it that I have already bought into, I'm good with doing that for sure. But something like D&D, I think is fine as it is, and it works as it is enough for me to not have to, question the value of gold necessarily, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll still question it, right? We've all done it, but
Yes.
it's less likely.
Mhm.
Let's see. Yeah, Pizza Funk said, dude, imagine getting paid with Bitcoin in Shadowrun. I would be so annoyed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be really fun.
It would be really funny,
and I mean,
though.
hell,
Yeah.
I mean, we made the joke of it. It's the whole thing is a joke now, but we made the joke about Payday 3 before it came out, where it's like, dude, I hope we break into a place and we're like we're literally stealing like Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And we're like breaking into hot wallets.
Yeah.
Or cold wallets, or whichever one is the one that stores more of it.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Payday 3 happened.
What a shame.
I want to return to the point.
Yes.
5 minutes ago in the conversation.
Absolutely.
Where I had completely forgotten about Payday 3.
That's fair.
Yeah, you know what? We can go back to there.
When I think about Payday, I think about Payday 2.
Yes,
and
sir.
Payday 3 doesn't even enter my mind.
Honestly,
I've rewritten its existence into just not existing.
That is fair. That is absolutely
we're
fair.
still waiting for Payday 3.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Anyway, that's a variant rule, but the point is to just let you pass a month of downtime without figuring out all your daily expenses. On the daily timescale, a good inn stay is 2 gold, and a good meal per day are 5 silver. So a day of top quality upkeep is 2.5 gold, which would be 75 gold for 30 days. With the extravagant lifestyle, though, you're also throwing your money around to show off. I think you touched on it before, but there's also a table of trade goods with their gold point value. So if you really, so if you really don't want to use gold, you can still use that to translate. Yes, I agree. Yeah, 3.5 and 5e both have it. It's been so long since we looked at the 5 one that I didn't realize that they had upped it to silvers really than coppers, which is crazy for peasants to be given a silver every day. I don't know, it just feels weird.
Fucking don't let them seize anything.
That's right.
Stay the proletariat. Stay where you belong.
Currently have our head filled up with this upkeep stuff because we've been dealing with it in our campaign lately. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. It'd be cool if in the Moon Valley they switched to rose gold since Cornell is pink. Ooh, there you go. You could make that into your new top currency. That'd be cool.
Yeah, actually, are there metals that are red?
Yeah, that's an Aiden
because
question.
I was thinking it would. Basically, it's just my classic wanting to shove Electrum into stuff. I just want to make an Electrum.
God. How have we not talked about Electrum this whole time?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I considered bringing it up earlier because I was considering telling people about the time that I forced Electrum onto my players and they hated it.
That's right.
And I mean, well, you know why? Because it's my bit.
You did. You brought it up, so good job.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if
Very
any
sad.
red metals.
Yeah. Because I was just thinking, no, rose gold. If there was a red metal that you could alloy gold into, it could just be this red Electrum.
Yes.
But everybody calls it rose gold because everybody hates Electrum.
Yes.
So there aren't any red metals that I know of. There are like metals that, when burned, give off red light. Like strontium is a favorite of mine.
Okay.
Give me a second. I believe, it's just strontium salts.
Cool. Bronze can be sort of reddish. Yeah, a little bit, but
yeah.
Yeah, copper can be sort of reddish.
Yeah, exactly. Until it is green.
Yeah.
I
wonder if alloying copper with gold would prevent that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Untrained hirelings.
I'm not a metallurgist.
Same. Untrained hirelings actually do make 1 silver per day and 3.5, and trained hirelings make 3 silver. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's general. There's another table in the DMG with more specific daily wages. Okay, neat. Man, 3.5 had a lot of stuff that you could go for. So
a lot of cool stuff.
It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Boo, no, it would not. Here is a picture of a copper gold alloy.
Oh,
Ooh, interesting. I'd like to see this.
Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh, that's pretty though.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's
cool.
a very, very lustrous alloy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let's see about more things to do instead of gold.
And that's what I particularly enjoy about this strategy. Another thing that you could do is you can reward them with weapons as characters, or you can use this as a way of making powerful allies or powerful enemies, depending on how you spend it. Now, I am actually referencing...
Yeah, give your players Excalibur. And I don't mean Excalibur like the powerful weapon. I mean like the character from Soul Eater.
Oh God!
I don't
Hell
know.
yes.
But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I guess this is just like we were saying, make allies and such, and yeah, that's another way to do it. Absolutely.
I think the problem is it's still the fact that essentially, like, you can do it that way sometimes, but eventually they're gonna need money.
Yeah, that's the other thing. But it's so this is the thing. We haven't gotten an alternative to gold. We've gotten just gold sucks. Use other things, but we haven't gotten like the replacement for gold. I guess
that's good.
I just don't know what we're expected to do instead in this person's eyes other than just anything, I guess.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, you could absolutely, like, we've already gone over it because other people in our chat have said like salt, spice, just other currencies. You've brought up the steel instead of it being gold. Like, there's so many other things that you could do. But I just want to know one thing so far, from this person specifically.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, okay, so when I ran Devils and Dice, a lot of the music that I used came from the Trails video game series.
Yeah.
And something that they do is this would have to be like a whole system, but we're just talking about alternatives.
Of course.
So what they do is there are like these little elemental rocks that you can make like little basically charms out of, and you equip it to a thing, it gives you abilities, blah blah blah.
Okay.
But they're called sepith.
Ooh.
And they're elemental sepith. So they're like little crystal shards, basically, and you can get them by killing enemies and stuff.
Yeah.
And you can also mine for them.
Ooh.
And there's like fire, water, earth, wind, light, and dark, and time and space too as well.
Oh.
And in the games, you have the option of selling any one of these kinds of sepith, but different areas pay more for different sepith.
Okay.
So you could go to, like, let's say you're going to, a volcano area, and enemies will drop like 10 fire sepith a piece, and maybe like one of some of the other ones. But if you go to the area that is like, it's like a forge town or something like that, they'll pay a lot for fire sepith.
Sure.
Because, it helps to fuel their forges, but they don't really need too much in the way of earth sepith.
Gotcha.
So you can save up your sepith to create stuff with it, or you could sell it. There's an additional thing that got added later on, which was just called sepith mass, which is just like a cluster of it's just a cluster. It's useless to you, and you can just sell it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So you can have this monetary system, but it's also part of your crafting system.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to make a sword or something, you would need like fire sepith, earth sepith, and maybe like, one for an element or something like that. Maybe additional fire if you want fire damage.
Right.
So you could have a system that it's a lot more fluid in terms of what you want to use it for.
Yeah, I like that.
So,
idea.
I actually really like that system a lot.
Yeah, it sounds
and I only
neat.
just now remembered it.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Table 401 prices for hireling services, DMG, page 105. Thank you, Shin. Appreciate the citation.
You are like buzzing a lot in the background when you're.
Sorry, yeah, I'm heating water.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Well, it is boiling.
Yeah. Well, it's not boiling yet, but it's loud.
Yes, it sounds loud.
What is it? And seeing the Moon Valley is in the top 5 most valued countries, rose gold coins would probably be closer to platinum in terms of value, now that I think about it. There you go. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I always like the idea that in a Skyland setting where ground couldn't be mined for resources, metallic dragon scales made up currency. Ooh. Yeah.
Or at the very least, they were insanely valuable because, you know, it's not every day you get a metallic dragon scale.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that you could use as an alternative. Aiden, you also said gems. Gems are great.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I love the idea of gems. Gems are already there in D&D anyway, but like having them be the main currency of like this is the most valuable thing. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Gems are also fantastic because it instead of your currency being a solid number on your character sheet,
Yeah,
it's like, oh, how can I haggle this much, or how can I haggle this gem that's worth 1,000 gold according to the DM? Can I get 1,500 for it if I haggle the right way?
Yeah, you could absolutely use it instead. Yeah,
it opens up a lot of roleplay.
Yeah, actually,
Yes.
yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
One that I just remembered is it's from a game that Seth reviewed. So of course, and Seth Zintak.
Yeah.
That Seth. Caves of Quud or Caves of Kud or however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Where their currency is water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
currency is water in the Foreverwinter too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you could have water. You could essentially have a necessary component of being alive.
Yes.
Be your currency.
Yes. Absolutely.
And one of the things that adds in is, like Aiden was saying, with the role play of gemstones and haggling and stuff. In Caves of Quud, you can give water to people.
Yeah.
And that, like, sharing water freely is a massive boon to your reputation.
Yeah.
And then if you share water with somebody and then betray them after the fact, that is a massive no-no.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
So it's this kind of thing where, you have these multiple factions, and if you give one water, faction A does not like faction B. If you give faction B water, faction A will be like, fuck him, he gave them water.
Right.
But if you give anybody water and then betray them, all factions don't dislike that.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can have that really interesting kind of roleplay aspect out of, potentially, like, do you want to give this person your water to really boost your reputation because you might need to fuck them over later, and then no one is okay with that.
Yeah. And another example now that I'm thinking about it, Metro. Your ammo is also something that you can spend as well as is your currency. So, like, you can spend it via shooting, or you can spend it via actually buying stuff. It's another whole, like, resource because it's important to have those bullets that do good damage to things. Fucking hell.
Having a currency also be a resource of some type really feels like it's the way to go.
Yeah,
if you want to have an interesting currency.
It does. It makes it so that you have so many more choices to make.
Yes.
We were talking to Peter last week, and giving players that decision tree is what he was talking about. Of like, if you were to do this, well, maybe you could do this or this in case of it. Like, it gives that more depth to your games and stuff, right? So, like, with the water example, it's literally, I am dying of thirst, maybe, but also I need this to buy food later, maybe, Like, it's like, this person is dying of thirst, but also I need to buy food. Yeah, it's just, it makes that depth there, right? That is at least interesting to us.
Oh, yes. It's very good. By the way, I remember you were asking for questions for him. Did you already ask those questions?
I did. But I can see about adding it in with an edit, and I'll let him know.
Yeah, I've got another one that I came up with one.
Yeah, if you want to just send it to me, and I'll put it in the thing after the show.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Cool.
Okay.
In the video game Starflight, the fuel for your ship was the currency. I think it was called iridium. Nice. There you go.
Ah.
Traitor to guests, second deepest level of hell, according to Dante. That's right.
Mhm.
All right.
A particular book. It is the Legacy Weapons book from 3.5, the best manual, I think, or at least one of the best manuals in Dungeons & Dragons history, which basically laid out rules for weapons that leveled up like characters do. These weapons are both A, tied to their wielder, B, essentially sacred, and C, worth way, way more than their weight in gold.
I actually didn't even know about this book. That's actually really cool. For 3.5, fuck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
This means that these types of weapons could be rewarded not just as some form of currency for the regular folk.
Yeah.
I'm really looking at this screen right here, and like, dude, white text, black outline.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yep. This is why you put a
God, yeah.
This is why you put a an outline, over any text that you want. Doesn't matter where it is. You want to put that so it distinguishes it from anything.
Yes.
That's what I've learned by making our shitty thumbnails that I do.
Mhm.
It's just it makes them stand out. Also adding shadows, sometimes,
Yes.
you know.
Shadows and outlines. Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's good stuff. But
Yep.
it's blending into the hilt. I don't like
Yes.
it. Or the guard, excuse me, the guard.
Yep.
But as currency for powerful individuals like kings, demigods, or archmages. Now, again, I'm going to give you an example of how we could do this. So, for example, what if you gave a player a sword that, of course, manages to, detect if someone is lying, grants them an immediate reaction when they're faced with danger, or force their enemies to flee? Having a weapon that can use those abilities on its turn, the same way a player would be able to use their abilities, is a very potentially powerful boon. And again, it makes both quest rewards way more interesting. I would much rather get a weapon like this, but also it makes the idea of currency much better. Imagine being so powerful that you no longer trade in something as mundane as actual money or cash, and you wind up trading in things like these weapons. But my favorite...
Okay.
Imagine not trading in something like currency, like money. You mean like dosh or dough or moolah?
Bucks. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's funny
I get you. Also, if it's only technically currency if the value is set by law. It's a commodity if the value is based on the material. You're actually bartering. You're still using a trade goods. If you're actually bartering. Gotcha. So that sword he's talking about right now isn't currency, it's a trade item. Gotcha. Yeah. But either way, yeah, it's so again, magic weapons, magic anything as the reward. Yeah, that's also really good. Sure.
Problem is I still can't buy food with that.
Yeah, like sure, you could potentially. It's just why would I trade that for food, right? Like,
Yo, I got the oh, God, I'm so fucking hungry. Yo, bro, give me your fucking sandwich. I'll give you this legendary spear.
Like, and I like the idea behind it of like you're so powerful and wealthy that you don't need to give money anymore. But like at the same time, what does that do to the economy? It's the opposite. It's the opposite thing of the African king that he mentioned before, of who would go into the towns and spread his money just willy-nilly. It's like, yeah, that sucks for the economy, but also if you have no money, that sucks too.
Yeah.
So, but
also, I don't know if he was African. I want to say he was Nigerian, and he communicated through emails.
That's right. Yes.
And he wasn't a king; he was a prince.
Right. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes.
I had to keep going a little bit so you got that one.
I gotcha. Yeah. No. But yeah. So, legitimately, I am cool with it, but I just want to know what his replacement for gold is, rather than his alternatives to a reward is. Because there's a difference here.
And it just feels weird because it's like, oh, we should do all this other stuff, but you're forgetting the necessity of just a simple currency.
Yeah.
because food just costs money.
Yeah.
Lodging just costs money.
And
like we need something different.
I'm like I'm at least buying into this in assuming that he's not getting rid of copper and silver, right? Like that's still there. What is the rare commodity that you want to have be replacing gold? That is something that works for all of your things that you had before, which is the control, the non-religious cultural significance of it, the non-generic form, the whatever the first three things were that were a little subjective, really. Except for the one thing of gold, I guess which wasn't inherent to gold. It's just inherent to value of the thing with whatever you're paying for, being not necessarily equivalent. Excuse me.
Yes, equivalent.
But like legitimately, I'm just like, I just want to know. I need something.
Favorite type of currency is
simply favors.
Favors. Now, one of my favorite sci-fi properties was actually a Flash game that talked all about using favors as a form of currency, and it wasn't my favorite game because I liked the gameplay. I didn't, but I loved the world building and the story. So,
I mean, to be fair, I've seen the favors used as a currency in something. I do remember this. Like, you had one favor, you can cash it in for this faction and get resources and stuff. Like, that's been a thing. Yeah. But it's not. Yes, it's
You're
cool.
still not answering the question that we have.
I need,
which is like the immediate, obvious question.
The problem is the currency is people.
Oh my god.
The problem is that before you start doing all of these other alternatives, I need to know your main alternative, like the main thing, or your main replacement. The alternatives are fine. I am down for everything, but I don't care about them until you've given me the replacement. Because you can't, like, I understand, yes, we can just say, hey, it's not great. Okay, sure. But if we don't give any alternatives, what are we doing here?
Yes.
Or, sorry, not any replacements.
Yes.
I need to be specific.
Alternatives are fine. Replacements are what we need.
Yes. Imagine being so powerful that you have to barter. That's the opposite of how it works. Yes.
Yeah, that's actually hilarious. But it does, yeah.
Maybe the Rainbow Dragon Sword Cornell wants to make can do its own stuff like that. Yeah, that would, make it a magic weapon that kind of can do its own things. Yeah, for sure. In the currencies people in the 40k setting, yes. True.
I think are another great form of currency, and there's some basis for this in real historical fact. It wouldn't have been uncommon, for example, to have people in your village or your town give out their skills and time as a form of currency, which, to be frank, is kind of what we still do here in the modern era anyway. Most of us have an hourly wage, or at the very least, if we don't have an hourly wage, we have a salaried one that is in conjunction with our skills, and favors work a little bit like that.
Wait. No. Wait, you've missed the... We get paid...
you've missed the point.
We get paid the money for our service so that we can then afford to buy the food and lodging that we need.
Yeah, like,
it's not just
we are not getting favors from our employers.
I'm not getting a house because of my employer, necessarily. Some people might. It's not me.
Yeah.
God, that would make everything so much easier, but I doubt that's gonna happen.
My God. That would be pretty sweet, actually.
Right?
So, for example, a favor from people who are adept at traveling the wastes or the wilds might be revealing a hidden location full of treasure, or giving the party the ability to locate someone that they are attempting to find.
I don't like that. Reveal a location in the wastes that's full of treasure.
Why would they do
that? Gifting your party gold.
Yep.
Except you've given them gold and a chore.
Yep.
That's a very good... Yeah, like, that was why I started snickering there, because I'm like, hey, is that treasure full of gold?
Yeah.
Is it full of money?
True.
Oh god, I think gold is an awful currency in my game. So what I do is I have all of my players walk to the gold before they can spend it.
Yeah. Christ.
True. I didn't even think of that. Jeez.
It all
Oh,
comes back to it.
It's true. This is the
It's
thing.
kind of inescapable.
You're right, and that's why I said before you put any of these alternatives out, you need to give me the replacement. You just do, because otherwise I'm looking at treasure and going, "What do you mean?
Yeah, this is money.
What are you talking about?"
Well, I mean, with this much, I could afford to get people to owe me favors.
Just a location full of treasure. What do you mean by that? Oh, it's so good.
Like I can see where his heart is at.
Me too.
But this is kind of inescapable.
Yes, absolutely. It's
basically all of human civilization has been based on some form of trading.
Yeah.
And so eventually, when money became a thing, it kind of stopped because money is. If I give you a goat for a thing, fine. But unless you want to eat that goat, you're still going to go hungry.
Yeah.
You need to get something to get food. You need currency.
Yeah, it needs to be something that is, and also fairness is a thing as well. The set by law, as Shin put it before, the currency is set by law as to the value that it has, so that we can all agree that I can give you $1 and you can give me a Big Mac. But you won't do that because the Big Mac costs actually $6 or $7. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Don't get McDonald's.
Yeah, no, it's so expensive now.
But like legitimately it's there so that we can have this fairness there at least. And like it can feel like it's not fair, but we've all at least gotten to the point of we can all agree that this is what it does cost, right? That's why that way I'm not giving you a sick goat for your sword. You know, like like that's not fair at all.
Are you looking my gift goat in the mouth?
That's right. Exactly.
I'm offended.
Giving time and labor directly for goods and services is still barter. Favors aren't currency. That's a barter system. I'm going to tear my hair out. I'm sorry, Shin. I'm sorry.
No, like,
I get you.
It's fair.
Again,
like, that's what it is.
This is the thing, right? These are all, as we've said, as I've been meaning to stress, alternatives to the reward of currency. But we still haven't gotten the replacement.
Yes. Because, like, let's go for one that everybody can understand. Let's go for a barter system. Sure. And hell, we'll even go for things like, trade goods, like back in fucking pirate times.
Yeah.
You'd have places, you'd have towns or whatever that needed, I don't know, oranges and citrus and fruit.
Yeah.
And then you had others that needed, like good wood for shipbuilding. You come in and you trade that stuff and you're still getting money at some point during that thing because one plank is not worth one orange.
No.
Eventually, you're going to have to split the difference and effectively give people change.
Yeah.
And that's going to be money. And when you give them planks in this new place, you're not going to be able to just trade. I mean, I guess you could, but you're going to need money at some point for some things.
Yes.
It smooths the gears of civilization.
Yes.
So there has to be a currency.
Yes. And again, I have to stress that I believe that he still thinks that silver and copper are fine as they are, but I just need to know what the highest tier of currency is. Or are we just getting rid of it in general? Are we just going to have copper and silver? Which I could say, okay, that's fine. It's just you're still going to have your problems that you had before about weight, about control, about just so like the value that you might have for certain things. Like it doesn't eliminate any of the problems necessarily by getting rid of gold that you have for your believability. And again, for your believability and such, it is a very subjective thing. Gold is not terrible because of it in any way, really.
Yeah.
Like it just isn't.
It's gonna wind up being like the game Outward, because in Outward, there was one currency. It was just silver.
Yes.
But the problem was, that's one of the games where your currency weighs stuff.
Yeah.
And until you turn that silver into bars, that shit got fucking heavy.
That is true. Yeah.
And
I am fine with using encumbrance. I said this before, but at some points I don't care enough to use it. It's fine if it's not used, right? If that's like one of the main points as to why having a shit ton of gold is bad, well, that's a completely different issue.
Yeah.
Right? It's not the gold's fault. It's not the gold's fault that it's so heavy.
It's true. I mean, hell, you know what would actually be pretty damn interesting? It'd be really interesting if there was this... Well, I don't know how interesting it would be, but I think it would be kind of interesting. Sure. Imagine there is, D&D where, you're using only gold.
Yeah, sure.
Gold's your one currency, but because it is so heavy in its natural states, when the gold is minted into coins, the weight is like magically reduced or eliminated.
Sure.
And that can be a way to be like, hey, is this gold coin fake? How heavy is it?
Interesting.
This is a heavy coin. This is not a legal coin. I'm not taking this. Fuck off.
You get some fool's gold stuff in there too. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting.
Yeah, and then hell, you could have like this magic system in place where it's like, oh, you go ahead and put your coin into the thing, and it'll like detect the enchantment. It's like an enchantment that's only known to very specific like court mages or something like that.
Sure.
And that would prevent counterfeiting.
Yeah. Why not?
So that way you could have like this super heavy ass fucking currency, like in the real world, be super light, and you wouldn't need to do that. It would just take up space.
Yeah, and then you can have your adventures of going after counterfeiters, so mages who are trying to learn how to do that spell properly, and some are getting away with it, but the signature is different, so they're finding those little bits of the magic that isn't exactly right, and ooh.
Yep, it's coded very specifically.
Yeah.
You're welcome. There's one for you.
There you go.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thought that could have been interesting.
No, yeah, it's cool. Let's see. The Rainbow Dragon Sword would most definitely have a mind of its own, or minds, since it's forged with souls of great worm dragons bound to the user's will. Yeah. There you go. They can have all of like different influences, and it might be interesting to have Cornell kind of go through a little bit of a trying to dominate them while they're trying to dominate his mind. Like it's a battle always. It would be interesting. Then
if it's like a lot of different colors of dragons, you're going to want to be very careful about that, especially if there's reds or blacks or greens in there.
For sure.
That would be very cool, though.
It would be cool
to have this sword that's like extremely malignant.
Yeah. The treasure is just a guy with a lot of air quotes favors.
Oh my
god. Yeah. Maybe
we go out into the wilderness. To where you hear that there's like a stockpile of treasure. When you get there, there's only one crumpled up note. Confused, you lean over and pick it up off the ground, and it says, "The friends you made along the way."
Oh! Yo! And then everybody at your table proceeds to beat you up.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, that's
very good.
That's funny. Maybe we could use mana credits. No weight at all. Mana credits are terrible for the environment. Yeah. This hasn't really been why gold is bad, and has more so been why currency is boring, and how people should live in a commune, which each their own. Yeah, I don't know, but like it is
honestly,
it's literally just it. There's nothing that we've gotten as a replacement. Excuse me. That's just. I've said it many a time. I hope that's just what sticks to you, is that there's no replacements here. It's just alternatives.
This is, even though the video has been bad, this has been very fun to just talk about different currency systems.
Yeah, it's definitely promoted the discussion, because I'm thinking about all of these different kinds of things that could be very cool to use as alternatives. It's neat. as well as just individual replacements that we have. I actually do want to say, and that I do especially like gems. Gems, like, they are not seen very much at all anymore, at least in my viewing of D&D and RPGs, TTRPGs, and having it be something that is dominant would be super cool.
Yes. That's another reason why I really like Sepith, because they're essentially gems, but they're magic.
Yeah, no, I absolutely enjoy the idea of, like, elemental gems.
Especially because you can also use them for crafting.
Yeah, adding another element to it for sure like that is neat. Because then it's just like, oh yeah, this is valuable, but also, like, you could make it into a thing.
Now, you know the other thing, I think one thing we actually haven't touched on, and this is where I can actually go back to Sepith again, because I actually just had this idea pop in. You can have currency for spending, you can have currency for crafting, but you can also have currency for world interaction.
Okay.
Let's say that we're going to use Sepith again. Let's say that your world has, forms of technology. Maybe it's like lost technology and shit. You go in ruins. It's like dwarven ruins or whatever. Who fucking cares? And there are lots of old machines in there. Well, they run off of elemental energy.
Yeah.
Or magic or whatever.
Yeah.
And, well, Sepith is crystallized like magic energy of different elements. So you shove some Sepith into a thing, and then all of a sudden, this old forge revs right back up.
Yeah.
And then you have, like, that scene from The Mummy or, like, Uncharted where, the fire, like, traces along channels filled with oil and the whole room sets alight. Not on fire, but you know what I mean.
Right, yeah.
Maybe there's, like, a flooded dungeon, and again, there's some tech in there, and then there's a pump there. Maybe you need, like, wind or, like, lightning, Sepith, to power it up, and it pumps out all the water.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get a lot of cool
really
little puzzles and stuff, yeah.
Yes. It is kind of funny, though, because it's like, oh, man, there's this puzzle. Great, we gotta buy our way through the puzzle.
Well, you could, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just a funny way to think of it.
Yeah. But yeah, alright, let's keep going here.
Yes. Find or seek after this person has disappeared. A powerful warrior, for example, might be able to assist in actual combat, or maybe give them some additional training. I like this particular rule. I usually like to print off a higher level character sheet, give it to the person who I think is going to have the most fun with it, and then watch them giggle and cackle gleefully as your plus 15 Sword of Sundering does exactly what its namesake says it would usually do.
Sure.
And last but certainly not least, imagine training in a useful ability. For example, a thief that could maybe help make your proficiency in lockpicking much better, maybe granting you temporary advantage once per day, or a flat bonus on lockpick checks, or perhaps a priest that gives you one additional use of your healing spell per day, something along those lines. Having someone who is powerful, capable, and talented offer to train you rather than do something as mundane as gold is, again, a far more interesting concept. It also makes the players much more invested in the relationships that they build, and it has some basis in actual fact, which is why I enjoy it quite as much as I do. And with that, folks, that brings us to the end of our video today. Thank you to the fans that requested that I remake this one. I really wanted to do this.
So here's the thing, right? Here's what he started this thing before. You guys weren't here for it. He said the original video that he made got claimed for free copyright-free music that he used, which is unfortunate, right?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And yeah, absolute bullshit. And I'm glad that he was able to remake it with more points that he seemed to not have in the previous video. I was excited in the beginning. I was a fool. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, again, it is a video for sure. There's nothing necessarily wrong with how you feel about gold, right? There's nothing wrong with using these alternates as rewards for a thing that could give gold. Like, but you have not convinced us, at least, that gold is terrible as an RPG currency with any of your points, because for all of the alternatives, that takes nothing into account in the sense of, well, why not also have gold, like in the same existence as this also happening, right? Like it doesn't do anything to take it away. And then again, with all of his previous points that were supposedly more actual arguments against using gold, he gave us reasons why gold was used, which then I said, just make it so your world works like that, then I guess. The cultural significance for our world, which I then said, no, that has no relevance necessarily unless you really want to make the culture of your D&D world the same as the real world. And then the things beforehand, which were, feels generic. That's very subjective. I don't care if it's generic or not. That doesn't mean it's bad. Analysis paralysis, which is honestly only due to the value of items rather than gold itself. Or perceived value of items as well. And then the third being the actual value of something that you buy with gold might not be the equivalent to the amount that you've paid for it, which I'm like, yes, that is true for any currency. Potentially the thing that you get when you pay for it is not necessarily going to value, or at least you might not find it as valuable as the amount that you paid for it. Not gold's fault. But I do understand, because gold is the big thing that you get with all of your upgrades and stuff in 3.5, as he used specifically, which that's a lot of money for a +1. I get that. I do get that. That does feel a little weird on occasion, but for all the other stuff, I'm okay with it, really. You know, there are certain instances where, yes, absolutely that is the case. There are certain instances where, yes, absolutely, or no, absolutely that is not the case, at least to me. But that doesn't necessarily mean that if I replace gold with shillings, favors, like anything like that, I don't know, like what is going to happen, you know? Nothing really.
Favors.
That's right. So like, I don't want to fault him for remaking the video, because like I said, I'm fine with somebody remaking something if they have more to say on the topic, or they want to just update the video so that it's more relevant now for a current audience. That's good. I like that. Please do that more, people, because you have some old opinions that you might not hold anymore, right?
Guy.
Yes, which he has been to a degree.
That's good.
You know?
Yeah.
So like, I'm like, yeah, good. Yes, this is good, because then you can make it so that you can point to that and say, well, I actually have this now, which is like, yeah, great. Okay. But I don't see the added value here, because I don't know what you did before, but I can't assume that it was much more or less valuable than this.
Yeah.
Really, in the current conversation.
Like, I remain unconvinced that gold is terrible as an RPG currency.
Yeah.
I do believe it is flawed, as most currencies would tend to be. I also have not seen an alternative presented for me to consider using, aside from, you know, what I came up with.
Yeah.
So like, certainly a video.
Yes. And if the intent was to get us to not use gold, I would say that it really only succeeded in essentially changing the name of gold. In a game we may run.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's about all you achieved. Which, I mean, hey.
That's something.
That's something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got me to think about Sepith again, and how I actually really like that system.
True.
And next time I run D&D,
Like,
I might actually implement a system like
yeah,
that.
It absolutely promoted the discussion, for sure. And I like that. But again, it is definitely a video on the internet that I have watched, you know? I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. I wouldn't rewatch it. It's just there.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's let it finish out. Hold on, because there might be something in the last minute. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, you should use Platinum. Bye.
That would be so funny.
Yeah, that'd be great.
ideas you'd like to see me remake, please let me know. Again, if you feel like we have deserved it, a like, a share, a comment, a subscribe goes quite a long way to helping this channel continue to grow. And if you want to help us keep the lights on, you can get our games over at itch.io or at World of Game Design, Indie Press Revolution, or Exalted Funeral. Put the links to those in the description below. Last but certainly not least, we have a Discord. I would really appreciate if you come join us there, talk to us about games and other fun stuff. Cool. I'm Kyle Ott for Discs and Dorks. You've been absolutely amazing, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.
All right.
Okay.
There you go. That's Desks and Dorks. I think Kyle is what he said.
I think so.
Nice.
So while this video has been going, I've been looking at cool 40K artwork, and I stumbled across a really good Night Lords photo and a sick-ass Carcharodon mini conversion.
Ooh.
Check these out. Wait,
I would love to see them.
Whoa.
Let me see.
There we go.
Ooh.
I'm defending the drill dozer right now, so I'll have to do it once I'm
Yeah. That's
I'm almost done,
sick. And this? That's also fucking sick.
You think you're ever gonna do like Space Marines army? Or like even just a little force?
I have no desire to play the game.
Well, I mean, what about just like getting them to paint them?
I'm not an artistic person.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Absolutely fair. But yeah, those
Not
are
with
sick.
that attitude.
Those are sick.
Like, not gonna lie. Okay, so
No, you're fine.
So here's the thing. I say that, but literally last night I was tossing around the idea to myself of I really like the Carcharodons.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, you know, I have a custom chapter of the Carcharodons that exists only in my mind called the Ghost Sharks. Because I think ghosts are pretty cool.
Yes.
I have a really soft spot for like green spectral ghosts.
Hell yeah.
And I was looking at Age of Sigmar
Yeah.
from the Vampire Coast, and I was like, "Oh, they have a few sharks. What if I made a chapter of Carcharodons that fell to chaos, and they use like ghosts? Yeah. That would be pretty cool, but like it wouldn't be legal. And even if it were legal, I don't really have any desire to play the game.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And also I don't really have any space to display minis, so like meh.
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely fair.
Yep.
But
we'll get him one day. Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Let me see. Video is kind of meh. Yeah, I mean overall.
Oh fuck! I just realized. So Alejo, I don't know if the Watch Together has defaulted back to the title or not.
It has.
Cool. Yeah. What do we see around Gold Sucks?
Oh, the actual. Oh, he put the outline.
An outline.
Oh
my god! Yeah. What the fuck?
What the hell?
So he knows about outlines.
Well, come on.
Also, I love the way the cat. Honestly, it looks like a Khajiit. It looks like a Khajiit from Elder Scrolls, but I love the way the cat looks. It just looks like that meme of the guy just cry laughing with his
a little
arm
bit.
on the table.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, Woody Harrelson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see. To be fair, it is more historically accurate to have pre-modern societies barter more, but he still never convinced me that gold is bad. And the only arguments he had against gold could apply to any currency, but the root of his problem is that he doesn't know what bartering and currency are. Thank you, Shin. Yes. A video of time, not all time, just time.
Oh, Jesus.
Yikes.
I didn't realize that could get worse.
Yeah.
I've never heard that one.
Yikes. Use platinum, gain Bahamut's favor. True. Use orcs, gain my favor. Alright, well, let's move on to the second video for tonight, everybody. It is called Why You Should Love OSR More Than D&D, which is interesting. because
Well, I mean, hey, at the moment, I love a lot of things more than OSR. So I mean, more than D&D.
yeah,
So
like I was saying before, I don't love D&D. It's fine. Like I like it, you know. What I love, I guess in general, it's evolved into what I love is TTRPGs in general,
Yes.
right? Like that's the hobby itself is something that I very much love. It's become a big part, as the show has shown. It's become a big part of my life. But also it does mean a lot to me in the sense of what we can do with it, right? But like I don't know, OSR stuff is cool. D&D stuff is cool. I don't consider one above the other, really.
yeah, there doesn't actually need to be a competition anymore.
Yeah.
You're free to like what you like.
Yeah.
OSR is for me a flavor of D&D.
Exactly. Are we about to learn to stop worrying and love the bomb? Maybe. Yes. But anyway, this is brought to us by Shameful Roleplay. Interesting. But we'll see if this is
They play Fatal. They play Fatal, and they also play Trail of Cthulhu. Wait, no, is it Trail?
No,
of Cthulhu?
Trail of Cthulhu is the gumshoe one.
That's the good one. What's the other one?
The Fate.
Fate of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Yes, fuck that.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go.
Hello and welcome. I just wanted to say to try and be aware of your biases whilst you watch this video.
Okay.
For example, look at the room at the moment that you're in. Count how many brown things there are in it.
How many brown things?
Close your eyes.
Oh, brand?
No, brown or brand?
I couldn't tell if he said brown or brand.
Either way, I can. Yeah. Okay.
One brand, two brown.
Yes.
One
brand to brown them all.
My light is red right now. Everything looks red.
Yeah. I got. Oh, okay. You know what? My wallet is brown.
Okay. Yeah.
One of my shelves that I hold shit on is brown.
My desk is brown, I guess.
And my magical musketeer mastermind Satan has a brown, like, border.
That's right. That's right. Hey, Colbite, how's it going? Yeah. Okay. And now I'm closing my eyes. Well, I'm not going to do that. I need to watch your video. So, okay.
Yeah.
How many blue things could you see? Well, you were probably looking for all the brown things, so you weren't looking at the blue things.
Yeah.
Now, why do I say this?
Yeah.
Because we often only see...
Oh, come on. Use the outline. You can use the outline as well. I believe in you. Make it so that I can see the text.
What we are actively looking for, to be honest. And that can be the case for our thoughts on anything in life. We often reinforce our views by only looking for the things that we are aiming at. And that can be an impediment to us or impediment because it can really get in the way of looking at the whole picture. And I think that's an important place to be when we look at other styles of games, be that OSR.
A cognitive distortion known as mental filtering. Okay. Like, I get bias. Yes, it's important to understand and acknowledge your biases. Yes, I agree.
Yes.
And D&D.
Can we get to
they
the point,
all have
please?
different aspects. A 6 is a 9, depending on what way you're looking at it. And with that in mind, please enjoy my biased video.
Okay. All right. Yes. Leading up to that, that's fine. We're good.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's pretty good.
That's fine. That's a minute of you telling me that you're biased. I'm totally okay with that.
Hello and welcome back to another video. This week, because my previous video, if you're not watching these, well, you're watching them out of order, was about why people dislike the OSR, why they hate the OSR.
Oh.
Even. Well, I want to talk to you about why you should actually love the OSR and why actually it's a really good thing.
Sure.
Now, let's start off from modern day perspective for role playing. How big are podcasts like Critical Role or Hello High Rollers, things like that?
Or
really
tabletop
big.
discussion and discourse. Not very big.
Not very big. No.
Not
very big.
Not very big.
No.
It's so tiny.
Very small. Small podcast. Yes.
Shit.
Too many brown things that collect Magic the Gathering. Yeah. Lot
Rip.
of cards.
Rip.
Yeah. Anyway.
I hope
do
you
they
didn't
have-
lose too much money on those jeweled lotuses.
Mm.
in them. They have huge amounts of role play. They have people doing voices if they want to do voices. They've got interaction with the scenery and the other characters.
Sure.
They've got people basically acting. Really, these are actors. A lot of them are qualified actors and voiceover actors. And these are people that are acting, and they're acting out the scenes, and they're acting out what they're doing, and they're using the 5th edition engine for it. But the popularity with them is, compared to a lot of tables, they are acting it all out, and they're popular for a reason because of that. Because it's being acted out, it makes the game look cool, makes it look brilliant. But that is what the OSR is. Everybody will conflate OSR with it's just dungeon crawling. It's just dungeon crawling, that's all you do, and then it's very deadly and you might die. Well, it is. Yeah, I won't lie to you. It is. Well, it's not just dungeon crawling, but it is very deadly. But what it also is an opportunity to role play what you do far more than, for example, in 5th edition. So,
Ooh, okay, that's an interesting claim. I like that.
Okay.
Just in general, having at least somebody saying, well, actually, though, it's not just that. To be fair, I agree that there is a lot of people, there are a lot of people that talk about OSR as just the dungeon crawl experience. And to be fair to ourselves, I would imagine that we don't believe that that is all that it is. Right?
Yeah. I don't know if I ever actually thought that.
Right? People say it all the time, but I feel like since it's old school rules, and which means it's not current D&D, it's like the old, like AD&D and before, right?
Yes.
Which automatically, at least to me, says, oh, there's role-playing that. Because it's D&D. You know?
Yeah.
But to say that it's more than current D&D is interesting.
Yes, that is a take.
So we'll see what we have.
We'll have to dissect.
Indeed. What is the evidence?
let's give you an example.
Please.
Say, for example, in 5th edition, I am checking a room for traps. Not even checking a room. I am checking there's a door that I want to see if there's a trap on it, because I suspect there's a trap on that door. What would be the go-to? I'd like to check that door for traps.
Burn it down.
And then you might even describe...
Burn it down, exactly, yes. It's the only way.
Fuck your trap, it's burned down.
Thought it was old school Renaissance? Oh, it might be. Either way, it makes me think it's the old school rules. Old school revival? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to look the door up and down. I'm looking at the keyhole. I'm going to place a stick in the keyhole to see if a dart comes out while standing to the side. Something like that. What's going to happen? Roll for perception. Or...
No. Wait a minute. That is not necessarily what's going to happen, because you're already making your bias assumption that everybody always calls for a roll when it's something that is not necessarily a roll. Right? Because you don't need to roll for everything. It's fun to roll for a lot of things, and that's why we do roll and have other people roll dice a lot. We like to do that, but you don't necessarily need to for something like you're suggesting. If it makes logical sense, a lot of the time, at least for most of us, we're going to say, oh, yeah, okay, you can do that. And if it does trigger the thing, it'll trigger the thing.
Because it's clear that you are placing yourself in the world and you're really thinking about what you're doing and you are role-playing.
Yes.
If it's something that still requires you to, let's see, if it is something that can still fail, then we'll probably have you roll. But since you are choosing to physically manipulate the thing that would cause, you are choosing to spring this trap in a safe manner. There's no reason why that wouldn't happen in this scenario.
Now,
so there's no need to roll for it.
I will say potentially you could ask for a dexterity check or a depending on the edition, a sleight of hand check or something to make it so that it's more of a precise thing if you want to add that risk of potentially setting off the trap in a bad way or something. You could ask for that, but I wouldn't go for necessarily a skill check like perception.
Yeah.
Because in that way, if we're talking about just purely looking for a trap instead of actually manipulating a trap, then I would go, oh yeah, perception to see if you can find it. But
yes,
if
that makes sense.
If it's manipulation, it really depends on what type of trap it is. Because if it's something like, oh, it's hard to maneuver the stick in such a way to actually hit the trap, you know, then I would go, okay, yeah, try your dexterity to see if you can catch the trap with it to set it off. But and if you have a more refined tool, say a lockpick or something that is less of a, it is made to be more nimble in that way, then it would probably be a lower DC if you wanted to do that way with dexterity or something, right? If you needed to roll for it. So not to immedially, well, hold on, I'm gonna let you finish, but but like legitimately,
that was kind of necessary.
You're making that assumption very clear. And again, I get that you have your bias, but at the same time, maybe you should do what you said and say, you know, take a second and understand that you do have your biases and that this is not necessarily what would help your argument whatsoever.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand or a thieves' tool, something like that.
There you go.
You think, fair enough. However, what if the actual trap mechanism is that if something is stuck in the keyhole, there's a little dart that comes out and stabs you? Well, in OSR, you do get thieves who get to roll for traps, and that is an advantage that thieves get because they're skill monkeys. They're one of the only skill monkeys in the game, and they have skills for all sorts of things. But in general in OSR, you don't just get, I want to find a secret door. You shouldn't. What you would get is, I have done this action. I have undertaken this action. I have put a stick, small stick, something that, or a pinhole, cubby pin, something, whatever you've got. And the game master, the dungeon master, might say, yep, a trap comes flying out. You haven't had to roll because you've undertaken the action that you needed to get the effect of the trap you have said. Whereas a lot...
Just see previous point.
Yes.
Of the time in newer editions of D&D, it's automatic. You've described the thing that you want to do, and it would have the mechanical effect in real life, but still you've got to make an arbitrary dice roll to see if you've managed to do this in real life, even though you've described that I'm doing it. Well, in OSR you don't. But even if you don't think to do that, the thief has the ability to check for traps in general if you want them to. But even then, with the thief in OSR, you try to be more specific what you're checking for traps. And in OSR, for example...
Well, yeah, I mean, even in 5th edition, I would want you to be more specific. Because if you just say, I check for traps, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're looking for... But how?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Right? Like,
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, if you tell me that you want to check for traps, I will then ask the follow-up question of, how are you doing that? Because otherwise, I don't know where you're going or what you're doing in the room. Because... it's essential to know that because potentially the trap is like against the wall and you didn't even know, you know, like, and you went over to the wall to like just check the wall itself. And you didn't look at the floor or something. Like, I don't know, like, who knows what you're doing when you just say check for traps. It's like, yeah, okay, so you look through the whole room, I guess, top to bottom. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't seem right to me. So yeah, it's not, and again, the arbitrary dice roll is something that I try to avoid.
Yes.
Because otherwise it is just that. You will literally hear people go, why did I have to roll for that? Like, that is a word, those are words that will be said. Because it's like, oh, I don't think that was a great call, GM. And I would go, shit.
I'm not gonna bother with having him roll intimidate. He fucking blew his head off. That's why I went back on it.
Exactly. Yes.
Because
That's
I'm
the
like,
thing.
even I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
I was literally
you can just do that.
I was literally playing today with Rico and Draco Kraken, and I had Rico make a roll. I forget now what it was exactly, but I still gave him something after it because it was more so just to see if there was more that he could find or more that he could do in a timely manner, right?
Yes.
It's not that he couldn't do it, it's just that, there's more complications of time that goes to, in something like Delta Green. And you can still put that into something like D&D as well if you want. But yeah, it's not, you really do want to avoid that shit for sure. Now, if that's the experience that this person has had, that's unfortunate.
Rip.
Yeah, there are better DMs out there. I can tell you that for a fact. Now, even
this isn't the fault of newer, like modern D&D.
Yes, even the most experienced DMs will still mess up every now and then and do stuff like that. Like it is something that happens. But what is nice is that we'll humble ourselves and say, "Shit, you're right. That's my bad."
Well, rewind time. I have the ability to just say, "Oh, my bad. Let's not do that.
Yes.
We'll do it this way."
Exactly. I think it's one of those things where people only know the acronym. Oh, OSR. Oh, really? Interesting. Why does it look like his hands are not matching his voice? It does seem like that a little bit. Yeah, it's weird. But I'm just gonna stick a stick in every keyhole every time. Well, you can. That's the thing. That's your right.
Yeah.
That is your right as a player. I am fine with you doing that.
See, at that point, then I would be like, okay, if you're going to stick a key in every keyhole, go ahead and give me a luck roll. Oh, you accidentally jammed that key, that stick in there a little bit too hard. Some broke off, and now you can't open the lock properly.
Well,
you have to bust that door down.
Here's the other thing I would say is I would go, okay, we can just assume that you've done that. Because
okay, yeah, that's another one.
Right? Like, it's just like, yeah, we can assume that, because if you're going to do it every single time, I don't need to go through the minutia with you unless something actually happens. Right? It's just easier that way, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, anything could happen at that point, right? But regardless, it is your right, for sure, to just do that if you want to.
You're gonna run out of sticks.
That's right.
You would be saying, don't just check for secret doors. I'm looking at the east wall and I'm moving my torch closer to it, looking for any indents that might give the telltale signs of a hidden passageway.
Are there any cracks in this brick wall that I could blow up with a bomb?
Yes, exactly.
And then the dungeon master might describe to you, yes, you feel the wind blowing slightly. It seems to flicker on the flame away from what must be an opening. It's not just, you've perception, there's a door there or anything. Though both sides of the game, newer or older, you can be descriptive. But in OSR style games, it is more often your player's decisions. What you decide to do as a person is going to get the result. What could be more role play than that?
Well, so here's okay. If we're going to tie it to just the fact that you roll dice in D&D way more often than OSR, then I guess that's like, what are we, like, what?
Bad.
What are we doing? Like, I don't know what to say to you, you know?
Wrong.
Right, exactly. Well, so this is the thing. You're saying you to love OSR because you don't need to roll as many dice, basically. That's what I'm getting. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay, yeah, some people might find that to be more fun. Having it be more of a descriptive thing in that way, instead of utilizing dice to create actions, you just describe what you're doing, and the actions will happen in that way. Like, something like Fate is like that, you know? Something like, gosh, what are other rules light systems that I can't think of right now?
One was Gumshoe, right?
Yeah, Gumshoe is also that way, I believe. I think there's a little bit of dice rolling here and there, but I think Gumshoe is a little bit more rules light. I don't remember.
Yeah, I've never played it. I've just heard that.
Yeah. But regardless, rules light systems in general are kind of that way, right? And so it really just comes down to the thing of, do you want something that's a little bit more free form and rules light, or do you want something that's a little bit more structured and quote unquote crunchy, like D&D or anything that's more crunchy than that, like Pathfinder or something. Like at that point, that's it's just preference. Like again, I like the fact that OSR is like this, but again, I can make D&D like this easily.
Excuse me.
Exactly. But I can make it like this easily, just in the way that we've described, and just to add a little bit of spice, then I can put in a dice roll if I want to, you know?
Yeah.
But otherwise, I can just say, no, yeah, you can just do that. That's fine.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
And you know what I find funny now that you've used that term, you can just do that.
Yeah.
There are so many times when we're playing and you're like, I just want to, like, you can just do that.
Yeah.
There have been times where we're like, I still want to roll for it though.
Sure.
Just for fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Actually,
like,
absolutely.
It's fun to, even if I know I can do it, I still want to, that is effectively in that situation, that is additional role play.
Yes.
Because that is like, okay, based on the result, I'll still be able to do it, but something else is going to happen.
Yes, it's very true. It's very true.
Because at that point, we're effectively unable to role play because you're like, I want to do this, this, and this. Okay, you do that.
Yeah.
And like, that's it.
Yeah.
But if we adding the role in now gives you the ability to be like, okay, you do it, but you've done it worse.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And like, if you want to hamstring yourself in that way a little bit,
yes,
that's totally fine with me. That's the thing, right? Like, because you can just add a complication to it yourself. And I'm like,
yeah,
hell yeah, okay, fine.
This is fun.
Yeah, sure, fuck it. If you really want to do that, I won't stop you.
I fucking do.
Yeah, exactly. So like, it's all good.
Yeah.
Well, in dungeons anyway, maybe not in my house, but I mean, there are just procedures that should be just followed every time, objectively. Do you clear the room or do you not clear the room? True.
Yeah.
For the stick.
Yeah.
Could be more acting out the fantasy of what you're doing than that, compared to I'm going to make a roll and that's going to decide everything. No matter what I role play, no matter what I do, it's decided by a dice. And the same often for OSR. In D&D 5th edition, you roll a nat 20, double damage. Or in Pathfinder, you roll the dice, 2 damage dice or something like that. In OSR, you roll a natural 20. You could give double damage, though the hit points are often much lower for a lot of the monsters. What often happens with a natural 20, yes, you slap the monster and you swing your blade at the orc, and the orc falls into another orc, and they're both on the floor. They both lose their next turn. OSR is more evocative of things happening in the scope of the story. And
okay, while I am a fan of additional effects being done for a critical strike, I am glad that OSR does this. I do think that D&D should have more of that kind of stuff. It would be interesting. They would have to change a lot of the system, I think, to accommodate for it, or do something to, like, we have now with 5.5 and the lateral movements that we've done so far that seems to be infuriating everyone. We seem to have kind of given ourselves these tools of like weapon mastery things, and then something that could be done instead of those weapon masteries, you could have additional effects via critical strikes. You know, you've mastered this weapon so much that when you get a crit, you can do your damage plus this, you know, like, or something in that like. You could implement it in D&D, but you're right that it is not inherently there.
Yes.
And since we're talking about just 5th edition, then yeah, 5th edition's even less of that for sure. Because they hadn't gone through their lateral movement. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Hold on. Is that the 5.5 or is that the 5? No, that's the 5, right. Okay. It had the giant on it. But I think when did this video come out? I think this was a couple of years ago, actually. So it makes sense. That it's just 5th. But anyway. Yeah, that's a cool point for OSR. I like that.
Yes.
Neat.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that is what it is. And you roll a 1. Oh, you drop your blade. Your sword gets stuck in a cobblestone on the dungeon floor. Or your sword goes flying off out of your hand. Or you trip, you fall over.
Yeah,
Something
so I... Oh,
very,
it's not pausing
you
for
know,
me.
just very palpable
paused for me.
happens in
the
the combat.
whole
Or not
thing
just in
has...
the combat.
Okay, there we go. Oh,
Oh.
that was so weird.
I'm going over there.
The whole window just decided to not work. That was interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, so what I was gonna say is, yes, people like that kind of stuff, and we've put it into our games. Of a 1 sometimes does something, or a 20 does something additional. Like, it depends on how we're doing at that time. And it depends on the situation as well. Because I know several times during Devils and Dice, we've gotten critical failures from rolling 1s, and you've been like, I don't think I want to do anything in this moment to hinder you. Right?
Because, depending on the situation, you don't really need it.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
already in trouble.
Exactly.
I'll just let it be a miss.
Yeah, for sure. And in something like these OSR books, yeah, you have your things that can happen, but that kind of adds to the feel of it, because even though it is D&D, it is definitely more deadly, because everything does have that lower health pool and everything, right? And it feels different when you have that in combination with the critical fumbles that do happen all the time, and it adds to that grittiness, right? And I think that works really well for OSR stuff. I think that it's definitely a very big appeal that should be there for people that want it, right? Not a failing on D&D's part that they don't have it. It's just a different feel.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's just part of its identity.
Yes. And I don't think that we need to, I'm glad that we have that alternative for people that do want to have that feel. D&D doesn't need to necessarily change to be that way, and it doesn't make it better or worse.
Yes. And I mean, hell, there are rules in 5e to make it more deadly if you want.
Very true. I sure won't protect the DM from killing their own campaign. True. Welcome back. So far it has just been the D&D has a lot of dice rolls that determine things, while OSR is more narrative focused with your actions. And then right now he's saying that there's critical fumbles and critical hits that do more than just double damage, which I'm like, that's cool. That is cool. It's a different thing.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Nothing, it's nothing so far. It's just, I'm glad that these are being pointed out, because, again, it is cool that OSR exists.
Yes.
It is, again, no better or worse.
It is its own thing.
Yep.
Sword gets stuck in a cobblestone on the dungeon floor, or your sword goes flying off out of your hand, or you trip, you fall over. Something very, just very palpable happens in the combat, or not just in the combat. If you were to decide to make dice rolls, as I said in the last video, ability, score, and under in OSR. Also, OSR, if you choose to use the ability, score, and under, makes your numbers for your attributes actually mean something, because in modern D&D they don't. You just get the bonuses, and Pathfinder Remaster has just done away with the numbers entirely. You just get the bonuses, because that's what matters. In OSR, those numbers mean something. If you choose to roll under attribute, they do mean something, though, as I did allude to in my previous video, those numbers generally tend to be static unless you find a magic item or something to bolster those scores up. They tend to be static and don't move with level, so that is a disadvantage.
But, so this is the thing. Again, I don't think it's a disadvantage necessarily, in the sense of it being in OSR and not the way that it is in D&D, because I'm going to just appeal to the feel of OSR again, of it feels more gritty, it feels more deadly, and having your stats fluctuate or increase easily, like D&D, would give it an entirely different feel. It would feel like modern D&D more so.
Yeah.
So I enjoy the idea of having it be static unless I find a magic item, because it makes that much more valuable in that setting. Hell, it would make it much more valuable in D&D modern stuff as well, but it's just that's not the way that it works. I think the just the bonuses mattering is not a fault either, I don't think. It's just to make it so that you, when you look at your sheet, don't need the things that aren't there, you know? Like that's, or if that makes sense, I guess, in the sense that the ability scores aren't there because you don't need them. So when you look at your sheet, you're just not seeing unnecessary numbers. Right.
Yes, because it's already kind of a complicated. Most RPG sheets are relatively complicated.
Exactly. Less information.
He's saying though that you do use those stats, not just the modifiers.
Well, so he's saying that for OSR, not for D&D.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
We agree. I thought that you were saying OSR doesn't.
Yes. No. Yeah. But yeah, so it makes more sense for the modern stuff like Pathfinder and D&D that they would just get rid of them. I'm not a fan of it personally because I like seeing the big number, but that's because that's how I was raised from 3.5, right? Like I see the number, it's there, it gives me the bonus, I can calculate my bonuses out and all that stuff. I know when I get to the next bonus rather than the bonus is just kind of there already. You know, and I don't see the number necessarily that it comes from. But yeah, I don't know. It's that whole feel would be different. But again, not to say that D&D is better or that OSR is better. They just feel different.
Yeah. OSR seems like it could be pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, we've all played an older edition of D&D, and that's kind of what OSR is evocative of.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
First and second and those kinds, because 3 was the time when it split. So anything before that, we've all played one of those editions for sure, and it's fun.
I really liked it.
Yeah.
I fucking died. I got my head blown off by an
right.
ice fight.
That's right. I hear about that all the time. It's hilarious.
Yep. Yeah. It was funny because like up until that point, my character was very, very careful, and then the one fight where I decide to get a little bit cocky, bam, dead, instant. Because I was a wizard, and wizards back in the day had like a D4 hit points, so it was very easy to deal my health, double my health in a single hit.
Yep.
Although I'm pretty sure Brogan always said that he rolled like max damage on 3d8s, so there was no fucking shot.
Yep. Your foot splits an atom and everyone dies. Smartass DM, aka me. Well, there you go.
But as you can see, OSR Dungeons and Dragons is actually much more story driven.
Sure.
And in Pathfinder or D&D, you have feats which allow you to do things. And that's the whole point of OSR. You don't need those feats. You don't need that. You are limited by your imagination, which you should be in games like 5th edition and Pathfinder. However, they especially codify much of what you can do into rules.
That is true. I will give you that.
We always did run into the annoying thing of, can you do sleight of hand? No, you must have this.
Yeah, for 3.5, yeah. Which
Whereas
they then changed it for 5th. You can just do that.
Yeah, you can just do it now. Thankfully.
I have those dice.
Oh, nice.
The little dice by the players.
Yeah.
Look, I have that set.
Nice. But yeah, you're right though. It did become a problem, and then it was quickly remedied. So, but not to say that I don't also think that it's not that much of a problem, you know, because I feel like some people, some classes that actually, or people, I guess, that actually go into specific things should only be able to do those things because they're the ones who work at it. You know, you want that specialization. right? For skills and such.
Yeah.
But again, you could always spend 2 points to open that skill up, remember? So then you could use it, regardless of the fact. It's really, you were able to do anything if you put in the work, right?
I think the issue that he would have with that statement is just the fact that you have to put the skill point in, as opposed to just being able to say that you do it.
Which I understand. It is a little frustrating when something very simple seems like something that you should at least just be able to attempt in any way. But I don't know. For me, it doesn't bother me so much. Because again, like I said, the specialization is more of something that I like, which got removed with how 5th edition handled skills and everything. But I also don't mind how 5th edition does it to a degree, because I, when I'm running it, can say, okay, in this instance, it doesn't really make sense that you would be able to roll that. I know that anybody can roll basically anything, but I have to limit you a little bit here, you know? Which may or may not feel fair. I don't know. But I think
most of the time you're pretty good at it.
Right. I think it's fair most of the time, but again, I'm open to when people say, I don't know if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, and like, we're logical and humble enough to be like, you know, that doesn't make sense because this, and this, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah.
Exactly.
I hadn't considered that.
Exactly.
And then
arguments are always a part of it, and again, I always use the word argument because it doesn't mean a hostile thing.
But argument sounds so hostile.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, but yes, so I like how OSR does it. It is interesting.
I mean, hell, half the time when we play games, that's kind of how we unintentionally wind up doing shit.
Yeah.
Where, like, if you're able to, if your character is capable of this and you are able to accurately explain what you do, you might not need to roll a skill.
Yes, exactly.
You just do it.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened a lot in Doubles and Dice. I'm like, well, fuck, you guys have all these skill points, and I'm like, I don't even need, there's no need, you don't need to roll for that. And I'm like, fuck, you put all that points into it, and it feels weird.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, and you're right. Because I think naturally it just happens when you have your character become skilled enough, or at least you know of ways that your character would think to do these things that make sense enough that it would succeed.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Boris, with his plus 30 to spot checks?
What do you mean he can see us playing the game?
Yeah. What do you mean I take Boo says, take a -7 during the snowstorm, and I said, all right, cool, and then, like, just proceeded as normal, because
because you were unstoppable on those skills.
Matter.
Yeah, exactly, right? But yeah.
What beast did I unleash?
But yeah, I think honestly, for us at least, a healthy form of role playing has been a combination of just you describe how you do the thing and we stick to the rules, right?
Yeah.
And it just we've kind of felt or we've played it long enough that we know how we all play, and we can kind of feel it out and do it in such a way that we all kind of feel like, oh yeah, this works, this is fine, right?
Yeah. Nobody feels like it's unfair one way or the other,
right?
Except for me and Boris.
He is your white whale.
Yes, he is. He was what broke me.
Around level 7 or so, Boris really did start to run away with the game, and you had a critical amount of time to shut Boris down, and you missed your window.
What was the window?
Before I got an immovable rod.
Oh, yeah. No, honestly, I'm not sure I'm gonna allow immovable rods anymore. They're
totally
just so
fine.
broken, dude.
They can be, and that's fine. I can understand.
Yeah,
but yeah, so it's just one of those things. But again, if we wanted the feel of whatever game, we'd kind of just play it as we needed to, right? And you know, if I want that feel of what OSR is like, then yeah, we'll do something.
We kind of already have that.
Yeah, we've done it for Delta Green. We can do it for Call of Cthulhu, but we can make D&D current into that if we need to.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, if we need to, well, it'll just happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's just how we all play.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I agree that raw, it's a little restrictive, but I don't know. It's just one of those things.
With sensible and proficient role players, the upsides of OSR kind of just make their way into D&D naturally.
Yeah, and I would think that the opposite would be true as well.
Yeah.
Which is where you seem to get this, well, then you get the crossover. So then you get, well, some people like to roll dice. I want to roll a dice.
Yeah.
I've bought these flipping dice. I want to roll them. It doesn't mean you don't ever roll dice in OSR. You still roll dice, and you might seem to do these abstract things.
No, I don't have that set.
Oh, you liar.
My
God.
Things like roll a die 6 to look for a secret door if you're describing in the certain area where you're looking for it for. But also, in OSR, if you actually look and describe that you're looking for a secret door where it is, you'll just find it anyway, for example. Or if you try a feat, I want to jump through the ogre's legs, roll through them, and then actually hit them through the midriff as I'm coming through, or stab them from behind, and then we're flanking. Can I get this a bonus for trying to do that? And the DM will say, yeah, of course you can have a bonus of doing that, and you make it up as you go along.
So, okay. Yes, interesting. You can do that. That is a way to go, but I think there's merit to structure.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
Yeah, you can say, "Oh, can I do this?" Ooh, all that kind of stuff, and the DM would say yes or no, or say, in some instances, maybe you got to roll for it so that you can get through the legs, and he doesn't see that you're doing it, and kind of clench up a bit and make it so that it's harder to go through. You know, like
it's harder to get in his ass.
That's right. It's harder for the 1,000 years.
You're gonna break your fingers.
That's right.
So,
but
my main sword. Oh, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say that's why in 3.5 I appreciate how tumble works, the skill, because you can do stuff like that using the tumble skill, and certain feats and proficiencies. But having the ability to do that means that you've put in the effort to quote unquote learn how to do it and get to that point where it's something that you can reliably do. You know, yeah, sure. Sometimes you'll fuck up because of the dice rolls, but at the same time, it shows me that your character has put in the effort to learn how to tumble through enemies and such, right? To get that advantage. And it also kind of plays into me feeling like that you are, like, yes, there's the connection to the character that you get inherently just by doing this kind of stuff, but also there's a connection that I find, at least, by putting those points in and really like getting more in depth in how this character is getting to that point, because you're seeing a representation of number go up. I'm continuously improving all this kind of stuff.
Yes, we like number go up. That's
Number
why
go
I play
up
RuneScape.
is fun. What were you gonna say?
So, and oh god, never mind. I was gonna say I'm playing Space Marine 2, so I may not be as coherent as I would normally be, but it appears the server is broken.
Oh,
Yeah, very fun.
Rip.
So my main issue with OSR over D&D in a lot of like videos, like a lot of the arguments I've seen, seems to be, oh, it's a lot more narrative focused.
Yeah.
You can just say, I search for a hidden door, and the DM will say if you find it.
right.
Or with the example of like rolling between the ogre's legs and then like stabbing them. Nothing is preventing you from doing that in 5e.
Yes.
5e just provides a framework that you can choose to adopt, ignore, or modify.
True.
And that's one of the main things that keeps me out of OSR is a lot of God, I feel like I'm gonna piss a lot of people off. It feels a lot like a system of people taking very minimalistic and underdeveloped rules and then forming a system on that because they're the DM is improvising. Much as in like you might see in Fate Core, for instance.
Right.
And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I absolutely believe that power should be put in the hands of DMs to rule as they will. However, don't assume just because page 137 of the player's handbook says X costs blank amount of gold. How do I put this? OSR seems to be people are taking minimalistic rules and saying, oh, yes, power's in the hands of the players. But then they see more well-developed rules that are very specific about, what rules as written is. And it's like they're assuming DMs can't ignore those rules.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
I see what you're saying.
Like you see what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, I follow.
There are definite rules. Doesn't mean I have to follow them. In OSR or modern D&D.
Yes, I agree.
Essentially, it would be somebody who is used to a rules light system being intimidated by the crunch.
Yes. Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
That's kind of how I view it as well. Yeah. But I don't. This is the other thing. I think that it's just like it's easy enough for you to make any story out of anything. You don't need a lot of rules for it, but the structure itself allows you to fall back on it. We've talked about this many a time. We can fall back on rules as written if a dispute comes up or if something very specific, we need something that is adjacent to it that we can find in those rules, right? For the more crunchy things. 3.5 is great for that because it has a gazillion rules, because it has so many supplements, and they have them for all different scenarios and all that kind of thing, and it really helps with making the DM not, I guess, safer is the word that I want to use, but it's not necessarily that,
It gives you kind of a safety net.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and with these OSR systems, like, I don't think that they're necessarily, and you put it as, underdeveloped, I think, which I can see that word being used and I can understand it, but I feel like they only needed what they put in there for the rules, and they didn't necessarily need anything more than that because they said, oh, well, you can figure it out from there, right? It's enough, it's a baseline, right?
Yeah.
And then you just kind of got to figure it out on your own, which it doesn't necessarily mean that it's underdeveloped or anything like that. It's just that it is basic, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I actually have one as well, one last one on top of this. His example was rolling through the ogre's legs and doing all that.
Yeah.
In D&D, that would obviously take a skill check of some kind.
Sure.
And in OSR, that might not be the case.
Right.
But my question then, and my concern then becomes, where do you draw the line?
Right.
Because eventually you're gonna want to... You're kind of going to want to rein them in a little bit because you don't want to, like, let's say you're, typical story in a D&D, you've got your big bad evil guy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Once you get to the big bad evil guy, what's in OSR? Is there anything stopping your players from just saying, I walk up and kill him?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
right.
No, I mean, like, that's a little ridiculous as a
I
thing.
know, but the question still stands. Where do you draw the line as to what can you do? How much do you allow to happen just as a I do this.
Right. Yeah.
When do you start
I see what
rolling
you're saying.
dice?
I see what
And
you're
then I don't foresee with mature players it wouldn't be a problem of people trying to game the system. I think it would just come from genuine kind of confusion where it would be, well, I was able to do this, so is there a reason why I can't do this?
Yeah, it's the adjudication.
Yes.
That might be an issue. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to put that in like the most good faith way possible where you don't have players who are going to try to game the system and be like really malicious about it, because you can have that.
It can happen. Sure.
But yeah, where does it,
I guess the way to quell that a little bit, I think, would be to just read how the rules are stated themselves, because none of us really have much experience with OSR itself, with reading an actual rule book and like finding out what it states are the limits, right? And if it's really just, well, the reasonable limits in the sense of,
yes,
you aren't gonna have them just completely, one shot something when they can't, right? Like it's buying into a very reasonable idea of how a game should be played, I think. At least that's what I get from it. Because I'm also taking it as good faith as possible, because there's nothing that I can see that would make me doubt that that's the case,
I don't either.
It's just with some things I can see the adjudication issue for sure. But it also, I think, might depend on who you're playing with and how they run things. You might get the sense of how they do things, and that kind of becomes an inherent part of how you play with them, right? It's just an experience kind of thing, I think.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so.
Yeah.
Because I can definitely see some people, getting a little bit rankled by that.
Sure.
Because he was able to do this, why can't I?
Yeah.
That type of thing.
Absolutely. I can see it for sure. It's just one of those things, like you said, with maturity. I feel like, as you continue on, it'll develop over time.
Yeah.
And I think you had something else that you wanted to say.
Yeah. So, I think a very simple breakdown that I see dividing OSR versus modern D&D is both people are coming from the assumption that you are playing the game absolutely raw.
Yeah.
Which is a totally fair comparison, or base point, I guess, for your assumptions.
I get that, yeah.
If you're going to like standardize assumptions about your play versus play in another version, in order to not have the waters muddied to the point where any difference is like negligible.
Right.
You absolutely have to assume that both people are playing absolutely raw.
Right.
And so with like the caveat of like, this is a fair assumption for the person making the video to make. Both systems have their own separate rules. OSR is definitely more rules light, whereas modern is more rules heavy. And having that more rules light system does encourage roleplay. That's true. But in both, OSR is neither better nor worse than D&D. The true answer is to make a mixture of both systems that you as a DM are comfortable making for your table.
Yeah.
In order to encourage like a role play and like, oh yeah, sure, you can roll between the ogre's legs and 1,000 years to pain them.
I hate that has become a verb now.
or to say, hey, you know what? Give me a roll. And sort of make that adjudication on that fly based upon what you want for the story that you're trying to tell.
Yeah, exactly.
And for that story you're trying to tell, that ogre is gonna need some lube,
Mm,
or
mhm,
wish he
mhm.
had some anyway,
Yeah.
or her.
Yeah, no, it's I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right though. It's an interesting kind of thing because we have this inherent tribalism about it. Which is unfortunate because I think everybody would like both as long as they, you know, put aside the thoughts that they have that it's wrong. You know?
Yeah, a little bit of peanut butter with the chocolate.
Exactly. I really think that's true. I remember, hell, way the fuck back when we originally covered a Rules Light video is better than, you know, the crunch thing. Way the fuck back near the beginning and such. These days, at least, I think I'm a lot more lenient on it than I was back then, in the sense of like Rules Light isn't better. You know, it's actually worse. I don't know if I ever held that opinion entirely, but it was just that defensiveness of like, my 3.5 is good though. You know, but these days it's more just like, no, I mean, like, both are fine. It's just, you know, each are different in different ways, and they're better in different ways for what they want to do. You know, and like you said, and the combination of the two, to whatever degree that you feel is good for your table, is really the middle ground that I feel like we can do, to really, you know, bridge this fucking gap that we have created between this war that goes on.
Yes.
Though honestly, I don't know. I don't know if the landscape is like that as much anymore, to be fair, because I don't pay attention to it as much, you know? Because it doesn't interest me when people are like, no, OSR is way the fuck better than D&D, and D&D is way the fuck better than OSR. None of that interests me anymore, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think the discussion lately, like just in recent times, has really shifted in terms of like opinions on role-playing games. I think most are relatively mellow about that now.
I think so.
the bigger contention that people have now is D&D 2024 going to suck, or does it just look like it's going to suck?
Right.
I think that's the bigger one.
Honestly,
right now.
I think what happened with the OSR and the orc thing really did do a lot to kind of, at least from what I've seen, to make it so that, you know, other systems and stuff are less
we're more unified.
Yeah. It's not as decried, I guess. So I don't know. It's something that, like, you can see all the stuff in the modern stuff that OSR inspired, right? And it's easy enough for you to say, okay, I'll only take the stuff from the new stuff that I want and still keep that OSR feel. At least it seems to me. So, but again, this video isn't to decry D&D necessarily, but he is bringing up points that seem to decry it a little bit, or attempt to.
Well, at least D&D is the one that he's using as the example.
Yes.
At the very least.
Yeah, exactly. And like, there are things about OSR that seem interesting for sure, but nothing really has made me go, I should love this more, you know? And of course, using love in the most, you know, basic way of just
in the most heterosexual way, obviously.
But in the like, literally, it's just like, yeah, I don't like OSR any more than D&D now at this point. You know, like, there's nothing here so far. I mean, there's another.
We
few
don't
minutes.
have brand loyalty. Let's put it that way.
That is true. Yes, that's fair. No, that's not true. I will pimp the fuck out of Delta Green and Vampire right now. Okay.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
but to be fair as well, if they were to do something bad, I wouldn't say no. It's good. It's fine, because you're right. I don't necessarily have brand loyalty at all.
Don't worry, I don't either.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
Yeah, no, it's
fucking Nintendo.
It's one of those things.
Pokemon was the very first video game that I ever played. Fuck Nintendo right now.
Sure. I guess OSR is more of a style than a system, maybe. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Yeah. I see myself liking both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something I just really quickly
Yeah.
wanted to say about OSR, the art in this book that I've seen thus far is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks great.
I wished we had more of a resurgence of art in that style.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that old like black and white, almost comic book style.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Really
I'm
good.
looking at the cross hatching on like the borders of this image here.
Yeah.
With I don't know if that's like foliage or what to the side,
Not
but
sure.
like I really like that
Yeah.
like cross hatching.
Yeah, it looks good. Let's see. The us versus them stuff is weird. Yeah, I mean, again, it's inherent to us as a species, so.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we had to form tribes in order to survive and evolve, and we deal with the ramifications of tribalism.
Exactly. Just popped in. I'm OS trying to understand new. Pre-Wizards of the Coast. Haven't played anything newer than 1992. Well, hello, Daryl.
Hello.
Yeah, that's cool. No, that's fair. I mean, it is one of those things where I can understand it's a shift, right? It is a shift in a lot of different ways. But I honestly, again, I think that, you know, you can play new stuff like OSR if you have a group that will do it, obviously, but with the new stuff, if you have people that want to play the new stuff and they don't know OSR, you know, you just got to find the people that are willing to learn it, right?
You need communication and player buy-in.
Exactly. Yes.
And I think a good way, at least given from what I've seen of OSR and what I've heard OSR people talk about, is that, like in this video, where OSR at least feels like it is more narrative driven, and, you know, it's more about narrating what you're actually doing and, you know, getting a benefit from that. Whereas the new stuff tends to be a lot of, it's got more roles to make. You can still do the narration thing, but a lot of the time in new stuff, you're getting a lot more like special abilities and stuff. You're getting more shiny stuff as you get more powerful.
Yeah.
And so you get more of the power fantasy than the like the gritty realism. At least tend to.
I would say that's pretty accurate, yeah.
Yeah. That's at least what I get from it.
I wouldn't say rules light is worse, but I would say that a system might lack rules that it really needed to have. Sure, yeah, that's fair as well. Really having to separate the art from the artist with Nintendo lately, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you always should, a lot of the time, but, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Which some people like, some people don't. Some people want to make and need to make those roles, especially people who come from a wargaming background, for example, or people who play board games a lot. They're like, well, I want to make these roles. I want to do these things. So you can see it from both sides, but I would wager if your passion and where you've come from is from these podcast D&D games, well, nobody does it better than OSR games for acting out what you want to do. They just, to me, subjectively, a better system to run if you're going to want to be concentrating on acting. Whereas people who aren't used to doing that, they might be better suited to D&D 5th edition because then, well, I'm just going to make the roll and I'm not too certain on what I want to do.
You know what? I'll give him that because the structure of D&D makes it so that you have a lot of things that you can fall back on instead of role-playing things out. We've talked about it many a time. If you're not as comfortable with role playing, you can just say what you want to do and then roll something, and that's perfectly acceptable, right? But with something like OSR, with the way that you need to actually actively role play things out in order for things to happen and not just do a die roll, it does take a lot more of that comfortability and skill in knowing how to role play. In order to do anything really meaningful in it, it seems. So I will give him that, sure.
Yeah.
It's not. So this is the thing. I don't know if it's better for roleplay. OSR is better for roleplay. I think it's more involved for roleplay, right? Because Whether or not something is better for roleplay, I am not entirely sure, because you can totally go away from using persuade, intimidate, and all that kind of stuff, and just act things out in D&D as well. The things are there for a reason, for sure, but it's more to prove the point than to necessarily have that still you still acting it out in the sense of like enunciating it, or enhancing it with the die roll and potentially making it more or less impactful because of it, right? And as we've said before, there have been many a time where we've just done something in character, or said something in such a way in character that we didn't need to roll a persuade or anything like that, because the DM at the time is like, yeah, no, that, you know what? Yeah,
that makes sense.
That works.
Yeah, you convinced me.
You've convinced me.
I remember
Yes.
when the first time we played Delta Green, Mike, we were EPA agents.
Yes.
That was our cover, and we were talking to a guy, and I got a either a bonus of some kind when I brought up Shrikes as part of a discussion.
Yep, that's right.
And honestly, it felt kind of bad, because like that was something that I knew and not necessarily something that my character knew, but I rolled with it.
I remember playing Call of Cthulhu and shooting a player's head off with a shotgun.
And I made you roll for it, and then you
And
lost.
then I failed.
Yeah.
And then you were like, you know what? No, fuck it.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's really just like roleplay, I think, is not necessarily better or worse because of a system.
Yes.
I really think it's just how you do it.
I feel like, I mean, hell, this might even be weird and off, but I feel like if you want a system to objectively be better for role-playing, it would have to have things built into it that give you benefits for choosing to role-play. But even then, now you're like, oh, well, now I'm forced to role-play. This doesn't feel as good.
Right, yeah.
It's not flowing naturally.
Like, you can be technically objectively better, but yeah, it could be unnatural because of it, or it might force you to become more like of a role player in that way, you know? It's definitely a weird kind of gray area for mechanical things that are benefited by role playing that are objectively stated in a book, right? Because I'll give you things for something like what you're saying with Delta Green, because like it makes sense in the moment that while you're talking about something, it might give you that benefit because you role played it.
Yes.
But I don't know if I want to see in the book, if the character says something that works in the scene, give them a bonus.
Yeah,
and it's like,
right?
I don't know. I feel like I can make that call. You don't need to make that call for me, right?
Yeah, so I'm not sure I don't know if there can be a system that is objectively better for roleplay than another system.
Yeah, that is an interesting question. I don't know. Maybe there's a way that we haven't thought of yet, but I can't think of it at the moment, and I'm willing to entertain the idea that there might be. But it's hard for me to visualize it, really.
Yeah.
Maybe having more rules can make someone feel pressured to use all of the rules. That's a fair point. Also,
yeah. Actually, you know what? Actually,
hey, for the whole book, I'm using the whole book.
Yeah, that was a thing that I actually was just thinking about when Aiden, you brought up the shotgun incident. I think I actually know why I initially made that call to have you roll for it. It's because that was the first game that I had run that wasn't D&D. So I was so used to, at the time, being like, oh, you want to do a thing? Make the roll.
Right.
You know?
I get that.
And when I ran my first game of D&D, this was before I was playing with you guys, I had some bad players who didn't really roleplay very well. I mean, they were all pretty new.
Yeah.
We were all new to it, so, I don't blame them for that.
Right.
But that was just kind of a consequence of that. So I think that's probably why that happened, was because, well, you want to do a thing, you roll the dice.
Yeah, you're used to a certain play style.
Yes, exactly. And only after we played more and more did I, start adopting the whole, oh, you want to just do a thing and it makes perfect sense that you could do that, go for it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The experience kind of kicked in at that point.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. It's all of this stuff is a learning process, right? You'll feel it out. You'll figure out what works and what doesn't, and you'll develop your style based on that and everything. And it's just it's a wonderful thing, really. These role playing games.
Makes me want to play my Call of Cthulhu shit so much, but it's not done.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be done for so fucking long.
I will say, if you get to comments tonight, you'll see why I'm really glad I had a bluff as an actual skill. It really helped to not have it feel like something I did just arbitrarily worked. Oh yeah, fair enough. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. So, sometimes, yeah, those skills and stuff for sure are useful in that way of like, yeah, with bluff as a skill, maybe it makes it so that it makes you feel like, as you said, that you did succeed in conning somebody, right? Like, because I might not be able to eloquently put an argument forth or tell you a lie in a convincing way, you know? But if I can at least give you the idea and roll for it with my words, then yeah, it'll feel like, okay, at least I did it. That's good. You know?
Yes.
I wanted that to happen and everything. So it's definitely it's one of those things that does help. But as you were saying before with the making somebody feel pressured, Shin, somebody feel pressured to use all the rules because there are so many rules. I get that. That makes perfect sense. Then that might very well be how a lot of people view them. Because they're like, especially from an OSR to a new perspective, it's like, well, they put in all these rules and now I have to use them. Even though, I mean, it does say that you can, well, you have to read the DMG for this, but it does say that you as the arbiter...
never heard this before.
Right, exactly. So it does say that you don't have to use what you don't want to use. But as something that it might still say that and you might have read it, but it might not be something that you take to heart because there are so many fucking rules in those books, right?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that I think if we can get it into more of the popular consciousness, the collective consciousness of TTRPGs, that you don't necessarily need to do everything in the book all the time, which is prevalent for a lot of these TTRPGs, and it's something that's inherent to a lot of them, but when you get to things like 3.5 or Pathfinder or even 5th edition, it just makes people go, no, I mean, why would they put these in here if they didn't want me to use them? Right? Even though it says you don't have to. So,
yeah.
But we just got to spread that message, I guess, everybody. Go on your Twitter and tell the cesspool that it's okay that they don't use rules.
Go tell the Ministry of Truth. You don't have to do that. I like that, though. The cesspool.
That's what it is.
Oh, I know. It's just that's the first time I've heard it called that, and I addressed it as that, and not just called that.
Yeah,
I love it.
Thank you. I mean, we don't show our rolls, but we did roll there, and those rolls did decide whether it worked or not. Yeah, I figured that from all the things. That makes sense. Cool. The unwashed masses.
Yes.
Oh no. Anyway.
Then that's fine also. But those rules are there also in OSR. You can, as a thief, just look generically for traps in a certain location and try and find them. That's what made the thief so valuable. Things like that. But it is often, for example, arcana checks, things like that. Well, it's thought that the wizard would most probably know what they're looking at, and you probably give it to the wizard. But even if you didn't, you can make a roll for under intelligence or something like that. Or there is rolled in certain OSR games percentile chances to understand magic text if you can understand a new spell that you're looking at. But you can use these things to create those rolls if you need to.
Well, so then it's just, I guess my question to this person would be, so if you can do that for this, why can't you do that for the other game?
Yeah.
You know? Like immediately that just is like, why not just take that mindset and put it over here?
Why don't we just take Bikini Bottom and push it
Push
over
it
there?
over there. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just
What episode was that from?
That was the Alaskan bullworm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Actually, I was talking to somebody else not too long ago, and we just got on the topic of SpongeBob, and I surprised myself with how much of SpongeBob that I remember from that era and the quotes that I can remember from that. And I went, Jesus Christ, that stuck with me, man.
Yeah, dude.
It's great.
I don't remember that much of it, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
I know some of the classics.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so literally just taking that mindset and bringing it into the new stuff is all you need to do, really, because when you look at it like that, it works still, you know? It just has these other things that you can punctuate, your actions with these roles if you really want to or need to, you know?
But OSR is just much more, for me, freeform. It's a great place to come from and start role-playing. And it's so flippin' easy to run.
Sure.
You don't need to have memorized tons and tons of rules. I can sit down with...
Well, so you don't need to memorize tons and tons of rules for D&D modern stuff either. You don't need to.
Yeah, you actually don't. I think that's probably a big thing.
Yeah.
Another big thing that probably scares people away. You know, when you see all the rules and then you think of it as a DM, you're like, oh shit, that's a lot of rules I got to remember.
Yeah.
You don't.
No, you do not. You and there's no shame in looking them up. Like,
Yes.
we've talked about it many a time. There's no shame in saying, hold on, guys, I need to make sure that I get this right. I'm going to look up the rule just in case.
Because I don't want to be dragged over metaphorical glass by you guys.
That's right, because you've called me to this grand
I don't want
purpose.
to have my hands cut off.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Don't want that.
Don't need any
Can't
of
have
that.
that.
Can't have that.
Just look, if you're gonna cut off my hands, at least leave me my JO hand, please.
Please. But like,
By the way, I use both of them, so don't cut off either of my hands. Fuck you, I win.
Exactly. Get out of jail free card, bitch.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so yeah, it's definitely it is something I think that does scare people away, because it is just like, Jesus Christ, there's so many.
Kind of like learning Warhammer.
It is true.
Learning Warhammer's a bitch.
It is, but for that stuff, it's like anything. It's hard to learn something that's complicated in the beginning, but once you get it, you just kind of roll with it, literally. Sometimes, hey. But you just kind of roll with it, and you get in the rhythm, and you get to the point that you're good usually, and especially nowadays, it's so much easier to just have things to just look at whenever you need to with the internet and every like app available that makes things so much easier to look at. Like, not to say that you need them, but they are there to make things more accessible and easier to parse, right?
Yes.
So I don't know. It's just we can do a lot to make this simpler for ourselves at the end of the day.
It is intimidating, but don't be intimidated by it.
Right, exactly.
It's pussy shit. No.
With my friends, run an OSR game, and we can pretty much, we've got these base rules of roll and die 20s for attacks, and maybe under ability scores or percentile rolls, and a die 6 to see if you're surprised or find a secret door, etc. But you've just got this much more freeform game that you can just run, and it's so easy as a dungeon master to run the game, and I love that about the OSR. I really do, because it's so freeform. You just don't get that with newer editions of the game. So those are my thoughts on why I genuinely believe that the OSR, if you are coming from a place of liking Critical Role, you are coming from a place of hella high rollers, or elsewhere, which I've done, and you want that roleplay experience, well, you should actually be playing an OSR style game, or at least give it a try.
There you go.
I mean, of course, as I will always say, everything is subjective. I love 5th edition D&D. I'm running a campaign now. I love Pathfinder. I've got a campaign sort of stalled, but in the pipeline for Pathfinder. I love OSR. I've got a campaign going there. and there's nothing wrong with liking any systems, but I'm
True.
just saying why you should give OSR a chance because of the freeformness of it. It's just
Okay, first off, Daryl says, I'm confused a little. OSR 1E had non-weapon proficiencies. I moved to Warhammer Fantasy in 1986, and it has tons of skills, bluff, etc., and a more unified core resolution mechanic than D&D had.
A unified core resolution mechanic.
Yeah. I'm assuming the skills and such are more unified.
I guess.
Because that seems to be the way that you resolve things a lot of the time. Or
okay.
like how you resolve situations, I guess.
Yes,
yeah.
okay.
So So I don't know Warhammer Fantasy as well.
Yes, unfortunately we've not played
We've not played it. I do own Warhammer Fantasy, but I haven't read it too much. I think it's Warhammer Fantasy that I own.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same edition, to be fair. Let me check. But I guess I would have to know that a little bit more to know what you're talking about. In terms of it.
So what is the actual where is the confusion arising?
Well, I guess it's just the fact that fantasy has more of a, as you said, a unified core resolution than D&D has, and yet I assume D&D is more liked or something potentially. I don't know. You'll have to expand a little bit on that because I don't actually know.
I'll have to play college professor and ask you to define your terms, essentially.
Yes, please.
Like, where is the confusion arising from?
Yeah, I would love to know. Here we go. Oh yeah, I have first and second edition core rulebooks and fourth edition for, what is it?
Warhammer Fantasy roleplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got fourth. I don't have first and second.
Are you saying Warhammer isn't OSR? Oh, he was saying in the video that if you came from that background, you would want to roll dice more often.
I see.
And so he's talking about the war game aspect rather than Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's where the confusion is.
I see.
That's what he's saying in the video. I wouldn't say that. I don't know how Warhammer Fantasy is as a system. If it is more like OSR, cool. That's awesome. I would imagine it's in that OSR category potentially, but I would have to look at it to know. Yeah. So he's talking about the war game itself.
Yes.
On the note of freeform, I do understand the appeal since I started out in play-by-post, which was completely freeform, and that's why I'm so weird now. 1E does actually look a little bit rules heavy to me. I have the PHB for it. Yes. It is. It is. It does have a lot of rules to it for sure. Very skill-based, more so than D&D was. Oh yeah, then it was probably in a more... Well, so this is the thing, because he's talking about this, but it's not... He's talking about it not in a skill-based way, right? He's talking about it in a more, as he said, free-form way, where you're not necessarily rolling those skills out. You're just going by what you have, really. And
you're just doing stuff.
And if you want to roll skills, there is a way to do that in this. But I don't know if that's inherently what OSR is, because from what I remember from OSR things, it was that you had those skills and you had to roll them out, and they were certain classes and all that kind of stuff that had these skills. From previous OSR stuff, that's kind of something, it was more skill-based to me, in the sense of how you played it. But he's talking about the narrative aspect a lot more, and kind of taking away the mechanical aspect. So... I'm not sure. I guess the definition of OSR to him might be different than the definition of OSR to you, right?
Yes.
That's another thing with it. I honestly, I don't know what OSR stands for. I don't know the definition of how the system is really, because it seems to be different.
we don't really have a unifying definition of what OSR consists of.
Yes. So I don't know. I guess if there is a more consensus, or there is a grand consensus that has been reached somewhere, then this guy has fallen away from it a little bit. At least in terms of what he's discussing, though I don't know if he would if he were to actually define what OSR is, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Nobody knows what OSR stands for. True. Anyway.
Just so much easier. Anyway, those are my thoughts. What are your thoughts? Do let me know. Let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know if I'm right. Try and have a balanced view of it. See how it can be true from one point of view, but it can be true from the other point of view. It's for me, balance is important. We can't just go around saying our system's the best and the other one's rubbish. We can't, or trash. We can't go around saying, well, we can go around saying it. We can say whatever we like, but if you're trying to be objective about things, both systems have merits, both systems have flaws, but OSR deserves, I think, a lot of love for what it does and that whole system.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Very good.
So give it a go if you haven't given it a go. Please do. And as I've said before, there are free systems out there. Basic Fantasy RPG you can download for free. You can get it for about £4 a soft cover copy off Amazon. White Box RPG, you can get it for about £3 off Amazon.
Wow.
No money as a download. Swords and Wizardry is a bit more expensive, but that's a great game that I've been reading, but you can get it very cheap, the PDF version. Give it a go. OSR games are cheap as chips, and there's costs you nothing to try them out. So
I really like that saying.
I really like that. I've never heard that.
I've not heard that either, actually.
I feel like I've heard that before a long time
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, that's fair. I just I like that.
Yeah.
try them out, see how they play. And remember, you can do anything you can do anything in any Dungeons and Dragons games, but you can really play around with what you can do. You are not limited by your feats. You are not limited by those at all. You cannot just be told, no, you can't do that. You can do anything in an OSR game. You really can. Well, at least, you can't go flying off into the sunset, obviously, but you can try anything that you would think. You're not at the mercy of codified rules. So give it a go. Much love to everyone for watching. Take care. All the best to you, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So really quick, while I have a moment of calm in my game, I can't say as I wholeheartedly agree with a lot of the points made in this video.
Right.
However, I absolutely agree that everyone should check out OSR because if you give it a try, you will invariably learn a thing or two. Like whenever you pick up or whenever you play new RPG systems, you should always be learning and seeing like, oh, this was rolled out this way in this game. I can incorporate this into my games. You will invariably learn if you play OSR. I wholeheartedly recommend everyone try it.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely it's not a bad video. Don't get us wrong, right? Like it's perfectly fine and reasonable. It's just that he's viewing a lot of what modern D&D is in a weird way. Which I think we've broken down how we at least perceive how he could via our discussions and stuff this time. And I think that it's reasonable to assume that kind of stuff in certain ways. It's just that, you just got to look at it in the same kind of way that you look at OSR stuff. You can still play the modern stuff a lot like that. It's just that there is that structure that is still there, but it doesn't need to, you don't need to utilize the entirety of the whole house. You can take away a wall or two that it's inside.
You can just stick to the one room that you like.
That's right. That is true, actually.
Just stick to your bedroom.
That's right. Or you could make the entire first floor into your bedroom if you really want, it is whatever you want, right?
Yeah, dude.
Man, people in studio apartments living in year 3024.
What a shame.
Well, you know.
What are you talking about? Humanity's going to end at the year 2652. Don't you remember? I already told you that.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got started on Delta Green again. I put out a thing to say if anybody wanted to join it, but I'm doing a little thing for Rico and Draco Kraken right now. Yeah. We're gonna do more of it tomorrow, and then.
What's the monster they're going after?
Oh, great question.
Damn it! One day I'm gonna get one of you motherfuckers with that.
But yeah, it's a neat thing. But yeah, it's just a little thing. It's a little thing that's going on at the moment. So it sounds like new means micromanage rules to take rulings out of the GM/DM's purview. So I wouldn't put it that way.
Yeah.
Because you as the GM/DM are the arbiter regardless of if the rule even needs to be in place.
Yes.
Right? It's, again, as we've said many a time for what D&D 5e is, and what really any TTRPG is, it's a guideline. It is a structure that you can build off of a lot of the time. / tear down what you need to tear down out of it that you don't want. Right? However you want to play your game at your table is how you want to play your game at your table. It doesn't matter if there is a shit ton of rules or not. However you want to play it is however you want to play it. Now, there, of course, is that whole Ship of Theseus scenario where how much of it is actually remaining that is that still makes it considered D&D or whatever, but it doesn't.
God willing, as little as possible.
Right. Right. Yeah. Whatever that is to you is really what matters, because honestly, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme as long as you and your friends are having fun. You know, it really doesn't. So yeah, I mean, it's just. I just look at these books and I go, oh, look at these rules. I'll use these because they make sense. I'll use these because they don't make sense, or I don't want to use them. Sick. Let's go.
And I think another thing to take for D&D, and especially 5e, a good deal of the rules really only relate to either skill checks of some variety or combat. A lot of it is related to combat.
Yeah. It's true.
Because think of it this way. Let's say that something that I'm pretty sure just about every D&D crew has ever done is going to a town.
Yep.
There's effectively no rules in the books for describing your town or creating your town that are required.
Yes.
There are some things that are like, hey, you could make it like this if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted, like, there may be a table where it's like, oh, if you roll this, there's a bowyer in town or something like that.
Right, if you want to. Yeah.
Just about everything that you can do that is freeform in OSR, you can still pretty much do in D&D. It's just that the combat tends to be a little bit more rules in depth, because
it's where the mechanics actually do matter a lot of the time.
Yes. And, like, let's say, for example, something that we always used to say after every podcast, I don't think we really say it too much anymore,
Not anymore, really.
Read your player's handbook.
Yep.
And you should still do that, but
should.
The thing that I usually admitted around those times was when I make a character, I have never read the full player's handbook.
Mm-hmm.
I read what I need to know.
Exactly.
And that's pretty much it. And then, like, for example, let's say I am in a party and I'm a paladin and we've got a wizard and a fighter and a rogue.
Yep.
I don't know jack shit about what the paladin can do if I'm the wizard. If I'm the wizard, I have only read some of the wizard rules and, like, the wizard spells. That's it.
Yep.
Because for me, that's pretty much all I need to know, unless there's some very, very specific circumstance where I actually do need to know. And I can tell you from experience, those are exceptionally rare.
Sure.
I don't usually need to know. And hell, as a DM, this is probably not a good thing, especially not in Devils and Dice. I didn't know jack shit about what they could do half the time. I was too busy figuring out what my shit could do. And I'm like, oh fuck. They can wait a minute. You can speak giant?
Yeah,
remember that?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
They fucking walked into a cave, and I completely fucking forgot because I had like these ancient giant murals on the walls. And Alejo pops in with, oh, I can read giant. And I'm like, the fuck? I completely forgot. And I had to like immediately come up with what those things said. And actually, it came out fine.
Yep.
So I promise you'll see a lot of rules. You don't need about half of them.
Exactly.
Until you're in combat. And just because combat tends to be more structured.
Right. And like... sorry.
Real quick. I do remember Boo a few times in last campaign. Sign popped out some bullshit.
Yep.
Because he was a fighter.
Yep.
And you were like, wait, what the fuck is that?
Like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you can get away with that. Now, obviously, I'm a very loosey-goosey DM.
Right.
But you can get away with that even as a DM, which is hilarious.
Right.
I think that's a big part of why we like modern stuff as well, because when you have rules for classes and stuff, it kind of like, let's say you play as a fighter or something. You'll probably like, oh man, I want to play a fighter. Well, I'll check the fighter section and look at all the rules that I have. And you're kind of already taking some of your rules and you're kind of just, you are being the arbitrator or at least the knowledgeable person about your own rules. And so it does actually kind of help and free up mental energy for the DM.
It is true, yeah.
Because now I don't need to know every single rule about the wizard and the spellcaster and the ranger, except you're not playing a ranger. Nobody does, sadly.
All the time,
But yeah, it can be a big help.
Yeah, when you can have that trust in your players, for sure.
Yes, exactly. And then if, worst comes to worst, if you don't have that trust, then you can whip out the book. If they say like, oh, my fighter can do this, and you're like, let me go ahead and check to confirm that.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
There is nothing wrong with asking of your players, oh, how do you get that? Because if your players have been doing good bookkeeping, for instance, when I do my character bookkeeping, I have a section of my notebook, which is what I got at each level and what I took. And then that way, if ever we're level 13 and Boo says, oh, how do you have that? I can say, oh, at level 9 I took this feat, which gives this.
And I can almost guarantee you that depending on your player, if you have enthusiastic players, they'll be like, oh, you want to know about this shit? Fuck yeah, let me open the, they'll be excited to tell you because you're like, oh, you can do that? And like, yeah, dude. And they'll be happy about it.
Most players, I think it comes down to most players aren't going to see the DM going like, holy shit, you can do that? Fuck yeah. Like, they're not going to see that as the DM being bad, but rather this is someone that I get to gush about my character to.
Exactly. Yeah.
You get to be enthusiastic about the character you've made, and it's fun for everybody, especially because the DM is now pulling their hair out like, oh my god, what the fuck do I do now?
Yeah.
And then you get a DM who's scrambling, and it's a lot of fun.
Right.
Yeah. D&D was really a mind game, and Boo was the only one.
And I lost every time.
Lost.
I would say that the only time I won was when I almost killed Brogan with 2 goblins in the first adventure.
Yeah, the very first fucking thing. Yeah.
That and Mexnir's Diary. I definitely won that one.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Later on he says, seems that OSR is a marketing catchphrase to appeal to old dudes. I guess.
Maybe.
I don't know. This is the thing. Like, it's out there, and I know what it means, but I don't know what it is.
Yes, it's like, you know what it is? Fuck. Okay, so in League of Legends and other MOBAs, you've got weapons that sometimes they do a thing when you hit with them.
Yes.
And so when that effect occasionally goes off, it is called procking.
Yes.
You have procced the effect.
Yes.
What the fuck does proc mean? Nobody knows.
Yeah, no, this is my only like thing I know about the word proc is that definition.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
That's
True.
it. And it's PROC.
Yep. Yep.
No one knows what the fuck it means, but you know what it means.
But I know what it
I know
is. Yeah.
Yes.
But
That's OSR.
word origin.
But yeah. So I guess Amber's still lost.
It's short for process.
Oh, really?
It's short for process?
I've been wondering where it comes from. Yeah, apparently in r/Hearthstone, someone says it comes from process.
I guess that makes sense because it's processing
or short for procedure, short for spec proc, special procedure, which is a bit of code trigger to cover a special case that the default code doesn't handle.
Oh,
Really?
That's fucking weird.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I would need more. I would need a few more corroborating ones, but I'm willing to buy that.
Yeah.
Like how meta is most effective tactics available. I still don't even know if that's true or not.
What? I've never heard that.
That's what
What is?
I could have sworn that you told me that, Aiden. That meta, meta.
I was like reading some other stuff, not even focusing on you. What?
Oh, okay. I remember you telling me because like it was the same. It was effectively the same conversation as like what the fuck do procs mean? Proc means was what does meta mean? Like this is the meta,
over.
huh?
Meta means over, like meta narrative. Like meta is a prefix meaning over, but the reason why meta became cemented in because like it was like I think the most objectively the correct way to do things.
Yeah, so that's like when I asked you that, I
sense.
could have sworn you told me that it is an acronym for most effective tactic available.
Oh fuck, that also sounds right.
Right?
Yeah, I've never heard that one before. That's interesting.
That was years ago, but that one I can actually buy because it's a meta build,
right? Because like I know I know the actual prefix meta, but like for what we refer to meta a lot of the time, it feels like it's something like that makes more sense, right? Interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's true. I heard that years ago.
Yeah, I don't remember if that story is true or not, but it has a ring of truth. You might have a point. Hold on, sorry. I'm also reading.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're good. You're killing Tyranids and reading. Reading your Codex Astartes.
Now I'm making my Carcharodon
Oh, okay.
Let's
I'm working on different classes.
I guess Amber's still lost to the E3. The folder her character sheet was in came down from OneDrive, but it was empty. It never uploaded because the entirety of Archie and Fleetway Sonic were uploading ahead of it when the laptop died. Oh, damn.
Oh, rip.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
Have you been reading the IDF Sonic comics? Because those are actually, like, what I've seen of those are actually really good.
I haven't actually myself. It's something that I've thought about getting into again, because, I used to read the Archie comics all the time when I was a kid.
There's a good deal of videos online of, like, just comics being read.
Oh, cool.
And, they're, like, voiced comics.
Yeah.
And the IDF Sonic run is actually pretty fucking good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll look into it maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Guidelines rather than hard rules mostly. Yep. The DMG does have those hireling rules Shin was talking about earlier, but we've spent a good 3 weeks at this point trying to decide how we actually want to run mercenaries. Fair enough. AD&D probably has better mercenary rules. It's closer to the wargame origins. Gotcha.
I would also check rule 3.5 just in case because it just has so much content.
Well, that's what they're utilizing right now as the system.
Okay.
Yeah. Google told me programmed random occurrence for proc. That might also be true.
That honestly
programmed random occurrence for proc.
Yeah.
That sounds right as well. I don't know. A
Yeah,
lot of things sound right.
Yeah.
I have the origin of the word meta. This is like
Meta. Oh.
so that is a source, and then the article title is in bold, or the subsection of the article is in bold.
Oh. Okay. Theory of games and economic behavior. Voice Jonathan.
Oh yeah, metagaming, using the most effective tactics available. There it is.
Okay.
Like literally in the
Interesting.
URL.
Yeah. Neat.
Cool.
How game interfaces beyond itself, and asserting that this can include what you bring to a game, what you take away from a game, and what happens between games, and what happens during a game. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Actually, Boo, about the most effective tactics available, I have, meta is a perfect metagame. Yeah, no, this is just someone bitching on League of Legends. I was gonna say, counterpoint, meta may not be most effective tactic available, but no, it's just someone bitching on the League of Legends subreddit. Fuck them.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
They play League of Legends, and thus I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Let's see. 3 definitions: abbreviation of procedure, abbreviation of processor, and programmed random occurrence for proc. Okay, that's 3 different.
I like
definitions.
programmed random occurrence.
Yeah,
I
like that too. I heard that about meta. Oh, for the most effective thing, yeah. I was reading the IDF Sonic comics. There's no particular reason why I stopped, but I haven't gotten around to ordering the most recent ones. Fair enough. I guess availability of money is a reason. Fair.
Hey, really quick about the proc thing.
Yeah.
If we think about it, like technique,
Yeah.
in games becomes like that's the tech.
True.
Then I could see process being what it is, because you're triggering an effect. So like,
True.
I don't know why, but the item I have attached to the word proc in my mind is Static Shiv from League of Legends.
Oh, yep.
Fair.
Where you proc it and it sends a lightning effect through it and nearby enemies once you have a certain amount of movement. I could see that like
Triggers a
lightning
process,
source
yeah.
of damage be considered like a process of like a damaging effect.
Yeah. I would say so too. Yeah.
But then you have ones where it is like just like a 30% chance to happen rather than something that's guaranteed to happen after a certain point.
Yeah, it's also called a proc.
But then proc, if you do programmed random occurrence, then that doesn't work as well because this isn't random.
Yeah.
So it's weird.
It's one of those ones that does mean
right back.
a bunch of different things. For sure.
It's very interesting.
But we understand what it means at the same time whenever it's used. It is a very interesting word.
It's
term,
not
I
a
guess.
misnomer. What the fuck kind of word is it? Now that I think about it,
I don't know
right?
what that is technically called.
Yeah. There's probably a word for what that is, but I don't actually know it off the top of my head.
Polysemious? The word. Oh no, sorry. A word or phrase. When a word or phrase has several meanings, you can describe that word as polysemious. One word that's famously polysemious is bank.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, polysemia. Okay, polysemious.
Okay.
There you go. I've never heard
another
of
one
that.
that's very good is I don't remember the name for this one either. It is a word that means both its meaning and the opposite of its meaning. Those are really weird. So, for example, the alarm went off, so we turned it off.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it activated.
Yes.
And then
but it was
yes.
off. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So I forget the name for those kinds of words. They're really interesting and weird.
Yeah, for sure.
Very uncommon too.
Yeah.
Polysemous.
Polysemous. Okay, sorry, not polysemious. Excuse me. Polysemous is what the other one was. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, Now that you've all heard
We've gotten very off topic.
yeah, and now that you've heard a robot say Polysemus into your ears, I'm sorry that was so loud, because I needed to hear
It wasn't as loud as your boiling water.
That's true. But yeah, we did it, everybody. We got through the videos and we learned about words
Yay.
today.
Yeah.
That's what you can expect. And honestly, those two videos were very good for discussion. Actually, I found that they were really I thought that it wouldn't be so packed.
But it was good.
But it was
very good.
I like it. Anyway.
Just so you know, Daryl, they're not always this good. I'm sorry.
True.
Yeah, sometimes we have bad ones.
It's true. It's true. Better or worse.
Just as a fair warning.
But anyway,
you're starting out on the high one.
Yes,
very true. So that's it for videos. I think at this point I would. Oh, go on.
The word you were looking for is contronym.
Contronym. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
And an example of it is dust. To remove dust or to apply dust. As
to dust or dust. That's another
weird.
Good one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm dusting the dust away.
Yeah. Oh God. Anyway.
A sanction to permit or to punish.
True.
Cleave to split apart or to couple together.
Wait, cleave?
Couple together?
Yeah. Like cleaving metals together.
Oh yeah.
I've never heard that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Or like cleave is also it means kind of intimacy, I guess. Like couples cleave together. It has a lot of like biblical attachments. Like, the wife is supposed to cleave unto the husband as the husband cleaves unto the Lord.
I see.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't know that it had such a history.
Daryl puts cleavage.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's right.
Cleavage. Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, that's it for the videos. We'll move on to comments in a second here, and there's a lot of them, boys. So I'm giving you your out if you want it this evening to go and have it a little rest.
Yeah, I will stick around, but I will just kind of occasionally pop in with comments. But I'm primarily going to be playing Space Marine.
Absolutely.
Yep, and I'm gonna have to bounce because I never got to take a shower after work. I just came and sat down.
Absolutely, go on.
Good to be back.
Yes.
Good one to come back to.
Yeah, man.
And I hope that you have a little bit of energy left for tomorrow. I'd love to play the game.
Yeah, we'll see.
That'd be very nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, have fun with the comments, and see ya later this Thursday, hopefully.
Yeah.
Because now that I can come back, we can play Vampire again.
You mean Saturday?
Oh, yeah, Saturday. My bad. What did I say? Did I say Friday?
You said Thursday.
Oh, Thursday. Oh,
yeah, I know. It's moved everywhere. I know.
Yeah, rip.
Also, boo, as soon as you can, you should get into Space Marine.
I know. Dude, I've ordered my processor. I'm waiting on it.
All right.
Okay, cool. I haven't even touched it yet. I own it, but I haven't touched it yet.
Dude, I would. So we could do the 3-player campaign.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Given that it'd be your first time through Alejo, almost definitely campaign.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
I can't wait to kick the shit out of my own army. It's gonna be great.
It'll be good.
All right, I'm out.
All right, see ya.
As someone who's done a lot of operations, I would love to do campaign if there were ever a reason to.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right, everybody. Moving on to comments for the evening. I've got weeks of comments ready and waiting for me to read. Let me say before I go there, reminder that next week we're going to have As Your GM on as a guest for a little while. He's not going to be able to stay the full time as far as I remember. But we're gonna talk to him about some stuff. Anyway, moving on to comments. Did I not already do this? My goodness. All right. So, whoops. Okay. Let's see. A couple of weeks ago. Am I? No, this is right. Did I not read these? Hold on. Let me make sure that this is the accurate list, because I think I might have messed it up a little bit. We will see. If I go here and then here. Okay, this works. There we go. If I go by I haven't responded, it takes the things that I haven't hearted away, and that's how I'm doing it. Okay. So, or that I have hearted away, excuse me. Timothy, from a couple of weeks ago on 195, says, hello, bros. Hello.
Hello, Timothy.
New lore. Tournament semifinals. Star Ruby versus Cornell. Cornell sat on a chair, waiting for the gate to open, drinking some of his homemade pink ale, trying to heal the broken arm he got in the last round. The ale slowly made his arm go numb. Better than nothing, he thought. His mind was not on the fight. He couldn't help but worry about the Moon Valley being under attack. 2 more days. Renee just needs to hold on for 2 more days. I'll find the one that dares to hurt my kingdom. He took a deep breath as he changed into human form. The gate then opened. Cornell picked up his axe and walked out toward a roaring crowd. He saw Star Ruby standing 30 feet away, cracking his neck. Cornell bowed to Veronica sitting in the front row, as he did before every fight so far. The 2 fighters stood nose to nose. Cornell says, you stand with focus. Quite amazing. Star Ruby. It's just another day. Bustin' heads is my job. And you do that job well, to be frank with you. I wish I had you by my side. Leroy really found a good one. What a lucky brother-in-law I have. Thank you, sir. If you don't mind me asking, why are you not in your normal form? I come to you on even ground. If I was my normal size, most of your moves would not work on me. An unfair advantage, right? You might regret making it easier for me to kick your ass. Haha. Show me, O mighty ogre. Cornell brought his axe down at Star Ruby, but he quickly ducked away from it. The 2 went back and forth. Star Ruby found his way inside after ducking another swing, punching Cornell in the chin, and following up by grabbing the king and tossing him on his head. The axe flying from Cornell's hand, he hit the ground so hard, his head became stuck in the sand. Pulling his head out, the dragon started laughing. Cornell. What was I thinking using my axe? This battle is hand-to-hand. Cornell then charged into Star Ruby at full force, trying to take him to the ground, but the ogre was ready for it, digging in and picking up Cornell, bringing him down on his neck. Ooh. Star Ruby started to wrench back on Cornell's arm, his good arm, as the dragon yelled in pain. Cornell fought to one knee and flipped Star Ruby while in the hold, breaking his arm to do so. Oh. Star Ruby looked up to see Cornell popping his shoulder back in, a bone sticking out of his forearm. Oh my god. The king pushed the bone back in, placing his hand on the wound and chanting a spell, mending it on the fly. Star Ruby. You crazy bastard. What happened to being fair? Cornell. It's not as good as it looks. It still hurts like hell, and the bone is weak. Feel free to break it again if you're that upset about it. Why don't I just break your neck instead? Go ahead and try it, but I don't think Leroy can afford the penalty for killing me. The 2 engaged once more, with Cornell getting more attacks in this time. They battled their way up to the stands, busting everything in their path. Spectators running out of the way of the raging bulls smashing into each other. Star Ruby cracked a barrel over Cornell's head, wine splashing everywhere. The dragon flopped back into a bench, dazed. Star Ruby. Damn, your head is harder to break than your arm. Cornell. I take that as a compliment. Cornell then tackled Star Ruby off the edge of the stands, falling 50 feet into the sand below. The fighters were motionless for a few minutes. Cornell stumbled to his feet, blood dripping from his forehead. When Star Ruby failed to rise, the bell sounded. Announcer. Star Ruby can no longer fight. King Cornell wins. Back in the stands, Leroy and company stood up. Galvin. The big guy isn't getting up. Leroy. Let's go down there now. The party started pushing through the crowd to the edge. Galvin. Fuck the stairs, I'm jumping down. Leroy. Hold on, have you lost your mind? Galvin. You need to calm down, Leroy boy. I've jumped from high places before. Us tabaxis do it for kicks all the time. You with me, Massimo? The vampire nodded. Galvin then leaped into the air, landing on all fours below. Massimo jumped soon after, Galvin catching the jester to break his fall. Galvin. Come on, Leroy, jump. We'll catch you. Leroy. Ugh, I guess I lived a good life. As he ran off the edge, he fell with his eyes closed and felt 2 pairs of arms grab him. Leroy slowly opened his eyes. Galvin. Why so scared? Do you think we'd let you eat shit? Leroy. Well, falling down 50 feet doesn't make me happy. Just put me down. I need to check Star Ruby. The party ran to Star Ruby and Cornell. The king was on one knee next to the ogre, looking in his bag for something. Cornell. Leroy, I had a feeling you and your friends would come. Do me a favor and roll Star Ruby over, would you? The 3 did so. Leroy. Star Ruby, are you okay? Star Ruby. I think that pink son of a bitch broke my spine. I'm sorry I couldn't win, boss. Leroy. Nonsense. Your health is what matters. Cornell. Aha! There it is. Drink this, please. Feeding Star Ruby some pink ale. A minute later, the ogre was able to stand with support from Galvin and Massimo, as the crowd cheered for him, getting to his feet again. Leroy. Thank you, Cornell. Cornell. No problem. He earned it. Plus, a great warrior like Star Ruby needs to fight another day. Well, that's all I got. Have a nice day. Thank you. That was cool. I liked it.
Yeah. I have absolutely no context as to who any of these characters are, but the fight scene itself was really nice.
Yeah. Just a quick rundown. Cornell is a pink dragon who is the king of the Moon Valley, who is trying to win this tournament so that he can go against, I believe it is another dragon, so that he can get his I think soul, so that he can make it into a sword, so that he can rule over the universe.
What is the Moon Valley?
It is a place that is a valley, that is a kingdom that he took over after a while. I don't know.
What, like, you took over as in, like, conquest?
Yes, as in, like, conquest, yes. And he has been taking care of it, and it's actually been thriving under his rule. Let's see. Veronica is his queen, who is related to Leroy, his sister. Leroy is a mage. No, Leroy is an elf mage, and Veronica is an elf as well. Leroy is an elf mage who is, oh my god, there's so much context. Who is part of the IMO, which is the, help me out, Timothy. You define IMO while I go to who Star Ruby is. Star Ruby is an ogre who is a luchador, who is his right-hand man, who he is under his employ, under Leroy's employ.
Dude, you have no idea the fight scene I am in right now. Simpler might be better.
Okay. Who else? Massimo is a vampire.
It is miraculous that I am alive right now.
And Galvin is a tabaxi. And they're also part of their party, and that's kind of everything for that one.
Okay.
They're humans, not elves. I'm sorry. I thought they were elves. My apologies. I might have been thinking of a different character. Cornell challenged a champion for the kingdom. Right. Yes, that's right. It's a lot. I can't remember all of it off the top of my head. My apologies. Anyway.
No, it sounds like you were summarizing like a whole ass campaign.
This has been so many posts in the making, dude. Like, Timothy has just put work into so much of this story so far. It's sick.
Yeah. No. I just mean like.
I know. Oh yeah, I
don't
get you.
blame yourself for a slip up here or there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you. Anyway, thank you, Timothy, for that one. We'll get to your next one in a bit here. Then we have Unit Rico on removing hit points and attack rolls and rules changes. 195 as well. When I saw removing attack rolls in the title of the first video, I'd kind of hoped it referred to removing the concept of the sort of I go, you go combat most TTRPGs and wargames have, as far as I know. One of the reasons I like Middle-earth SPG so much over other wargames I've tried is because in its fight phase, you pair off combatants into duels and then roll off to see who wins and gets to attempt to wound. In MESBG, these are just d6s, with the models having a certain statistic that determines who wins in case of a tie. But in D&D, it could be some kind of opposed check with nothing happening in the case of a tie. I think this could actually work quite well in TTRPGs, considering each character acts individually like in Middle-earth SPG. You can then lean into the new weapon rules with their unique rules to give you more options when you win a duel. MESBG has these as well, but they're being removed for the upcoming version of the game, considering most people, me, forgot they exist most of the time. Fair. You could also use the shielding rule from MESBG, where if you have a shield, you can double the number of dice you roll to win the duel, but don't get to attempt to wound if you win, so sort of like the dodge action. Of course, while I think there's potential, I don't actually know how well it actually translates to TTRPGs, but it sounds kind of interesting to try sometime. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. In like most TTRPGs, the initiative systems are usually pretty well defined, honestly. I get that it can be a little weird with the, my one go, then the next go, then the next go. It's not really, it can feel a little bit less natural in a way, depending, but I don't know, especially for something that's a little more static, like how Delta Green is, with how you go in dexterity order, right? And I think Vampire's the same way, where you just go in whatever the order is, and it's always fixed. That way you always have, if somebody's really fucking fast, they go first, and that just is always the case, that at least seems more realistic, but with the variability of initiative rolls, you can get some more interesting outcomes that way as well, due to kind of role-playing it out as somebody's more ready than somebody else, or, because of something, they're able to act before anybody else, or having those kinds of tactics that they've come up with together that they can then like delay their turn for, and work more in tandem with, which you could still do with something that's more static and all that. It's just, I don't know, I can see a TTRPG utilizing dueling, I guess, though having them have different timings when they act seems like it's better for allowing you to strategize, I guess. At least to me. whether or not that's still something that you can do. Like, I know that's something you can do in these war games, like Middle-earth, but yeah, I don't know. It just, I'm fine with the dual aspect happening when you're engaged with somebody, but outside of that, does it still, like, how do we still have the initiative, or what are we doing when there isn't just a clear duel going on, you know? I don't know. It's something that I would need to look at it in practice, I guess, for me to completely understand it in a way that kind of translates more so, because my brain is really just hooked onto how initiative works, I guess, in the current moment. And I can't really seem to get out of that in my own head. But anyway. Yeah.
I will say I have never really considered anything other than the I go you go like turn order. Just because that has always been like, I've never bothered to question that.
It's kind of reliable as well.
Yeah, that is fair. But like, I really like other alternate ways of handling turn order.
Yeah.
Like, how many games do we see where they fuck with turn order, like SMT with press turn? As for how parties handle combat.
Yeah.
Think of how many games and how many different ways we see turn order being handled, and it's kind of a shame that we don't explore that more in TTRPGs.
Yeah. Well, it's just one of those things that you kind of have to come up with a system for it, and I think people are just defaulting to these systems because it's easier to understand and implement rather than come up with something brand new that might not be so universally accepted.
That's also true in other forms of media, though.
For sure.
We do see other like ways of handling turns.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Why not here?
I agree. It's one of those things that I wonder if that's what's keeping it from being innovated upon, because it is just that simple, and maybe,
it is easy,
right? And maybe it's just you don't really need to technically, quote unquote, fix it or implement on it, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely get it. It's simple. Everyone knows it.
Right.
It's very basic.
But I would like to see more interesting utilizations of it, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway. Cornell's main goal is to become a deity. That's right. He needs great worm dragon souls for the legendary weapon he had a vision of. Gotcha. Starobi is Leroy's henchman for hire. There you go. Okay. I'm glad my story is fun to read. Let me know if you need more context. Thank you. It is fun to read. I have a good time. All right. Now for Shin on that same week. This is a long one. These sessions are a little bit longer than I thought they were. Looks like another two-parter, so I'll thread it below. Thank you. Okay. It looks like one of the videos this time was about removing HP from RPGs, Verity observed. Removing HP, Entropy asked. Don't we always remove HP in RPGs? That's what Chara is trying to do anyway, quipped Verity. Remove all the HP in Undertale. It is a JRPG, Chara noted. Now let us keep this moving. This has been edited a million times, and the rest of this bit simply will not come together. Yeah, we're here to play D&D right now, not hear about the L Chara took, Entropy said. It was a pretty massive L, Verity agreed. So, for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, this is a D&D 3.5 campaign. I'm playing Sarika, the elven sorceress who just gained a cleric level. Entropy is playing Tera, the human fighter, and Chara is playing Shauna, the halfling barbarian. For the record, we might revise our commentary all the way up until the time it gets read, but we'll avoid changing anything that happened in the actual game. Sure. You said Sarika has a cleric level now, noted Entropy. Where'd that come from, Verity? So Sarika has a... Oh, that's the same thing twice. Right, Verity thought for a bit. We haven't really done a lot of character interaction to flesh things out so far, have we? Well, you see, Sarika was an acolyte of the Ouijas faith, but also a natural sorceress, so of course her arcane powers were the first to come in. But now that she's survived a few trials, her faith has grown to the point where she can start receiving her divine spells from her goddess too. I'm surprised you did not just make her your own cleric, said Chara. I'm not doing that, Veritas replied. I'm just playing this game. Oh! OBS disconnect. Nice.
Oh.
It is reconnect, hopefully soon. Are we... It hasn't said, badoop, we're reconnected yet. Oh, there it goes. Badoop, we're reconnected. Oh, God, that was so loud. Sorry. We're back, I guess. Anyway. I'm not doing that, Verity replied. I'm just playing this game. I'm not trying to muscle in on another world. Besides, Weejas is the goddess of magic, so if I'm going for the Mystic Theurge build, she really fits the theme. Anyway, we should go ahead and start the session. Assuming everyone's concerns had been addressed and it was okay for the session to finally begin, the curtains opened on Shauna, leading the way towards a walled town that had just come into view. Teyra and Sarika followed behind her. Though they had emerged from the forest by now, they still followed the shore of the river instead of cutting away into the fields, not wanting to get lost in the tall weed that grew there, nor wanting to be taken for thieves, there to plunder any farmer's crops. Shauna didn't have much interest in stealing anything from these fields anyway. From the look of them, they seemed more than a bit unhealthy, possibly even blighted. The dim sunlight from the cloud-covered sky above couldn't have helped matters either. Shauna hadn't really seen a clear sky or even an opening in those clouds since emerging from the weird ruins in the mountains. As the travelers drew closer to the town, a group of gaunt-faced peasants in rags, 6 in all, took notice of them and began to approach. Each of them brandished a simple weapon of some sort, but they were mostly repurposed farm tools. The one who seemed to be in the lead was carrying an actual spear. "Here comes the welcoming committee," Teyra said dryly. "Doesn't speak too highly of the town, does it?" Shauna commented. "You girls came the wrong way," said the leader of the group, closing in. "Should have stuck to the road. There's a toll for coming this way." "Amateurs," retorted Shauna, drawing her morning star. "You can see we're well armed and you're just going to approach us openly like this? It doesn't look like you've had much luck at this business, and I can see why." "You saying you'd know about our business?" asked the bandit. Shauna merely cocked her head to the side as she pointed her morning star at the bandit in challenge. Incensed, the bandit sprung forward, faster than Shauna expected, and landed a few minor strikes with his spear that penetrated the halfling's armor. Thinking to be clever, a woman with a club bum-rushed Sarika, guessing the unarmored elf for a mage, but Teyra's trained reflexes responded with her guisarm blade, slashed through the woman's stomach. As the bandit clutched her wound and sank to the ground, Sarika drew her bow and shot an arrow at a man who brandished a sickle. Unfortunately... Wait, said Verity. "Didn't we say we were going to use action points?" "Yes, that's right," said Chara, "and all that missing has gotten annoying." "It really has," said Verity, "so I'm using one now. At this level, you can use one to add 1d6 to a d20 roll, and that's what I'm doing." The fates aligned to guide Sarika's aim, and her arrow struck true, driving into the bandit's chest and dropping him to the ground. Though initially put back on her heels by her opponent's sudden attack, Shauna soon regained her footing after fending off a few spear thrusts with her shield, and began to press her own attack. The bandit tried to parry the halfling's blows, but Shauna easily batted his spear aside and knocked him off balance, then bashed him upside the head with a swift swing of her weapon. The bandit leader joined the newly fallen bodies on the ground. Teyra continued to stand on the defensive, waiting for the other bandits to approach. With the quick fall of their leader and two allies, however, the remaining bandits shrank back, seeing that the fight has gone against them, and they no longer even had the advantage of numbers. After only a moment's hesitation, they turned and ran. "We'd better clear out of here too," Shauna said. Don't bother looting these bodies. In fact, it's best we just leave them as they are. Someone's gonna find them sooner or later, and we don't need to look like they got killed by robbers. Need it to look like they've got killed by robbers. There was no argument, and the three continued towards the town at a quickened pace. A short time later, they finally arrived at the gate. Though the guards eyed them warily as they approached, they didn't show any aggressive intent, and Shauna began to hope their fight with the bandits hadn't been witnessed. "Hail, and state your business," said one of the guards posted out front. Sarka stepped forward to speak for the party. "We have been journeying and seem to have gotten a bit lost," she said. "We had hoped to find refuge within the walls of your town, though I must ask what you call it." "This is Colnaford," said the guard. "Mind where you swing those weapons while you're here. If someone comes at you, you've a right to defend yourself. If you start it and anyone dies, you'll be the one on a rope. "Are there a lot of problems that involve people starting something here?" asked Sarika. "Where have you been lately?" the guard asked. "The earth rots made times hard for everyone lately, and we're no exception. A lot of folk are desperate, so you'd best watch your back, especially if you go poking around any seedy places." We'll be careful," Sarika said. With a nod, the guard waved them through. At a glance, Colnaford was a fairly small town, and the streets were mostly empty. The few peasants who could be seen going about their business kept to themselves, glancing only briefly at the adventurers as they passed, and visibly moving to avoid them. The architecture along the main street showed signs of past prosperity, but a lack of maintenance was beginning to show. Despite the general poverty, a large manor house overlooked the town, sharing a prominent hilltop with what would have looked like a wizard tower to most, but which Sarika recognized as a temple of Wee Jas. Second comment. Or third, technically. At the town square, there was at least some activity, as local merchants and craftsmen traded their goods. "And none of us really feel like writing out our shopping day," Viridia informed the audience. "Not really what we're here for." So what's our budget, Entropy?" Chara asked. "2 nights at the inn for full HP and recovery," Entropy began. "To good quality on everything comes to 4 gold each for inn stays, and 1 gold each for meals. 5 silver each to replace 1 trail ration, 1 silver each to replace those fish hooks. Sarika needs to pay a silver piece to refill her oil flask. If we pool our funds, we can buy an ever-burning torch, a mule, a pack saddle, and a portable ram for 133 gold, which comes out to 44.33 from each of us. Remainder of 1 copper, which Sarika covers because she has the most gold right now. Animal feed for 9 days to make the cost divisible by 3. Comes to 4.5 silver, which will be 1.5 silver from each of us. We can buy the mule on whatever day we leave town, so we don't have to pay for stabling and more feed." "Not the most exciting part of the game, is it?" asked Viridia. "If you say so," replied Entropy, "but it needs documenting." "Do we really need to spend 5 gold pieces each on sleeping and food?" asked Chara. "That is 15 gold altogether. We could go back to the woods and sleep for free and probably feed ourselves with survival checks." "We're not sleeping in the woods, Chara," Viridia huffed. "We're trying to roleplay." "But it's efficient," Chara argued. "You would say that, Chara." "If we sleep in the woods, we'll have to keep rolling random encounters," Entropy noted. "We could keep getting our sleep interrupted and not be able to recover our spells and HP faster than we lose them." "Okay, fine. But we do not have to blow our money on the highest quality." "It's 5 gold," Viridia said. "We can afford it right now, easily." "But poor quality is a fraction of the price," Chara pressed. "Do you want to sleep on the floor and eat turnips and onions just to pinch a few insignificant coins?" "There's nothing wrong with that. It's efficient, and I like turnips. Baked turnips, onions, and water. That sounds just fine to me." Fine, it's your character. Sleep on the floor and eat your turnips if you want. Just don't go rifling through people's cabinets and breaking their pottery." "Okay, fine. I'll not break people's pottery. So I'm only spending 6 silver total on my upkeep here, suckers. And you're okay with your barbarian drinking water instead of ale?" "She does not have to drink ale just because she is a barbarian, Viridia. That's a horrible, disgusting stereotype." "Right," Viridia sighed. "So I guess, so I should probably go visit that temple while we're here, just whenever I get a chance, I guess. At some point in the course of the stay, Sarika made her way to the temple of her goddess, showing her holy symbol at the door. Before allowing her into the inner sanctum, the initiates of the temple brought Sarika a set of clerical vestments and a silver holy symbol. Sarika paid for these and took them to a private chamber to don them. Afterward, she was escorted to and introduced to the head of the temple, High Karuth Laura. Karuth? Asked Entropy. That's what we just call clerics are called, said Ferretti. Her followers are called Jocidin, collectively, and individual clerics are Karuth. Interesting. So I'm told you're from out of town, Laura began. Breckmark, perhaps. No, mistress, said Sarika. The truth is, I have no recognition of this land at all. I see, said Laura. In any case, greetings and welcome. Thank you. Your manner of speech does not seem foreign to me. Have you lost your memory? Not as far as I know. The land I am from is called Celadre. I know no country by that name, said Laura. This kingdom is called Astoria. Google says that is a city in Oregon, Chara pointed out. Shush, said Ferretti. It sounds like a cool fantasy name. That's all that matters to me. Dude, I feel that because I named a place Bristol, and that is a place in many places. Anyway. I've not heard of Astoria either, said Sarika. Then tell me, how did you come here? My companions and I were exploring an underground ruin that we happened upon in our travels. When we entered, we were in the woodlands of southern Celandre. When we came out, we were in a range of barren hills to the northwest of here. Then you are lucky to have survived, Laura interjected. Goblins infest those hills. Indeed, we were pursued by them, said Sarika. A few of them even tracked us through the forest, though we bested that party in battle when they caught up to us. I advise you to not return that way. Since the earth rot began, the lords of Astoria have been too busy maintaining order in their own lands to regularly quell the monsters of the wilderness, and the goblin numbers have grown immensely in just a few years. Quell? Asked Entropy. Yeah, I know, said Verity. Mortals aren't always the greatest. So you've said. You have been quick to believe what I've told you, noted Sarika. Whether I believe you or not, I offer my words on the assumption that you speak truly, said Laura. You do not seem like a madwoman, and things have been happening in the world lately that are no less strange than what you say. I am happy to tell you anything you wish to know. Fair enough, said Sarika. Speaking of strange things, then, what is this earth rot you mentioned? Are the forests still lush and the land vibrant in Celandre? They are. Then I am sorry that fate has brought you here. The earth rot is what we call the rapid decay of the land that began 2 years ago. Though nature has been in an overall decline for many years, trees wither, and many have not awoken from their wintry slumber. Fields produce sickly crops and poor harvests, and much of the wilderness has become completely barren, as I am sure you saw when you came out of those ruins. Yes, those hills were quite lifeless, Sarika said, which leads me to wonder how the goblins have survived there in such numbers. It is best not to think too much about their methods, Laura replied. Their raids are frequent, their captives do not return, and neither do those who go to rescue them. Sarika stood silent for a moment as she processed all this information. This seems very bleak, she said finally. How long can civilization survive in a place such as this? Laura merely gave her a grim look in response. My apologies, Sarika said. We must accept what fate decrees, Laura at last recited. A few more silent moments passed before Laura spoke again. Do you need anything else? Only to present myself and offer my service if our goddess requires it. Of course, said Laura. Certainly, there is work to be done. If you would take on a mission, I would advise you to find your companions and return here. Yes, mistress, Sarika agreed. Then by your leave. Granted. Fortune be with you. With a final obeisant bow. Obeisant? Yeah.
Obeisant.
Obeisant. Thank you.
Oh, so no, it's obeisant.
Obeisant. Thank you. With a final obeisant bow, Sarika departed the sanctum and the temple. There you go. Thank you. Neat.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. For sure. Now I scroll all the way up to get to the next comment. Holy fuck. Okay. And then from 10 days ago, we've got on 196, the writing of modules, PHP Talk, and Colville Miss. Timothy. Hello, bros. Hello. New lore. Tournament finals. Cornell versus Cyrus Alabaster. 2 days passed between matches to give more time for wounds to heal. Cornell broke the same arm twice in 2 days, and Cyrus broke 4 ribs. Among other small injuries, the extra time was used to fix sections of the arena after Cornell versus Star Ruby. Leroy and company sat with Veronica and Cornell in a waiting room. Cornell. So how is Star Ruby doing? Leroy. He is resting comfortably at Targase's house. He should be back on his feet in a month or so. That homemade ale potion you made took the healing time down by a lot. Usually it takes over 1.5 years to heal a broken spine. Cornell. Good to know the ale is working properly. That ogre is a strong one indeed. I wasn't expecting him to walk out even with the ale. Galvin. You should have seen him trying to talk Leroy into letting him come and watch. He hates doing nothing in bed. Massimo. Sir Leroy had to put sleeping potion in his soup to get him to rest. Galvin. It was enough to knock out 3 hippos. Leroy. If I'm lucky, he should stay asleep until we get back. Cornell. I would love to fight him again one day. Hopefully less injuries next time, but now I must stay focused on the task at hand. Veronica. I do hope you will be careful. I don't want to carry you home in a heap, especially since we have a lot to deal with when we get back. Leroy. If you don't mind me asking, dear sister, what are you dealing with? Veronica. I don't mind at all. I just wish we knew ourselves. An army of 300,000 is marching into the Moon Valley right at this moment. No banners are being flown. We're most likely walking straight into battle when we leave here. Cornell. This seems planned. They launch an attack when we are away. Cowards. Ugh. Veronica. Easy, sweetheart. We'll make them pay tenfold, but only a calm mind wins battles. Cornell. Yes, of course. Kissing Veronica. Leroy's mind was running full speed trying to process what he heard. Massimo. Your forces are prepared, right? Veronica. Always. The whole kingdom is on lockdown. Digging for defense. The last we heard, the attacking army will reach the gates by tonight. Cornell. My best general, Rene, is handling things. I trust he will keep the kingdom safe. I once saw that were-tiger fight with 5 arrows stuck on his person. I doubt those fools know what they're up against. Leroy. This might be an underground faction heading this army. When you don't want to be traced, you don't use banners or any well-known symbols. They could be from anywhere, and anyone could donate fighters without breaking peace agreements. Veronica. I was thinking the same. If this is true, we won't be able to attack back very easily. We need more info in order to move forward. Cornell. Info is in plain sight. Someone in that army should be able to tell us something. Announcer. Fighters to the front. Cornell. Well, here we go. Veronica. Good luck, dear. Cornell grabbed his axe and went to the door. Cyrus and Cornell stood about 5 feet apart. Leroy and his party sat with Veronica in a balcony. Cyrus. Time to see what my new brother-in-law can do. Cornell. I could say the same. As they both took a stance. The two then clashed, sparks flying from their weapons. The battle went on for 2 hours, the longest of the tournament. Cyrus's sword glowed orange, setting up the Supernova Blade spell, charging towards the dragon, just missing Cornell's arm, cutting his wing clean off. The king screamed in pain, remaining quick on the draw. Cornell shot a blast of bubble foam right in Cyrus's face. stopping him dead in his tracks. Wiping the burning foam away, the paladin saw a frightening sight. Cornell let out a planet-shaking roar, his eyes turning pitch black. A storm started covering the area, and the wind picked up hard. Galvin, what's happening? Leroy, a 10th level storm spell. This just got really dangerous. This building won't hold up for long in this weather. It keeps getting stronger. The crowd started to panic. Galvin, what's going on with Cornell? Veronica, it's draconic primal rage. It's how dragons break their limits. The last resort to overwhelm the opponent. The walls of the arena started cracking. Despite this, the two continued to brawl. As buckets of rain fell, the fighters became hard to see, with sand, rain, and wind swirling around them. As Leroy and the others ran down the steps, they ducked rubble along the way, now standing outside. They watched the whole building collapse. 20 minutes later, the storm died down, now deathly silent. The pieces of stones started to move. The pink dragon king burst out, dragging the motionless but alive body of Cyrus up with him. Cornell. Oh, my head. I hate when people make me do that. It's gonna take a lot of healing potions to get that wing back, damn it. The crowd soon came out of hiding and started to cheer. A person shook a little bell. Announcer. King Cornell is your champion. Well, that's all I got. Have a nice day. Thank you. And thank you for the comment. Neato. All right.
Just realized I was muted. I agree.
Yes. Very cool. All right. Oh, and now Shin on the same episode. Another two-parter ahead. Oh boy, here we go. I don't have any tea ready with honey, but I'll just drink this water and maybe squirt some honey in my mouth. But I don't lose my voice entirely. Yummy. Okay. Here we go.
Do you have any particular kind of honey, or is it just like?
It's just some organic raw honey.
Oh, okay.
It says U.S. grade A raw honey, product of Brazil. Yummy.
I bounce back and forth between I have a lavender honey
Ooh.
and a chai spice honey.
Ooh, those sound delicious.
Yes.
Very good, very good. All right. So Shin, here we go. So we're up to the 5th session now, entropy noted. Last time we made it out of the forest, fought some bandits, and made it to the town of Kolnaford, Chara recounted. Sarika visited the local temple of Ouijas, where she found out that we are in a kingdom called Astoria, and the land is withering away from a blight called the Earth Rot. Did we really need that recap? Verdi asked. I'm pretty sure Alejo's going to read this comment in the same episode as the last one. Fuck! 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 Greetings, I am Chara, the demon who wants you to level grind in a game where level grinding is obviously the wrong thing to do. That recap was written up weeks ago, and I refuse to adapt to changing circumstances. As always, Veridi is playing Sarika, the elven sorceress / cleric. Chara is playing Shauna, the giant halfling barbarian, and I'm playing Tara, the human fighter. Entropy noted.
Okay.
On the night of the second day in town, Tara, Shauna, and Sarika sat in the local tavern discussing plans as they ate their meal. Local tavern is capitalized. Doesn't it have a name? Asked Entropy. Do we really need to know the name? Asked Verdi. Is it truly 100% critical that we assign the tavern a name? I mean, it would add some flavor. It's a random throwaway location that isn't critical to the story, and it'll take me all day to think of a name for it because I'm horrible at naming things. The Prancing Pony? Asked Chara. No, Chara, said Verdi. Blood of the Vine? No. How about the Harbinger's Roost? You and I both know where it's from, said Verdi, or that's from. We're still not copying something straight out of another person's game just because it's obscure. I have standards, you know. Viridia, if we could see each other right now, I would be staring in disbelief at you, said Chara. While the spirits argued, Sarika relayed what she had learned from her meeting with the local priestess of Ouijas. If the Earth front is an allegory for climate change, you would think the weather would be hotter instead of colder, Chara jabbed. It's not allegory if it's applicable, said Viridia. Anyway, she might have some work for us if we're interested, Sarika said, as she concluded her summary. If it pays, Tayra replied. Agreed, Shauna said, but it sounds like this land is about to see its last days. We probably shouldn't stay here too long. Right, I don't plan on staying here either, Tayra agreed. There must be some way back home. Perhaps there is, said Sarika, but it's not back the way we came. All we can do for now is survive and try to look for... Sarika trailed off as she noticed someone approaching. Sorry to intrude, but I overheard you ladies say you were looking for work. The newcomer was a dark-haired man of elven ancestry, moderately well-dressed, but not extravagantly so. Depends on the work, Tayra said, eyeing him with reserved suspicion. Work for adventurers, he clarified. Nothing dishonorable. Satisfied with that, Tayra nodded and gestured to a chair. Let's hear it. As he took his seat, the elfish man introduced himself as Alvaro Nyros, of the Nyros merchant family. I see, said Chara. You really are bad at names. I'm sorry, said Viridia. Hey, at least you tried. Character, said Entropy. Thank you, Entropy, said Green. Oh, I get it. Okay. At least she tried, character, said Entropy to a tip. Yeah. Thank you, Entropy, said Green. Okay, yes, I understand. Okay. Very good. A week ago, my son, Eric, departed from Richton to oversee a transaction personally, began the merchant. I had thought to give him a chance to fly on his own, you see. Let him gain some experience and show how well he had learned the business. Let me guess, said Shauna. He got ambushed by bandits on the road. It seems so, said Alvaro. So this is going to be a rescue, or is it revenge? Asked Tayra. I would like to think it as both. Fair enough, said Tayra. What are you offering? Up front, 300 gold, and... One more thing, Chara interrupted. What is it now? Asked Viridia. I think we should call the currency something other than gold, silver, and copper, said Chara. It has been fine for... Wow, this was before we did this episode. This is weird. It has been fine for our out-of-character discussion so far, but it feels a little weird for characters to call it that. How about crowns, jackets, and stapes? Viridia suggested. What? What's stapes? Terrible, said Chara. 300 crowns up front. 300 more on completion, Alvaro offered. Wow, for someone telling us his son got kidnapped, this person's dialogue is dead, said Chara. You're just full of complaints today, said Viridia. He's a merchant. You know, the medieval version of a corpo? Then shouldn't it be 300 more on successful execution of required deliverables? Asked Entropy. That hurts my soul so much, said Viridia. I don't know, that sounds like dangerous work for only 200 crowns between the three of us, Tayra mused. Maybe if you paid us all up front. My offer is very generous as is, said the merchant, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. Take it or leave it. You're not the only braves in need of coin. Okay, you can't blame a girl for trying, said Tayra. Looking to Sarika and Shauna, Tayra received their nods of assent. We're in. Alvaro nodded, his anger quickly fading. Looking around to make sure no one was watching too intently, he reached into his coat and produced a sizable pouch of coins. Good. Very well then, he said, counting out 30 platinum coins and setting them on the table. I suppose you'll want me to name the platinum coins too, Viridia said. I'll call them Slandings. Do what you want, said Chara. Ah! Viridia growled. Do you have any idea where he's being held? Asked Shauna. Or any leads at all? Alvaro gave a slow shake of his head. Hey, here's an idea, said Tayra. Let us escort your next wagon. Maybe they'll come back looking for another haul. Just the three of you? Asked the merchant. That's right, said Tera. Don't want to scare them off with too many guards. Hey, Verity, let's cut the camera for a minute, said Entropy. Oh. Next comment. The next day, a mercantile wagon departed from Kelnaford along the Portage Road. Portage? Road south...
Yeah, Portage.
Portage, okay. Along the Portage Road south to Richton, escorted by 3 heavily armed teenagers. Before we leave town, we should add some cold weather outfits to our inventory, said Chara. Do that, Verity said. Speaking of which, it looks like we got cold and calm weather today. Then I guess we should be wearing them, Entropy said. That raises other issues, said Chara. Of course it does, said Verity. I know the rules as written say there is no cost or weight for your starting outfit, said Chara. But how does that work if you change into something else? Does the new outfit add to the weight you are carrying when the starting outfit did not? And is the starting outfit still going to be weightless when we store it on the mule? That's what the letter of the rules is as written would imply, said Verity. Obviously, I don't think we should do that. Just have the clothes you're wearing not count against your carried weight because you're wearing them. The explorer's outfit should count as weight on the mule. Also, you guys do know I'm not the DM, right? I couldn't tell, said Entropy. So are we going to explain this Portage Road? Why don't you explain it, said Verity. Create some educational content. Right, Entropy said. So a portage is a land route between 2 water routes, or another, or route, if you want to be proper, or or around an obstacle in a river. In this case, we have an example of the first one. Usually inland trade routes should be based on rivers, because transporting goods over land is a lot slower, and good roads are expensive to maintain. But there are cases where it's still more economical to cross over land because the water route is still a much longer way around. For example, say you have a high land where 2 rivers flow out to the sea on opposite sides of the landmass. So you could take a wagon from one river to the other faster than you could take a boat out to sea, all the way around the landmasses and back up the other river. In that situation, it would make sense to maintain a land route between the 2 rivers at the closest point between them, or along the most traversable route between them at least. Is that what's happening here? Asked Chara. Geography should really be Verity's department, said Entropy. Fine, Verity conceded. So we've already established that there are hills to the northwest, we have this river running southeast, and the Portage Road goes south from here. If there's another river to our south, then the high land should be to the west, with both rivers running due east. I'm going to say they join together at some point, but that point is still far enough away that it's faster to go by land between them here. Of course, it's not common for rivers to run parallel for that distance, but it's not impossible. We've painted ourselves into a corner where it just has to be. The land between the 2 must rise and fall back down again, which makes it a worn-down remnant of a ridge that probably shot off from the west, and that would mean the land here is probably mineral-rich. That would be a good reason for the town to be named Richton, Entropy said. Would the rivers not get closer to each other as you go east, though? Asked Chara. True, said Verity. So they probably bend away from each other past this point, and this area is basically the last chance for a portage before that happens. That makes sense, said Chara. So anyway, what was just happening? Merchant wagon was leaving Colnaford, Entropy said. In truth, the road was a little more than a trail of rutted wagon tracks, lined by walls of sickly grain and wheat for the first few miles out of the city, eventually giving way to woodland that stood in equally poor condition. About half the day had passed when a group of 6 ruffians wearing leather armor and armed with an assortment of simple weapons emerged from behind the trees and surrounded the wagon. Another group of 6, Chara observed. It's almost like our DM likes to outnumber us 2 to 1, Verity quipped. 3? Can't these merchants afford guards anymore? Laughed a half-orc, carrying a massive club. Not that I'm complaining. Wait a moment, Sarika called to the bandit. Hey, you want to beg for your lives? You better know someone willing to pay for that. Actually, I think we all we would all like to join your band. Really? The half-orc said, eyes narrowed. We're tired of risking our lives for these pigs, said Tara. Yeah, sending just the three of us out here, knowing these roads are dangerous, like they can't shell out a few extra coins for a proper escort anymore, Shauna added. We want to start living for ourselves instead of licking someone else's boots, Sarika said. The half-orc gave this some thought, while the other bandits murmured with approval. Right. Sounds good to me, said the bandit. Welcome aboard. Let's get this cart of yours back to camp. Tara held her guisarme blade up toward the wagon driver, whose eyes were now wide and face pale. You heard the man, she said. And that's that. Thank you. Neato.
Once again, sorry, I find myself like with having muted my mic. No, I really liked that. Like the differing perspectives really like helped a lot, and I think it is like actually really a fun exploration into it, and that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good shit. Thank you, Shen. And then, on 197, when we talked with Peter, well, Peter himself! Whoa, he commented, saying,
Ooh.
This was quite a marathon of discussion, but quite a blast. Looking forward to return to TableTalk someday. Cowboy hat smiling emoji.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I told him when he releases his game, he needs to come on.
True. Yes, absolutely true. Yeah, we honestly, I mean, I've also said, hey, come on back for 200 if you got some time, because it's gonna be 24 hours and I'm gonna die. But it'll be nice to have people just come by and hang out. So, but yeah, he's welcome anytime, anytime. Anyway, Timothy also on 197.
Oh fuck! I forgot. I was gonna tell Boo like you missed out when Peter was on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because he had to be absent.
Yeah, it's true. It's unfortunate, but he'll be on for the next one, hopefully.
Yeah.
Anyway, Timothy says, "Hello, bros. Hello. New lore. Title: The Aftermath." Leroy Alabaster walked down the street the day after the tournament. Galvin followed behind him, eating a huge turkey leg. Leroy: Well, that should be enough herbs to keep my stocks full for a while. I hope Star Ruby isn't driving Mosma crazy back at the house. Galvin: I'm sure things are fine. The big guy might not like bed rest, but he's not stupid. He knows it's for the best. Where are we going now? Leroy: We're going to see Veronica and Cornell. Darby said they would be at the bathhouse. I remember you being there when he told us. Were you not? Galvin: I was buying this turkey leg, chatting with someone about their interest in my paintings. You know how it goes, trying to make a sale. Leroy: It sounded more like flirting to me. I never talked like that to sell something. Galvin: Lighten up. There are many ways to make a sale. At the very least, I got him to buy me a drink. Leroy: Sure, whatever. The two reached the bathhouse. Galvin: I hope it's free to get in. The turkey leg and 3 mugs of ale emptied me out. Leroy: If so, I will cover you. Also, maybe buying less ale would keep more money in your pockets. Galvin: You're funny. Slapping Leroy on the back. Upon entering, there was 12 large pools in a big room. Intense heat and steam filled the air. Front desk person: Welcome to the Central Moorworth Bathhouse. Towels are 5 copper each. Galvin: No thanks, I won't need a towel. Leroy: We're here to... Do you mind, Galvin? Ugh. Galvin: What? It's hot in here. Leroy: Never mind. We're here to see King Cornell and Queen Veronica. Front desk person: Oh, you are friends? Oh, you're friends, yes? Leroy: She's my sister. front desk person. Splendid. They're in the private room. Usually 20 gold to book it, but since you know them, just go right in. Go to the door at the other end of the room. Leroy. Thank you. Come on, Galvin. Knock, knock. Veronica. Who is it? Leroy. Hello, sister. May we come in? Veronica. Oh, Leroy, yes. Come in. The private room had one big pool, with a few chairs along the sides. Cornell sat quietly in the water, with his head down and eyes closed. Veronica beside him. The dragon's severed wing showed exposed bone and scarred skin, among a bunch more battle wounds across his body. Galvin. Whoa, is he all right? Veronica. He's beaten down for sure. The tournament really took a lot out of him, poor thing. He put himself in a meditative state to help with healing. I've been casting a regeneration spell to regrow his lost wing. I should be able to bring it back in a few days, hopefully. Leroy. Have you heard anything about the army attacking your kingdom? Veronica. The first engagement took place last night. Renee is holding them back fine enough. Our natural defenses will keep them out for a good long time. Once my Cornell is feeling better, we shall come up behind their forces and crush them. Galvin. Do you mind if I take a dip, Your Highness? Veronica. Be my guest. Leroy. You might need to use some of that prize money to help rebuild what Cornell broke with that storm. Veronica. They can take as much as they want. We have enough money. Proclaiming our kingdom's power was the reason for fighting in the tournament. And we did just that. Galvin. Power is right. I've never seen a storm that strong. I never want to make him mad. Damn. Veronica. If Cyrus wasn't so headstrong, it wouldn't have gone that far. But at least he sent a gift basket as thanks for to my husband for pulling him out of the rubble. Galvin. Gift basket? Veronica. It's over there. You can have something if you like. Galvin jumped out of the water and started eating an apple. Leroy. If you want, I could help with the regeneration spell. As you know, more casters make the spell stronger. Veronica. Thank you, Leroy. Your help would speed things up nicely, if you don't mind standing around for a few hours. Leroy. I've got time. The two then started chanting. About 5 hours later, Cornell's wing was 60% healed. Veronica. Good. I can take the rest from here. He should be able to fly again by tomorrow night. Thanks for taking a few days off the process. Leroy. Glad I could help. I should check on Star Ruby now. Let's go, Galvin. Well, that's all I've got. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you for that. Very useful.
Yeah.
Very good.
So, like, this story reminds me a lot of a previous 5e campaign I was in.
Oh.
Just like with the overall like tone and like seeming power level.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say from like firsthand experience, that kind of campaign is really fun.
Hell yeah.
So
There you go.
yeah.
Small bell thing was so funny I had to put it in. That's fair. Pretty proud of reasoning out what the terrain would be like based on what we'd already established. Oh, for the yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, for the
yeah.
outcropping.
Yep.
Cliff thing.
Oh dang, y'all are still streaming. Hey Peter. Yeah, we are.
Hello.
Yeah, it's we're almost done with comments, so we'll be done here in a little bit. Actually, this is the last couple here that we got. So after this, it's gonna be the ending spiel, and we'll be done for the evening. Oh my God, it's been 5 hours. Didn't realize. Okay. Well, anyway, Shin on last week's episode as well, saying another 2-part post below. Good luck and may God have mercy. Thanks. Okay.
Oh no, I closed it. No, hold on. I'm jumping into the chat so I can say hi to Peter.
It's late for old man Peter, so I can't stick around. Have a good one,
Right.
y'all. That's all right, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Peter.
We'll see you later. Okay. It appears we're up to session 6, said Chara. We'll get to that in a bit, said Entropy. It's been reported, as of this episode, that D&D is for normies now. What are your thoughts, Chara? True, that was said in that video. I think it's a good thing, Chara replied. It means there's no longer a problem with Verity playing it. That's true. If normies can play it, Verity can't say it's cringe. True. You're trying to say I'm a normie? Verity asked. That's fine with me. Thank you. Of course I'm normal, unlike you two dorks. Now, wait a minute. I didn't say you were a normie, Entropy objected. I would never call you normal, Verity. Indeed, Chara agreed. Only 5e is for normies. You're playing 3.5, which still makes you a nerd. So you're giving me nerd cred? Verity asked. No, of course not, Entropy clarified. It's still D&D, so you're just a casual nerd. Indeed, a casual nerd, Chara said. Not a normal person, and the lowest possible class of nerd. The worst of every world. That's all you two have been playing, Verity protested. Can we just hurry up and get started? Maybe we should, Entropy admitted. Hey, Chara, recap us, will you? Fine, Chara agreed. Last time, on whatever we're calling this, our heroines were hired to find the kidnapped son of a merchant. But foul betrayal. They switched sides, joined the bandits, and made off with a mercantile wagon along with its driver. Will anyone bring these ne'er-do-wells to justice? Tara, the human fighter, is being played by Entropy. Shauna, the giant halfling barbarian, is played by Chara. And Sarika, the elven sorceress/cleric, is played by me, Verity noted. And no, they don't look like us. Okay. Tara messily devoured the last portion of a trail ration as the hijacked wagon pulled through an opening in the brush. The driver spurred on by the end of her guisarme resting on her shoulder. Next to her, Sarika sat deep in a meditative prayer, while Shauna walked alongside the pair of horses. In the clearing ahead stood a few tents and a fire pit before the mouth of a small cave. Hey, boss! Called the half-orc, who led the small band of thieves the party was following. We're back. Got some new recruits. Several more outlaws milling about the area turned their attention to the incoming crew. In total, the size of this gang appeared to be 16 members. From the cave emerged one more figure, a woman with bird-like wings, feathered legs, and taloned feet. Her face had a feral appearance, and a crest of long black feathers covered her head and fell behind her shoulders. New recruits, you say? Said the harpy in a cruel nasal voice as she strode towards the wagon. I can't do that right now, I'm sorry. I'll be the judge of that, Gardrox. Of course, Tarka, said the half-orc. Drawing close, Tarka regarded the wagon's driver, 2 passengers, and the oversized halfling standing beside it. After a few moments of consideration, she gestured to Tara and Shauna. You two look strong enough, she said. She then gestured to Sarika and the driver. But you two don't look like much. Get down. Nervously, the two climbed down from their seats. Tarka took a club from one of the bandits and gave it to Sarika, then handed her own club to the driver. Show me which one of you is good for something. Ooh, I like that. Without hesitation, the driver rushed at Sarika and swung his club at her in a downward arc, eyes wide with a sudden fury. Unfortunately, there was more anger than skill behind the attack.
Sorry, it was something I was going to mention earlier,
Yeah.
but I had completely forgotten that guisarmes exist as a weapon.
Yeah.
And I think I have heard guisarme mentioned more times tonight than like the past couple of years.
Yeah, honestly, this
so cool though to see like unique weapons.
Oh yeah, for sure. This series of stories so far has made me say the word so many more times than I've ever thought that I would. It's great. Anyway, without hesitation, the driver rushed at Sarika and swung his club at her in a downward arc, eyes wide with a sudden fury. Unfortunately, there was more anger than skill behind the attack, and Sarika easily dodged aside, pivoting away before the man could recover. With a quick chant, Sarika flashed her hand forth and sent a burst of magical energy streaking forth, striking the man and sending him crumpling to the ground. I see, said Tarka. Not what I had in mind, but I could use a caster. That's not all, said Sarika. Kneeling, the half-elf retrieved Tarka's club and passed it back to its owner, then recited a prayer as she placed her hand over the burn her previous spell had left on the driver's body. The burned skin fell away as new flesh knitted itself into place, and the man shuddered back to consciousness. Stay down, Sarika told him, then looked back at Tarka. A healer's useful too, right? Perhaps so, but that was a waste of a spell, Tarka replied. Excuse me. Why waste a perfectly good servant? Asked Sarika. I've always wanted one. Tarka laughed coarsely at this. Fine, you did bring him in, she said, but the three of you better keep your eyes on him. With that, the harpy returned to the cave. So now what? Asked Tera. Let's get this wagon inside, said Gardrox. Sure, Tera said. But don't you guys have any fun? What do you mean? Asked the half-orc. Tera pulled up a tarp from the wagon's load to reveal a row of kegs. I mean, you scored big today, Tera said. You should celebrate. Personally, I've been wanting to open one of these up all day. Time skip now? Asked Chara. Let's go, said Verity. Right. So the wagon goes in the cave, and then we tap a keg and spread the drinks all around, Entropy said. I suppose the anime adaptation will need to show all that, but we'll fix it in post. Once the three newcomers got things started, the bandit gang took up the drinking and carousing and kept it going from there until nightfall. Eventually, the revelry died down, and those bandits who hadn't already passed out drunk on the ground retired to their tents. Only a pair of chosen watchmen, merely the least inebriated of the bunch, remained awake. A few minutes later, Sarika stirred from her place on the ground, then nudged Tera. Tera groaned. Get your armor on, Sarika said. Tera sat up and kicked at Shauna. Hey, get suited up. As the human and halfling slipped into the armor, one of the bandits on watch approached them. Hey, what are you doing? He asked. Got a tinkle, Sarika said. Your friends need their armor on for that? Asked the bandit. We have to go out in the woods, right? Sarika said. There's no knowing what's out there. Sure, said the bandit, returning to his post. Once their armor was on, Tera and Shauna followed Sarika past the two watchmen and out of the camp. Once they were several paces away, Sarika took a scroll from inside her shirt, unrolled it, and read the contents aloud. And nothing of note happened. Well, said Entropy. Of course, said Verity. Hey, you two, Sarika called back to the watchman. You'd better come look at this. Looking puzzled now, the bandits walked out to where Sarika and her companions stood. What is... A sudden swing of Tera's guisarm cut off the bandits... I'm sorry, is it guy's arm or guisarm? Oh my goodness.
No, I've always said guisarm.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I'm seeing guy's arm in there too. Anyway.
I will look it up.
Yeah, I might be saying it wrong. I don't know. Oh, like guys, like disguise? Actually?
Well, like, it's a French word.
Yeah.
But it's just phonetic standard. No.
Guisarme?
Here you are. You can hear the pronunciation yourself.
Thank you.
Gizarm.
Gizarm?
Gizarm.
Oh.
Yeah, which makes sense because if it's a French word, I can see giz.
My apologies then. Gizarm.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta remember. It's a gizzard in your arm. It's a gizarm. Okay. Anyway. A sudden swing of Tera's gizarm cut off the bandit's question as the blade cut through his back. As he let out a breathy grunt and toppled over, Shauna's Morning Star crashed into the other bandit's skull, dropping that one to the ground as well. For a tense moment, the three assassins looked back at the camp, watching for any signs of stirring. Luckily, it seemed that the other bandits remained in the depths of their drunken slumber.
Alejo.
Yes.
Really quick before we get too far,
Yeah.
I looked what guiz is in French.
Yeah.
And it's mistletoe.
Oh. Oh?
Yeah. It's mistletoe.
Interesting. So then...
So, like...
okay, well, there you go.
What's it? Now I need to look into mistletoe meanings.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's...
The festive theme, strange vocab for this month is the word from mistletoe, legui, or gue. No, which rhymes with P in English, legui.
This is...
However, for once, the strange side of the translation comes from the fact that the origins of the English word are a little strange. La class of the fight. No, that's a whole language breakdown. Why is it mistletoe spear though?
It doesn't make sense, yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
And I'm going to do some digging. Hold on.
You do that. Let's see. Making their way back into the camp, Sarika found the wagon driver and woke him up. What do you want? He asked. Get the wagon ready to go, said Tara, but stay in the cave with it. What are you... The driver started. Oh, don't tell me. Hey, they had us outmatched, Sarika said. Tell your boss to hire more guards next time. I don't think I'll be working for him again, the driver growled, and your magic could have killed me. I made sure it didn't, said Sarika, and keep your voice down. Do what I say and we'll make it out of here. I just want to say I've been rolling fire with these bluff checks, Verity bragged. Are you having fun lying through your teeth over there? Asked Chiral. Good fun and good practice, said Entropy. Another pronunciation video said guy's arm, so maybe it depends on what the AI feels like saying. Interesting. Okay. I don't know, dude. Whatever. It's you know what I'm saying, though. Anyway. Following the driver into the cave, Sarika and her companions gathered a few pots of oil and one flask of alchemist's fire from the back of the wagon, then poured the oil out around the campsite. After the group retreated into the brush, Shauna tossed the alchemist's fire back into the camp. As flames spread among the tents, Sarika drew out another scroll, which she opened and read. Suddenly, the war cries of a large group of warriors rang out from thin air. So just something of note to note here, Verity said. Action point rules say that you can spend an AP to increase the caster level of a spell by 2. What? What Sarika just cast was Ghost Sound from a scroll prepared at Cleric level 2, and I'm spending an AP to increase that to Cleric level 4. Ghost Sound can create a volume equivalent to 4 humans per Cleric level, so this is equivalent to the sound of 16 humans attacking. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that with the 3.15 action point rules. Neat.
Really quick.
Yeah.
I just decided to, instead of looking up mistletoe spear, I looked up like just the origin of gizarms.
Yeah.
And a gizarm is a polearm used in Europe primarily between 1000 and 1400.
Oh.
Its origin is likely Germanic, from the Old German Getisarn, literally weeding iron.
Oh.
Like many medieval polearms, the exact early form of the weapon is hard to define from literary reference, and the identification of surviving weapons can be speculative.
Gotcha. Well, there you go. So there's no real thing. Or, well, you know. Anyway.
Weird German weapon.
Yeah. Oh, caster
Many
level,
such
sorry.
cases.
Yes. Caster level, sorry, not cleric level. My apologies. Okay. So I'm still gonna I'm just gonna say things and you're gonna understand because the words are on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. At this, the bandits began rising from their sleep. "We're under attack," Sarika bellowed out. "Run away!" cried Tara. "There's too many." Tara and Sarika then drew their bows. Shauna readied her sling, and the three began launching their missiles into the camp as rapidly as they could manage. The confusion among the drunken bandits quickly turned into panic, and the entire gang scattered in all directions into the forest. As soon as the camp was clear, the adventurers ran into the cave again. The first room, with which they were already familiar, had been used as a storage area. Crates, barrels, and pallets lined the walls, loaded down with stolen goods. The tunnel narrowed towards the rear and continued. The three had been warned away from that passage earlier, while they were bringing the wagon in, but now they continued into it. Sarika lit her lantern now and held it up to light the way ahead. "Hey, where are you going?" the driver asked. "That harpy's back in there somewhere," Sarika said. "We should get rid of it, we should get rid of now, I guess now, so she doesn't come after us. Just be ready to go when we get back." Accepting this reasoning, the driver returned to the wagon while Sarika and the others continued into the tunnel. "Shauna is up another level now," Chara declared. "Good for you," said Faridi. And that's it.
Very cool.
Cool stuff. I like the usage of scare tactics on drunk people. It's good shit. It works. I like it.
Really quick. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding the camping situation in the beginning. How did they get to like the point where they are held captive by bandits, I guess? But they're able to sneak out their armor and scrolls into a nearby forest?
Oh, that was way before the captive thing. It's
Yeah.
they so these bandits that they encountered, it looks like they diplomatized in the sense of, or at least bluffed in the sense of saying that they wanted to join them, which they were like,
Gotcha.
"Yeah, okay, you can join."
Gotcha.
Yeah, so they were able to keep their shit.
Alright.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it. That's all the comments. We did it. Hey, I'm caught up. Thank you everybody for your comments. It's been great. Glad to hear it. I will say also, I did get a comment. I'll post. I'll show this as well. I got a comment on our first episode of Sunrise in Sin City. I found it a little funny. Where is it? Hold on, it's back here a little bit. Yeah, there it is.
Hold on. I'm finding the stream again.
Tim Lagore says, "Those meaningless rolling dice in the corner are annoying. Not showing actual rolls is less annoying, but still suboptimal." And I was like, appreciate the feedback. Because that's fine.
Yeah.
I just, okay.
So, hold on. Where do you have the episode linked for me, or the comment linked?
I can do that for you.
Yeah.
Let me see. Can I do this? You can just go here. And I can give you it that way. There you go. You
There
just
we
go
go.
there.
Maybe I am just misinterpreting his comment.
It's because the rolls in the corner for the background that I've had commissioned for the show and everything.
Suboptimal?
Yeah, the
Okay.
not showing actual rolls being suboptimal, I don't understand, but I'm like, okay, because he can't change anything. We've already recorded 3 episodes of it, and they're already ready and out there, or not out there, but they're gonna be put out there in the next coming months. So, sure, it's funny. Anyway,
but meaningless dice.
Meaningless. But anyway, Char hates it when things are suboptimal. You should really keep it suboptimal. It's not even like I don't even know what that means. Anyway, The sun is unblocked. Yes, I've gone through the comments that were there to block out the sun. Indeed. Well, hey, that's the comment stuff. Now I'm gonna go into the ending spiel. So, I don't know, Aiden, if you still want to stick around for that, or if you're feeling like you want to.
Yeah. There is a video I want to show you and watch together.
Okay.
Afterward.
Okay. Yeah.
So I don't mind sticking around.
I get you. Okay, cool. Well, of course, gotta say, hey, you all who have stuck around, appreciate you, of course. And those of you in the future who might have stuck around to this point as well, appreciate you. But of course, I have to say that we appreciate our lovely table flippers who continue to support us financially as well. So, in the description, I've changed the link. So now it's patreon.com/the TableTalk Crew, or is it just TableTalk Crew? I'm not sure. It is just TableTalk Crew. There it is, right here, on your screen right now. You can go over there and join our Patreon. That way you can become a table flipper, or you can go over to Ko-fi, which is also in the description, also kofi.com/TableTalk Crew in the description there, and you can join and become a table flipper that way, and get access to all of the up to date, up to early access, that's the words, stuff that I have been getting ready and putting out there for you guys to look at beforehand and tell me if I fucked anything up, or if you have any suggestions or anything. And I do editing streams that you can come by and tell me if I fucked up, or if you have suggestions. And I will run games for patrons if you respond to me when I put them out in the Discord. So yeah, you when you join, you get a role in the Discord server and everything, and you get access to our little secret flipper chat, and you just gotta look for that. And yeah, it's a little thing, and I think I didn't signpost it enough this time around to make sure everybody saw it, but that's my bad, and I apologize. But in the future, I'll signpost it better. I do promise. But anyway, if you want to do that, the links are in the description. But this is a big thank you to Draco Kraken, Rick, aka Unirico, and Steely for continuing to be in that tier 4 for many, many years. We appreciate you immensely. Thank you so much. And of course, a thank you to Crimson Rose in tier 2 for those $5 that you give us every single fucking year over the course of many months so far. Appreciate you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you to our tier 1 contributors as well. All of the benefits that you get should be on the Ko-fi and the Patreon. So yeah, join them if you wish to. If you don't, hey, that's cool too. There are free ways to support us that you already know about that I'll talk about later. But of course, another way that you can support us if you want to financially is going over to our public TeePublic store. That's the one. And getting any of our profiles on whatever you want. Our logo, the new logo, the horror logo from 2023 that I've put back up since we are in spooky times, if you want to. And whatever you want, really, go for it, honestly. If you don't want to, hey, that's fine too, but it's all there for you if you want. Apparently there was a sale that I didn't know about, and it's going to be gone in 23 minutes. Oh my god, scary. Anyway, of course, you can also go over to our website, to the Support Us tab, and see everything that I've talked about and will talk about, and of course, the custom dice that you can buy through there that are our lovely custom dice. There are still 99 sets. It's been a long while, but they're there. They're prime and ready. They've been in their plastic. They're ready for putting in the dice bags. They're ready for me to send to you if you buy them, so go do it if you wish to.
Please buy many. The infant leukemia is taking over my body.
Oh god. It's ravaging your adult mind.
Racking through me.
And What trimester is it or whatever?
Oh God. 8. Oh God. Hold on. No, I'm not even attempting to do this math.
So dumb. This bit is so dumb. Oh, I hate it.
84 plus 87th trimester. Infant leukemia.
That's right.
I am a trooper.
That's right.
I have fought.
And some say continues to.
But some days I'm losing just enough.
Just enough.
But maybe your money will give me the strength to go on.
Oh God. Anyway, so those are there if you wish to get our custom dice. And of course, last but not least, there is a link in our description that is to Humble Bundle, because we are partners with Humble Bundle, who, if you buy through that link, you'll support us as well as Tabletop Alliance, who's also linked in the description, so that you can find out about the charity work that they do using tabletop means. And I've just seen that there's a Call of Cthulhu by Chaosium Encore bundle here that is $25 for all the things of Call of Cthulhu PDFs. That is 26 items. That's a little over $1 per item. Highly actually recommend this because it has some starter stuff, the actual core stuff, and a bunch of different little scenarios that you can do. This is actually fucking awesome, and it has Pulp Cthulhu in it too. Holy shit, that's sick. So that I'd highly recommend that one if you don't have any Call of Cthulhu stuff already. There's also the World of Darkness one that still has 19 days left that I would highly recommend as well. And obviously everything else that's video games and stuff, but you know, those are the ones that I would highly tell you, hey, go check it out and see if you want it. Pay what you want and all that kind of stuff. It's Humble Bundle. You know it. I know it. It's a great site.
We all love it.
We do love it here. Anyway, thank you again for joining us for the evening. Thank you for subscribing, all the new subscribers, liking the shows and the videos and everything, and generally just hanging out with us whenever we do anything. It's much appreciated as always. And we'll see you guys next week for another show. Goodbye.
Bye now, y'all.
Goodbye.
Get out.
Go on. Get.
Goodbye.
Go get. Go on, get.
Go.